Chapter 30 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 30. The Girl I Left Behind Me. We do not claim to rank among the military novelists. Our place is with the non-combatants. When the decks are cleared for action, we go below and wait meekly. We should only be in the way of the manoeuvres that the gallant fellows are performing overhead. We shall go no farther with the Nth than to the city gate, and leaving Major O'Dowd to his duty, come back to the Major's wife, and the ladies, and the baggage. Now the Major and his lady, who had not been invited to the ball at which in our last chapter other of our friends figured, had much more time to take their wholesome natural rest in bed than was accorded to people who wished to enjoy pleasure as well as to do duty. "It is my belief, Peggy, my dear," said he, as he placidly pulled his nightcap over his ears, "that there will be such a ball danced in a day or two as some of 'em has never heard the tune of." And he was much more happy to retire to rest after partaking of a quiet tumbler than to figure in any other sort of amusement. Peggy, for her part, would have liked to have shown her turban and bird of paradise at the ball, but for the information which her husband had given her, and which made her very grave. "I'd like you to wake me about half an hour before the assembly beats," the Major said to his lady. "Call me at 1:30, Peggy dear, and see me things is ready. Maybe I'll not come back to breakfast, Mrs. O'D." With which words, which signified his opinion that the regiment would march the next morning, the Major ceased talking and fell asleep. Mrs. O'Dowd, the good housewife, arrayed in curl papers and a camisole, felt that her duty was to act and not to sleep at this juncture. "Time enough for that," she said, "when Mick's gone." And so she packed his travelling valise ready for the march, brushed his cloak, his cap, and other warlike habiliments, and set them out in order for him, and stowed away in the cloak pockets a light package of portable refreshments, and a wicker-covered flask or pocket pistol containing nearly a pint of remarkably sound cognac brandy, of which she and the Major approved very much. And as soon as the hands of the repater pointed to 1:30, and its interior arrangements (it had a tone quite equal to a cathedral), its fair owner considered, knelled forth that fatal hour, Mrs. O'Dowd woke up her Major, and had as comfortable a cup of coffee prepared for him as any made that morning in Brussels. And who is there will deny that this worthy lady's preparations betokened affection as much as the fits of tears and hysterics by which more sensitive females exhibited their love, and that their partaking of this coffee, which they drank together while the bugles were sounding the turnout and the drums beating in the various quarters of the town, was not more useful and to the purpose than the outpouring of any mere sentiment could be. The consequence was that the Major appeared on parade quite trim, fresh, and alert, his well-shaved, rosy countenance, as he sat on horseback, giving cheerfulness and confidence to the whole corps. All the officers saluted her when the regiment marched by the balcony on which this brave woman stood, and waved them a cheer as they passed. And I dare say it was not from want of courage, but from a sense of female delicacy and propriety, that she refrained from leading the gallant Nth personally into action. On Sundays, and at periods of a solemn nature, Mrs. O'Dowd used to read with great gravity out of a large volume of her uncle the Dean's sermons. It had been of great comfort to her on board the transport as they were coming home, and were very nearly wrecked on their return from the West Indies. After the regiment's departure, she betook herself to this volume for meditation. Perhaps she did not understand much of what she was reading, and her thoughts were elsewhere, but the sleep project, with poor Mick's nightcap there on the pillow, was quite a vain one. So it is in the world. Jack or Donald marches away to glory with his knapsack on his shoulder, stepping out briskly to the tune of The Girl I Left Behind Me. It is she who remains and suffers, and has the leisure to think, and brood, and remember. Knowing how useless regrets are, and how the indulgence of sentiment only serves to make people more miserable, Mrs. Rebecca wisely determined to give way to no vain feelings of sorrow, and bore the parting from her husband with quite a Spartan equanimity. Indeed, Captain Rawdon himself was much more affected at the leave-taking than the resolute little woman to whom he bade farewell. She had mastered this rude, coarse nature, and he loved and worshipped her with all his faculties of regard and admiration. In all his life he had never been so happy as, during the past few months, his wife had made him. All former delights of turf, mess, hunting field, and gambling table, all previous loves and courtships of milliners, opera dancers, and the like easy triumphs of the clumsy military Adonis, were quite insipid when compared to the lawful matrimonial pleasures which of late he had enjoyed. She had known perpetually how to divert him, and he had found his house and her society 1,000 times more pleasant than any place or company which he had ever frequented from his childhood until now. And he cursed his past follies and extravagances, and bemoaned his vast outlying debts above all, which must remain for ever as obstacles to prevent his wife's advancement in the world. He had often groaned over these in midnight conversations with Rebecca, although as a bachelor they had never given him any disquiet. He himself was struck with this phenomenon. "Hang it," he would say, or perhaps use a still stronger expression out of his simple vocabulary. "Before I was married I didn't care what bills I put my name to, and so long as Moses would wait or Levy would renew for 3 months I kept on never minding. But since I'm married, except renewing, of course, I give you my honour I've not touched a bit of stamped paper." Rebecca always knew how to conjure away these moods of melancholy. "Why, my stupid love," she would say, "we have not done with your aunt yet, and if she fails us, isn't there what you call the Gazette? Or stop, when your Uncle Bute's life drops, I have another scheme. The living has always belonged to the younger brother, and why shouldn't you sell out and go into the church?" The idea of this conversion set Rawdon into roars of laughter. You might have heard the explosion through the hotel at midnight, and the haw-haws of the great dragoon's voice. General Tufto heard him from his quarters on the first floor above them, and Rebecca acted the scene with great spirit and preached Rawdon's first sermon, to the immense delight of the General at breakfast. But these were mere bygone days and talk. When the final news arrived that the campaign was opened and the troops were to march, Rawdon's gravity became such that Becky rallied him about it in a manner which rather hurt the feelings of the Guardsman. "You don't suppose I'm afraid, Becky, I should think," he said with a tremor in his voice. "But I'm a pretty good mark for a shot, and you see if it brings me down, why I leave one and perhaps 2 behind me whom I should wish to provide for, as I brought 'em into the scrape. It's no laughing matter that, Mrs. C, anyways." Rebecca, by 100 caresses and kind words, tried to soothe the feelings of the wounded lover. It was only when her vivacity and sense of humour got the better of this sprightly creature, as they would do under most circumstances of life indeed, that she would break out with her satire. But she could soon put on a demure face. "Dearest love," she said, "do you suppose I feel nothing?" And hastily dashing something from her eyes, she looked up into her husband's face with a smile. "Look here," he said, "if I drop, let's see what there is for you. I've had a pretty good run of luck here, and here's £230. I've got 10 Napoleons in my pocket. That's as much as I shall want, for the General pays everything like a prince. And if I'm hit, why, you know I cost nothing. Don't cry, little woman. I may live to vex you yet. Well, I shan't take either of my horses, but shall ride the General's grey charger. It's cheaper, and I told him mine was lame. If I'm done, those two ought to fetch you something. Griggs offered 90 for the mare yesterday before this confounded news came, and like a fool I wouldn't let her go under the 2 O's. Bullfinch will fetch his price any day, only you'd better sell him in this country, because the dealers have so many bills of mine, and so I'd rather he shouldn't go back to England. Your little mare the General gave you will fetch something, and there's no damned livery stable bills here as there are in London," Rawdon added with a laugh. "There's that dressing case, cost me 200. That is, I owe 2 for it. And the gold tops and bottles must be worth 30 or 40. Please to put that up the spout, ma'am, with my pins and rings and watch and chain and things. They cost a precious lot of money. Miss Crawley, I know, paid 100 down for the chain and ticker. Gold tops and bottles, indeed. Dammy, I'm sorry I didn't take more now. Edwards pressed on me a silver gilt boot jack, and I might have had a dressing case fitted up with a silver warming pan and a service of plate. But we must make the best of what we've got, Becky, you know." And so, making his last dispositions, Captain Crawley, who had seldom thought about anything but himself until the last few months of his life, when love had obtained the mastery over the dragoon, went through the various items of his little catalogue of effects, striving to see how they might be turned into money for his wife's benefit, in case any accident should befall him. He pleased himself by noting down with a pencil, in his big schoolboy handwriting, the various items of his portable property which might be sold for his widow's advantage, as, for example, my double barrel by Manton, say 40 guineas. My driving cloak lined with sable fur, £50. My duelling pistols in rosewood case, same which I shot Captain Marker, £20. My regulation saddle holsters and housings, my lorry ditto, and so forth, over all of which articles he made Rebecca the mistress. Faithful to his plan of economy, the Captain dressed himself in his oldest and shabbiest uniform and epaulettes, leaving the newest behind under his wife's, or it might be his widow's, guardianship. And this famous dandy of Windsor and Hyde Park went off on his campaign with a kit as modest as that of a sergeant, and with something like a prayer on his lips for the woman he was leaving. He took her up from the ground and held her in his arms for a minute, tight pressed against his strong beating heart. His face was purple and his eyes dim as he put her down and left her. He rode by his General's side and smoked his cigar in silence as they hastened after the troops of the General's brigade which preceded them, and it was not until they were some miles on their way that he left off twirling his moustache and broke silence. And Rebecca, as we have said, wisely determined not to give way to unavailing sentimentality on her husband's departure. She waved him adieu from the window, and stood there for a moment looking out after he was gone. The cathedral towers and the full gables of the quaint old houses were just beginning to blush in the sunrise. There had been no rest for her that night. She was still in her pretty ball dress, her fair hair hanging somewhat out of curl on her neck, and the circles round her eyes dark with watching. "What a fright I seem," she said, examining herself in the glass, "and how pale this pink makes one look." So she divested herself of this pink raiment, in doing which a note fell out from her corsage, which she picked up with a smile and locked into her dressing box. And then she put her bouquet of the ball into a glass of water and went to bed, and slept very comfortably. The town was quite quiet when she woke up at 10 o'clock and partook of coffee, very requisite and comforting after the exhaustion and grief of the morning's occurrences. The meal over, she resumed honest Rawdon's calculations of the night previous, and surveyed her position. Should the worst befall, all things considered, she was pretty well to do. There were her own trinkets and trousseau, in addition to those which her husband had left behind. Rawdon's generosity when they were first married has already been described and lauded. Besides these and the little mare, the General, her slave and worshipper, had made her many very handsome presents, in the shape of cashmere shawls brought at the auction of a bankrupt French general's lady, and numerous tributes from the jewellers' shops, all of which betokened her admirer's taste and wealth. As for tickers, as poor Rawdon called watches, her apartments were alive with their clicking. For happening to mention one night that hers, which Rawdon had given to her, was of English workmanship and went ill, on the very next morning there came to her a little bijou marked Leroy, with a chain and cover charmingly set with turquoises, and another signed Brequet, which was covered with pearls, and yet scarcely bigger than a half-crown. General Tufto had bought one, and Captain Osborne had gallantly presented the other. Mrs. Osborne had no watch, though to do George justice, she might have had one for the asking. And the Honourable Mrs. Tufto, in England, had an old instrument of her mother's that might have served for the plate warming pan which Rawdon talked about. If Messrs. Howell and James were to publish a list of the purchasers of all the trinkets which they sell, how surprised would some families be! And if all these ornaments went to gentlemen's lawful wives and daughters, what a profusion of jewellery there would be exhibited in the genteelest homes of Vanity Fair. Every calculation made of these valuables, Mrs. Rebecca found, not without a pungent feeling of triumph and self-satisfaction, that should circumstances occur, she might reckon on £600 or £700 at the very least to begin the world with. And she passed the morning disposing, ordering, looking out, and locking up her properties in the most agreeable manner. Among the notes in Rawdon's pocket-book was a draft for £20 on Osborne's banker. This made her think about Mrs. Osborne. "I will go and get the draft cashed," she said, "and pay a visit afterwards to poor little Emmy." If this is a novel without a hero, at least let us lay claim to a heroine. No man in the British army which has marched away, not the great Duke himself, could be more cool or collected in the presence of doubts and difficulties than the indomitable little aide-de-camp's wife. And there was another of our acquaintances who was also to be left behind a non-combatant, and whose emotions and behaviour we have therefore a right to know. This was our friend, the ex-collector of Bogley Wollah, whose rest was broken, like other people's, by the sounding of the bugles in the early morning. Being a great sleeper and fond of his bed, it is possible he would have snoozed on until his usual hour of rising in the forenoon, in spite of all the drums, bugles, and bagpipes in the British army, but for an interruption, which did not come from George Osborne, who shared Jos's quarters with him, and was, as usual, occupied too much with his own affairs, or with grief at parting with his wife, to think of taking leave of his slumbering brother-in-law. It was not George, we say, who interposed between Jos Sedley and sleep, but Captain Dobbin, who came and roused him up, insisting on shaking hands with him before his departure. "Very kind of you," said Jos, yawning and wishing the Captain at the deuce. I didn't like to go off without saying good-bye, you know," Dobbin said in a very incoherent manner, "because, you know, some of us mayn't come back again, and I like to see you all well, and that sort of thing, you know." "What do you mean?" Jos asked, rubbing his eyes. The Captain did not in the least hear him or look at the stout gentleman in the nightcap, about whom he professed to have such a tender interest. The hypocrite was looking and listening with all his might in the direction of George's apartments, striding about the room, upsetting the chairs, beating the tattoo, biting his nails, and showing other signs of great inward emotion. Jos had always had rather a mean opinion of the Captain, and now began to think his courage was somewhat equivocal. "What is it I can do for you, Dobbin?" he said in a sarcastic tone. "I'll tell you what you can do," the Captain replied, coming up to the bed. "We march in a quarter of an hour, Sedley, and neither George nor I may ever come back. Mind you, you're not to stir from this town until you ascertain how things go. You are to stay here and watch over your sister and comfort her, and see that no harm comes to her. If anything happens to George, remember she has no one but you in the world to look to. If it goes wrong with the army, you'll see her safe back to England, and you will promise me on your word that you will never desert her. I know you won't. As far as money goes, you are always free enough with that. Do you want any? I mean, have you enough gold to take you back to England in case of a misfortune?" "Sir," said Jos majestically, "when I want money, I know where to ask for it; and as for my sister, you needn't tell me how I ought to behave to her." "You speak like a man of spirit, Jos," the other answered good-naturedly, "and I am glad that George can leave her in such good hands. So I may give him your word of honour, may I, that in case of extremity you will stand by her?" "Of course," answered Mr. Jos, whose generosity in money matters Dobbin estimated quite correctly. "And you'll see her safe out of Brussels in the event of a defeat?" "A defeat! Damn it, sir, it's impossible. Don't try and frighten me," the hero cried from his bed. And Dobbin's mind was thus perfectly set at ease, now that Jos had spoken out so resolutely respecting his conduct to his sister. At least, thought the Captain, there will be a retreat secured for her in case the worst should ensue. If Captain Dobbin expected to get any personal comfort and satisfaction from having one more view of Amelia before the regiment marched away, his selfishness was punished just as such odious egotism deserved to be. The door of Jos's bedroom opened onto the sitting-room, which was common to the family party, and opposite this door was that of Amelia's chamber. The bugles had wakened everybody. There was no use in concealment now. George's servant was packing in his room, Osborne coming in and out of the contiguous bedroom, flinging to the man such articles as he thought fit to carry on the campaign. And presently Dobbin had the opportunity which his heart coveted, and he got sight of Amelia's face once more. But what a face it was! So white, so wild and despair-stricken, that the remembrance of it haunted him afterwards like a crime, and the sight smote him with inexpressible pangs of longing and pity. She was wrapped in a white morning dress, her hair falling on her shoulders, and her large eyes fixed and without light. By way of helping on the preparations for the departure, and showing that she too could be useful at a moment so critical, this poor soul had taken up a sash of George's from the drawers whereon it lay, and followed him to and fro with the sash in her hand, looking on mutely as his packing proceeded. She came out and stood leaning at the wall, holding his sash against her bosom, from which the heavy net of crimson dropped like a large stain of blood. Our gentle-hearted Captain felt a guilty shock as he looked at her. Good God, thought he, and it is grief like this I dared to pry into. And there was no help, no means to soothe and comfort this helpless, speechless misery. He stood for a moment and looked at her, powerless and torn with pity, as a parent regards an infant in pain. At last George took Emmy's hand and led her back into the bedroom, from whence he came out alone. The parting had taken place in that moment, and he was gone. Thank heaven that is over, George thought, bounding down the stair, his sword under his arm, as he ran swiftly to the alarm ground where the regiment was mustered, and whither trooped men and officers hurrying from their billets. His pulse was throbbing and his cheeks flushed. The great game of war was going to be played, and he one of the players. What a fierce excitement of doubt, hope, and pleasure! What tremendous hazards of loss or gain! What were all the games of chance he had ever played compared to this one? Into all contests requiring athletic skill and courage, the young man from his boyhood upwards had flung himself with all his might. The champion of his school and his regiment, the bravos of his companions had followed him everywhere. From the boys' cricket match to the garrison races, he had won 100 of triumphs, and wherever he went, women and men had admired and envied him. What qualities are there for which a man gets so speedy a return of applause as those of bodily superiority, activity, and valour? Time out of mind, strength and courage have been the theme of bards and romances, and from the story of Troy down to today, poetry has always chosen a soldier for a hero. I wonder, is it because men are cowards in heart that they admire bravery so much, and place military valour so far beyond every other quality for reward and worship? So, at the sound of that stirring call to battle, George jumped away from the gentle arms in which he had been dallying, not without a feeling of shame, although his wife's hold on him had been but feeble, that he should have been detained there so long. The same feeling of eagerness and excitement was amongst all those friends of his of whom we have had occasional glimpses, from the stout senior major who led the regiment into action, to little Stubble the ensign who was to bear its colours on that day. The sun was just rising as the march began. It was a gallant sight. The band led the column, playing the regimental march. Then came the Major in command, riding upon Pyramus, his stout charger. Then marched the Grenadiers, their captain at their head. In the centre were the colours, borne by the senior and junior ensigns. Then George came marching at the head of his company. He looked up and smiled at Amelia, and passed on, and even the sound of the music died away. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 31, in which Jos Sedley takes care of his sister. Thus, all the superior officers being summoned on duty elsewhere, Jos Sedley was left in command of the little colony at Brussels, with Amelia invalided, Isidor, his Belgian servant, and the bonne, who was the maid of all work for the establishment, as a garrison under him. Though he was disturbed in spirit, and his rest destroyed by Dobbin's interruption and the occurrences of the morning, Jos nevertheless remained for many hours in bed, wakeful and rolling about there, until his usual hour of rising had arrived. The sun was high in the heavens, and our gallant friends of the Nth miles on their march before the civilian appeared in his flowered dressing gown at breakfast. About George's absence his brother-in-law was very easy in mind. Perhaps Jos was rather pleased in his heart that Osborne was gone, for during George's presence the other had played but a very secondary part in the household, and Osborne did not scruple to show his contempt for the stout civilian. But Emmy had always been good and attentive to him. It was she who ministered to his comforts, who superintended the dishes that he liked, who walked or rode with him, as she had many, too many opportunities of doing, for where was George? And who interposed her sweet face between his anger and her husband's scorn. Many timid remonstrances had she uttered to George in behalf of her brother, but the former, in his trenchant way, cut these entreaties short. "I'm an honest man," he said, "and if I have a feeling, I show it, as any honest man will. How the deuce, my dear, would you have me behave respectfully to such a fool as your brother?" So Jos was pleased with George's absence. His plain hat and gloves on a sideboard, and the idea that the owner was away, caused Jos I don't know what secret thrill of pleasure. "He won't be troubling me this morning," Jos thought, "with his dandified airs and his impudence." "Put the Captain's hat into the ante-room," he said to Isidor, the servant. "Perhaps he won't want it again," replied the lackey, looking knowingly at his master. He hated George too, whose insolence towards him was quite of the English sort. "And ask if Madame is coming to breakfast," Mr. Sedley said with great majesty, ashamed to enter with the servant upon the subject of his dislike for George. The truth is, he had abused his brother to the valet a score of times before. Alas, Madame could not come to breakfast and cut the tartine that Mr. Jos liked. Madame was a great deal too ill, and had been in a frightful state ever since her husband's departure, so her bonne said. Jos showed his sympathy by pouring her out a large cup of tea. It was his way of exhibiting kindness, and he improved on this. He not only sent her breakfast, but he bethought him what delicacies she would most like for dinner. Isidor, the valet, had looked on very sulkily, while Osborne's servant was disposing of his master's baggage previous to the Captain's departure. For in the first place he hated Mr. Osborne, whose conduct to him and to all inferiors was generally overbearing. Nor does the continental domestic like to be treated with insolence, as our own better-tempered servants do. And secondly, he was angry that so many valuables should be removed from under his hands, to fall into other people's possession when the English discomfiture should arrive. Of this defeat he and a vast number of other persons in Brussels and Belgium did not make the slightest doubt. The almost universal belief was that the Emperor would divide the Prussian and English armies, annihilate one after the other, and march into Brussels before 3 days were over, when all the movables of his present masters, who would be killed, or fugitives, or prisoners, would lawfully become the property of Monsieur Isidor. As he helped Jos through his toilsome and complicated daily toilette, this faithful servant would calculate what he should do with the very articles with which he was decorating his master's person. He would make a present of the silver essence bottles and toilet knickknacks to a young lady of whom he was fond, and keep the English cutlery and the large ruby pin for himself. It would look very smart upon one of those fine frilled shirts, which, with the gold-laced cap and the frogged frock-coat, that might easily be cut down to suit his shape, and the Captain's gold-headed cane, and the great double ring with the rubies, which he would have made into a pair of beautiful earrings, he calculated would make a perfect Adonis of himself, and render Mademoiselle Reine an easy prey. "How these sleeve buttons will suit me," thought he, as he fixed a pair on the fat pudgy wrists of Mr. Sedley. "I long for sleeve buttons, and the Captain's boots with brass spurs in the next room. Corbleu! What an effect they will make in the Allée Verte!" So while Monsieur Isidor with bodily fingers was holding on to his master's nose and shaving the lower part of Jos's face, his imagination was rambling along the green avenue, dressed out in a frogged coat and lace, and in company with Mademoiselle Reine. He was loitering in spirit on the banks and examining the barges sailing slowly under the cool shadows of the trees by the canal, or refreshing himself with a mug of Faro at the bench of a beer house on the road to Laeken. But Mr. Joseph Sedley, luckily for his own peace, no more knew what was passing in his domestic's mind than the respected reader and I suspect what John or Mary, whose wages we pay, think of ourselves. What our servants think of us. Did we know what our intimates and our dear relations thought of us, we should live in a world that we should be glad to quit, and in a frame of mind and a constant terror that would be perfectly unbearable. So Jos's man was marking his victim down, as you see one of Mr. Painter's assistants in Leadenhall Street ornament an unconscious turtle with a placard on which is written "Soup tomorrow." Amelia's attendant was much less selfishly disposed. Few dependents could come near that kind and gentle creature without paying their usual tribute of loyalty and affection to her sweet and affectionate nature, and it is a fact that Pauline, the cook, consoled her mistress more than anybody whom she saw on this wretched morning. For when she found how Amelia remained for hours silent, motionless, and haggard by the windows in which she had placed herself to watch the last bayonets of the column as it marched away, the honest girl took the lady's hand and said, "Tenez, madame, est-ce qu'il n'est pas aussi à l'armée mon homme à moi?" With which she burst into tears, and Amelia, falling into her arms, did likewise, and so each pitied and soothed the other. Several times during the forenoon Mr. Jos's Isidor went from his lodgings into the town, and to the gates of the hotels and lodging-houses round about the park, where the English were congregated, and there mingled with other valets, couriers, and lacqueys, gathered such news as was abroad, and brought back bulletins for his master's information. Almost all these gentlemen were in heart partisans of the Emperor, and had their opinions about the speedy end of the campaign. The Emperor's proclamation from Avesnes had been distributed everywhere plentifully in Brussels. "Soldiers," it said, "this is the anniversary of Marengo and Friedland, by which the destinies of Europe were twice decided. Then, as after Austerlitz, as after Wagram, we were too generous. We believed in the oaths and promises of princes whom we suffered to remain upon their thrones. Let us march once more to meet them. We and they, are we not still the same men? Soldiers, these same Prussians who are so arrogant today were 3-1 against you at Jena, and 6-1 at Montmirail. Those among you who were prisoners in England can tell their comrades what frightful torments they suffered on board the English hulks. Madmen! A moment of prosperity has blinded them, and if they enter into France, it will be to find a grave there." But the partisans of the French prophesied a more speedy extermination of the Emperor's enemies than this, and it was agreed on all hands that Prussians and British would never return except as prisoners in the rear of the conquering army. These opinions in the course of the day were brought to operate upon Mr. Sedley. He was told that the Duke of Wellington had gone to try and rally his army, the advance of which had been utterly crushed the night before. "Crushed! Pshaw!" said Jos, whose heart was pretty stout at breakfast time. "The Duke has gone to beat the Emperor, as he has beaten all his generals before. His papers are burned, his effects are removed, and his quarters are being got ready for the Duke of Dalmatia," Jos's informant replied. "I had it from his own maître d'hôtel. Milord Duc de Richmont's people are packing up everything. His Grace has fled already, and the Duchess is only waiting to see the plate packed to join the King of France at Ostend." "The King of France is at Ghent, fellow," replied Jos, affecting incredulity. "He fled last night to Bruges, and embarks today from Ostend. The Duc de Berry is taken prisoner. Those who wish to be safe had better go soon, for the dikes will be opened tomorrow, and who can fly when the whole country is under water? Nonsense, sir. We are 3-1, sir, against any force Boney can bring into the field, Mr. Sedley objected. The Austrians and the Russians are on their march. He shall be crushed, Jos said, slapping his hand on the table. The Prussians were 3-1 at Jena, and he took their army and kingdom in a week. They were 6-1 at Montburet, and he scattered them like sheep. The Austrian army are coming, but with the Empress and the King of Rome at its head, and the Russians, the Russians will withdraw. No quarter is to be given to the English on account of their cruelty to our braves on board the infamous pontoons. Look here it is in black and white. Here is the proclamation of His Majesty, the Emperor and King, said the now declared partisan of Napoleon, and taking the document from his pocket, Isidore sternly thrust it into his master's face, and already looked upon the frogged coat and valuables as his own spoil. Jos was, if not seriously alarmed as yet, at least considerably disturbed in mind. "Give me my coat and cap, sir," said he, "and follow me. I will go myself and learn the truth of these reports." Isidore was furious as Jos put on the braided frock. "Milor had better not wear the military coat," said he. "The Frenchmen have sworn not to give quarter to a single British soldier." "Silence, sirrah," said Jos, with a resolute countenance still, and thrust his arm into the sleeve with indomitable resolution. In the performance of which heroic act he was found by Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who at this juncture came up to visit Amelia, and entered without ringing at the antechamber door. Rebecca was dressed very neatly and smartly as usual. Her quiet sleep after Rawdon's departure had refreshed her, and her pink smiling cheeks were quite pleasant to look at in a town and on a day when everybody else's countenance wore that appearance of the deepest anxiety and gloom. She laughed at the attitude in which Jos was discovered, and the struggles and convulsions with which the stout gentleman thrust himself into the braided coat. "Are you preparing to join the army, Mr. Joseph?" she said. "Is there to be nobody left in Brussels to protect us poor women?" Jos succeeded in plunging into the coat, and came forward blushing and stuttering out excuses to his fair visitor. How was she after the events of the morning, after the fatigues of the ball the night before? Monsieur Isidore disappeared into his master's adjacent bedroom, bearing off the flowered dressing gown. "How good of you to ask," said she, pressing one of his hands in both her own. "How cool and collected you look when everybody else is frightened. How is our dear little Emmy? It must have been an awful, awful parting." "Tremendous," Jos said. "You men can bear anything," replied the lady. "Parting or danger are nothing to you. Own now that you were going to join the army and leave us to our fate. I know you were. Something tells me you were. I was so frightened when the thought came into my head, for I do sometimes think of you when I am alone, Mr. Joseph, that I ran off immediately to beg and entreat you not to fly from us." This speech might be interpreted, "My dear sir, should an accident befall the army and a retreat be necessary, you have a very comfortable carriage in which I propose to take a seat." I don't know whether Jos understood the words in this sense, but he was profoundly mortified by the lady's inattention to him during their stay in Brussels. He had never been presented to any of Rawdon Crawley's great acquaintances. He had scarcely been invited to Rebecca's parties, for he was too timid to play much, and his presence bored George and Rawdon equally, who neither of them perhaps liked to have a witness to the amusements in which the pair chose to indulge. "Ah," thought Jos, "now she wants me, she comes to me. When there is nobody else in the way, she can think about old Joseph Sedley." But besides these doubts, he felt flattered at the idea Rebecca expressed of his courage. He blushed a good deal, and put on an air of importance. "I should like to see the action," he said. "Every man of any spirit would, you know. I've seen a little service in India, but nothing on this grand scale." "You men would sacrifice anything for a pleasure," Rebecca answered. "Captain Crawley left me this morning as gay as if he were going to a hunting party. What does he care? What do any of you care for the agonies and tortures of a poor forsaken woman? I wonder whether he could really have been going to the troops, the great lazy gourmand. Oh dear, Mr. Sedley, I have come to you for comfort, for consolation. I have been on my knees all the morning. I tremble at the frightful danger into which our husbands, our friends, our brave troops and allies are rushing. And I come here for shelter, and find another of my friends, the last remaining to me, bent upon plunging into the dreadful scene." "My dear madam," Jos replied, now beginning to be quite soothed, "don't be alarmed. I only said I should like to go. What Briton would not? But my duty keeps me here. I can't leave that poor creature in the next room." And he pointed with his finger to the door of the chamber in which Amelia was. "Good, noble brother," Rebecca said, putting her handkerchief to her eyes and smelling the eau de cologne with which it was scented. "I have done you injustice. You have got a heart. I thought you had not." "Oh, upon my honour," Jos said, making a motion as if he would lay his hand upon the spot in question. "You do me injustice, indeed you do, my dear Mrs. Crawley." "I do. Now your heart is true to your sister. But I remember 2 years ago, when it was false to me," Rebecca said, fixing her eyes upon him for an instant, and then turning away into the window. Jos blushed violently. That organ which he was accused by Rebecca of not possessing began to thump tumultuously. He recalled the days when he had fled from her, and the passion which had once inflamed him, the days when he had driven her in his curricle, when she had knit the green purse for him, when he had sat enraptured, gazing at her white arms and bright eyes. "I know you think me ungrateful," Rebecca continued, coming out of the window and once more looking at him, and addressing him in a low, tremulous voice. "Your coldness, your averted looks, your manner when we have met of late, when I came in just now, all proved it to me. But were there no reasons why I should avoid you? Let your own heart answer that question. Do you think my husband was too much inclined to welcome you? The only unkind words I have ever had from him, I will do Captain Crawley that justice, have been about you, and most cruel, cruel words they were." "Good gracious, what have I done?" asked Jos in a flurry of pleasure and perplexity. "What have I done to "Is jealousy nothing?" said Rebecca. "He makes me miserable about you, and whatever it might have been once. My heart is all his. I am innocent now. Am I not, Mr. Sedley?" All Jos's blood tingled with delight as he surveyed this victim to his attractions. A few adroit words, one or two knowing, tender glances of the eyes, and his heart was inflamed again, and his doubts and suspicions forgotten. From Solomon downwards, have not wiser men than he been cajoled and befooled by women? If the worst comes to the worst, Becky thought, my retreat is secure, and I have a right-hand seat in the barouche. There is no knowing into what declarations of love and ardour the tumultuous passions of Mr. Joseph might have led him. if Isidore the valet had not made his reappearance at this minute, and begun to busy himself about the domestic affairs. Jos, who was just going to gasp out an avowal, choked almost with the emotion that he was obliged to restrain. Rebecca, too, bethought her that it was time she should go in and comfort her dearest Amelia. Au revoir, she said, kissing her hand to Mr. Joseph, and tapped gently at the door of his sister's apartment. As she entered and closed the door on herself, he sank down in a chair and gazed and sighed and puffed portentously. "That coat is very tight for milor," Isidore said, still having his eye on the frogs. But his master heard him not. His thoughts were elsewhere, now glowing, maddening upon the contemplation of the enchanting Rebecca, anon shrinking guiltily before the vision of the jealous Rawdon Crawley, with his curling fierce mustachios and his terrible duelling pistols loaded and cocked. Rebecca's appearance struck Amelia with terror and made her shrink back. It recalled her to the world and the remembrance of yesterday. In the overpowering fears about tomorrow, she had forgotten Rebecca, jealousy, everything except that her husband was gone and was in danger. Until this dauntless worldling came in and broke the spell and lifted the latch, we too have forborne to enter into that sad chamber. How long had that poor girl been on her knees? What hours of speechless prayer and bitter prostration had she passed there? The war chroniclers who write brilliant stories of fight and triumph scarcely tell us of these. These are too mean parts of the pageant, and you don't hear widows' cries or mothers' sobs in the midst of the shouts and jubilation in the great chorus of victory. And yet when was the time that such have not cried out? Heartbroken, humble Protestants, unheard in the uproar of the triumph. After the first movement of terror in Amelia's mind, when Rebecca's green eyes lighted upon her, and rustling in her fresh silks and brilliant ornaments, the latter tripped up with extended arms to embrace her, a feeling of anger succeeded, and from being deathly pale before, her face flushed up red, and she returned Rebecca's look after a moment with a steadiness which surprised and somewhat abashed her rival. "Dearest Amelia, you are very unwell," the visitor said, putting forth her hand to take Amelia's. "What is it? I could not rest until I knew how you were." Amelia drew back her hand. Never since her life began had that gentle soul refused to believe or to answer any demonstration of goodwill or affection. But she drew back her hand and trembled all over. "Why are you here, Rebecca?" she said, still looking at her solemnly with her large eyes. These glances troubled her visitor. She must have seen him give me the letter at the ball, Rebecca thought. "Don't be agitated, dear Amelia," she said, looking down. "I came but to see if you were well." "Are you well?" said Amelia. "I dare say you are. You don't love your husband. You would not be here if you did. Tell me, Rebecca, did I ever do you anything but kindness?" "Indeed, Amelia, no," the other said, still hanging down her head. "When you were quite poor, who was it that befriended you? Was I not a sister to you? You saw us all in happier days before he married me. I was all in all then to him, or would he have given up his fortune, his family, as he nobly did, to make me happy? Why did you come between my love and me? Who sent you to separate those whom God joined, and take my darling's heart from me? My own husband! Do you think you could love him as I did? His love was everything to me. You knew it, and wanted to rob me of it. For shame, Rebecca, bad and wicked woman, false friend and false wife. Amelia, I protest before God I have done my husband no wrong, Rebecca said, turning from her. Have you done me no wrong, Rebecca? You did not succeed, but you tried. Ask your heart if you did not. She knows nothing, Rebecca thought. He came back to me. I knew he would. I knew that no falsehood, no flattery could keep him from me long. I knew he would come. I prayed so that he should. The poor girl spoke these words with a spirit and volubility which Rebecca had never before seen in her, and before which the latter was quite dumb. But what have I done to you, she continued in a more pitiful tone, that you should try and take him from me? I had him but for 6 weeks. You might have spared me these, Rebecca, and yet from the very first day of our wedding you came and blighted it. Now he is gone. Are you come to see how unhappy I am? She continued. You made me wretched enough for the past fortnight. You might have spared me today. I never came here, interposed Rebecca with unlucky truth. No, you didn't come. You took him away. Are you come to fetch him from me? She continued in a wilder tone. He was here, but he is gone now. There, on that very sofa he sat. Don't touch it. We sat and talked there. I was on his knee, and my arms were around his neck, and we said, Our Father. Yes, he was here, and they came and took him away. But he promised me to come back. He will come back, my dear, said Rebecca, touched in spite of herself. Look, said Amelia, this is his sash. Isn't it a pretty colour? And she took up the fringe and kissed it. She had tied it round his waist at some part of the day. She had forgotten her anger, her jealousy, the very presence of her rival, seemingly, for she walked silently and almost with a smile on her face towards the bed and began to smooth down George's pillow. Rebecca walked too, silently away. How is Amelia? Asked Jos, who still held his position in the chair. There should be somebody with her, said Rebecca. I think she is very unwell. And she went away with a very grave face, refusing Mr. Sedley's entreaties that she would stay and partake of the early dinner which he had ordered. Rebecca was of a good-natured and obliging disposition, and she liked Amelia rather than otherwise. Even her hard words, reproachful as they were complimentary, the groans of a person stinging under defeat. Meeting Mrs. O'Dowd, whom the Dean's sermons had by no means comforted, and who was walking very disconsolately in the park, Rebecca accosted the latter, rather to the surprise of the Major's wife, who was not accustomed to such marks of politeness from Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, and informing her that poor little Mrs. Osborne was in a desperate condition and almost mad with grief, sent off the good-natured Irishwoman straight to see if she could console her young favourite. I've cares of my own enough, Mrs. O'Dowd said gravely, and I thought poor Amelia would be little wanting for company this day. But if she's so bad as ye say, and ye can't attend to her, who used to be so fond of her, faith, I'll see if I can be of service. And so good morning to ye, madam. With which speech and a toss of her head, the lady of the Repather took a farewell of Mrs. Crawley, whose company she by no means courted. Becky watched her marching off with a smile on her lip. She had the keenest sense of humour, and the Parthian look which the retreating Mrs. O'Dowd flung over her shoulder almost upset Mrs. Crawley's gravity. "Me service to ye, me fine madam, and I'm glad to see ye so cheerful," thought Peggy. It's not you that will cry your eyes out with grief anyway." And with this she passed on and speedily found her way to Mrs. Osborne's lodgings. The poor soul was still at the bedside, where Rebecca had left her, and stood almost crazy with grief. The Major's wife, a strong-minded woman, endeavoured her best to comfort her young friend. "You must bear up, Amelia dear," she said kindly, "for he mustn't find you ill when he sends for you after the victory. It's not you are the only woman that are in the hands of God this day." "I know that. I am very wicked, very weak," Amelia said. She knew her own weakness well enough. The presence of the more resolute friend checked it, however, and she was the better of this control and company. They went on till 2 o'clock. Their hearts were with the column as it marched farther and farther away. Dreadful doubt and anguish, prayers and fears, and griefs unspeakable followed the regiment. It was the women's tribute to the war. It taxes both alike, and takes the blood of the men and the tears of the women. At 2:30, an event occurred of daily importance to Mr. Joseph. The dinner hour arrived. Warriors may fight and perish, but he must dine. He came into Amelia's room to see if he could coax her to share that meal. "Try," said he. "The soup is very good. Do try, Emmy." And he kissed her hand. Except when she was married, he had not done so much for years before. "You are very good and kind, Joseph," she said. "Everybody is, but if you please, I will stay in my room to-day." The savour of the soup, however, was agreeable to Mrs. O'Dowd's nostrils, and she thought she would bear Mr. Jos company, so the two sat down to their meal. "God bless the meal," said the Major's wife solemnly. She was thinking of her honest Mick riding at the head of his regiment. "'Tis but a bad dinner those poor boys will get to-day," she said, with a sigh, and then, like a philosopher, fell to. Jos's spirits rose with his meal. He would drink the regiment's health, or indeed take any other excuse to indulge in a glass of champagne. "We'll drink to O'Dowd and his brave th," said he, bowing gallantly to his guest. "Eh, Mrs. O'Dowd? Fill Mrs. O'Dowd's glass, Isidor." But all of a sudden Isidor started, and the Major's wife laid down her knife and fork. The windows of the room were open and looked southward, and a dull distant sound came over the sun-lighted roofs from that direction. "What is it?" said Jos. "Why don't you pour, you rascal?" "C'est le feu," said Isidor, running to the balcony. "God defend us! It's cannon!" Mrs. O'Dowd cried, starting up, and followed too to the window. 1,000 pale and anxious faces might have been seen looking from other casements, and presently it seemed as if the whole population of the city rushed into the streets. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 32, in which Jos takes flight and the war is brought to a close. We of peaceful London City have never beheld, and please God never shall witness, such a scene of hurry and alarm as that which Brussels presented. Crowds rushed to the Namur Gate, from which direction the noise proceeded, and many rode along the level chaussee to be in advance of any intelligence from the army. Each man asked his neighbour for news, and even great English lords and ladies condescended to speak to persons whom they did not know. The friends of the French went abroad wild with excitement and prophesying the triumph of their emperor. The merchants closed their shops and came out to swell the general chorus of alarm and clamour. Women rushed to the churches and crowded the chapels, and knelt and prayed on the flags and steps. The dull sound of the cannon went on rolling, rolling. Presently carriages with travellers began to leave the town, galloping away by the Ghent barrier. The prophecies of the French partisans began to pass for facts. He has cut the armies in two, it was said. He is marching straight on Brussels. He will overpower the English and be here tonight. He will overpower the English, shrieked Isidor to his master, and will be here tonight. The man bounded in and out from the lodgings to the street, always returning with some fresh particulars of disaster. Jos's face grew paler and paler. Alarm began to take entire possession of the stout civilian. All the champagne he drank brought no courage to him. Before sunset he was worked up to such a pitch of nervousness as gratified his friend Isidor to behold, who now counted surely upon the spoils of the owner of the laced coat. The women were away all this time. After hearing the firing for a moment, the stout Major's wife bethought her of her friend in the next chamber and ran in to watch and, if possible, to console Amelia. The idea that she had that helpless and gentle creature to protect gave additional strength to the natural courage of the honest Irishwoman. She passed 5 hours by her friend's side, sometimes in remonstrance, sometimes talking cheerfully, oftener in silence and terrified mental supplication. "I never let go her hand once," said the stout lady afterwards, "until after sunset, when the firing was over." Pauline, the bonne, was on her knees at church, hard by, praying for son homme à elle. When the noise of the cannonading was over, Mrs. O'Dowd issued out of Amelia's room into the parlour adjoining, where Jos sat with 2 emptied flasks and courage entirely gone. Once or twice he had ventured into his sister's bedroom, looking very much alarmed, and as if he would say something, but the Major's wife kept her place, and he went away without disburthening himself of his speech. He was ashamed to tell her that he wanted to fly. But when she made her appearance in the dining room, where he sat in the twilight in the cheerless company of his empty champagne bottles, he began to open his mind to her. "Mrs. O'Dowd," he said, "hadn't you better get Amelia ready?" "Are you going to take her out for a walk?" said the Major's lady. "Sure, she's too weak to stir." I've ordered the carriage," he said, "and post horses. Isidor is gone for them," Jos continued. "What do you want with driving tonight?" answered the lady. "I've just got her to lie down." "Get her up," said Jos. "She must get up, I say," and he stamped his foot energetically. "I say the horses are ordered. Yes, the horses are ordered. It's all over, and what?" asked Mrs. O'Dowd. "I'm off for Ghent," Jos answered. "Everybody is going. There's a place for you. We shall start in half an hour." The Major's wife looked at him with infinite scorn. "I don't move till O'Dowd gives me the route," said she. "You may go if you like, Mr. Sedley, but faith, Amelia and I stop here." "She shall go," said Jos, with another stamp of his foot. Mrs. O'Dowd put herself with arms akimbo before the bedroom door. "Is it her mother you're going to take her to?" she said, "or do you want to go to Mamma yourself, Mr. Sedley? Good morning. A pleasant journey to you, sir. Bon voyage, as they say, and take me counsel and shave off them mustachios, or they'll bring you into mischief." "Damn!" yelled out Jos, wild with fear, rage, and mortification. And Isidor came in at this juncture, swearing in his turn. "Pas de chevaux, sacre bleu!" hissed out the furious domestic. All the horses were gone. Jos was not the only man in Brussels seized with panic that day. But Jos's fears, great and cruel as they were already, were destined to increase to an almost frantic pitch before the night was over. It has been mentioned how Pauline, the bonne, had son homme à elle also in the ranks of the army that had gone out to meet the Emperor Napoleon. This lover was a native of Brussels and a Belgian hussar. The troops of his nation signalised themselves in this war for anything but courage, and young Van Cutsum, Pauline's admirer, was too good a soldier to disobey his colonel's orders to run away. Whilst in garrison at Brussels, young Regulus, he had been born in the revolutionary times, found his great comfort and passed almost all his leisure moments in Pauline's kitchen. And it was with pockets and holsters crammed full of good things from her larder that he had taken leave of his weeping sweetheart to proceed upon the campaign a few days before. As far as his regiment was concerned, this campaign was over now. They had formed a part of the division under the command of his sovereign apparent, the Prince of Orange, and as respected length of swords and mustachios, and the richness of uniform and equipments, Regulus and his comrades looked to be as gallant a body of men as ever trumpet sounded for. When Ney dashed upon the advance of the allied troops, carrying one position after the other, until the arrival of the great body of the British army from Brussels changed the aspect of the combat of Quatre Bras, the squadrons among which Regulus rode showed the greatest activity in retreating before the French, and were dislodged from one post and another which they occupied with perfect alacrity on their part. Their movements were only checked by the advance of the British in their rear. Thus forced to halt, the enemy's cavalry, whose bloodthirsty obstinacy cannot be too severely reprehended, had at length an opportunity of coming to close quarters with the brave Belgians before them, who preferred to encounter the British rather than the French, and at once turning tail, rode through the English regiments that were behind them, and scattered in all directions. The regiment, in fact, did not exist any more. It was nowhere. It had no headquarters. Regulus found himself galloping many miles from the field of action entirely alone. And whither should he fly for refuge so naturally as to that kitchen and those faithful arms in which Pauline had so often welcomed him? At some 10 o'clock, the clinking of a sabre might have been heard up the stair of the house where the Osbornes occupied a story, in the continental fashion. A knock might have been heard at the kitchen door, and poor Pauline, come back from church, fainted almost with terror as she opened it and saw before her her haggard hussar. He looked as pale as the midnight dragoon who came to disturb Leonora. Pauline would have screamed, but that her cry would have called her masters and discovered her friend. She stifled her scream then, and leading her hero into the kitchen, gave him beer and the choice bits from the dinner which Jos had not had the heart to taste. The hussar showed he was no ghost by the prodigious quantity of flesh and beer which he devoured, and during the mouthfuls he told his tale of disaster. His regiment had performed prodigies of courage, and had withstood for a while the onset of the whole French army, but they were overwhelmed at last, as was the whole British army by this time. Ney destroyed each regiment as it came up. The Belgians in vain interposed to prevent the butchery of the English. The Brunswickers were routed and had fled. Their Duke was killed. It was a general debacle. He sought to drown his sorrow for the defeat in floods of beer. Isidor, who had come into the kitchen, heard the conversation and rushed out to inform his master. "It is all over," he shrieked to Jos. "Milord Duke is a prisoner. The Duke of Brunswick is killed. The British army is in full flight. There is only one man escaped, and he is in the kitchen now. Come and hear him." So Jos tottered into that apartment where Regulus still sat on the kitchen table and clung fast to his flagon of beer. In the best French which he could muster, and which was in sooth of a very ungrammatical sort, Jos besought the hussar to tell his tale. The disasters deepened as Regulus spoke. He was the only man of his regiment not slain on the field. He had seen the Duke of Brunswick fall, the black hussars fly, the Ecossais pounded down by the cannon. "And the nth?" gasped Jos. "Cut in pieces," said the hussar, upon which Pauline cried out, "Oh, my mistress, ma bonne petite dame," and went off fairly into hysterics and filled the house with her screams. Wild with terror, Mr. Sedley knew not how or where to seek for safety. He rushed from the kitchen back to the sitting room and cast an appealing look at Amelia's door, which Mrs. O'Dowd had closed and locked in his face. But he remembered how scornfully the latter had received him, and after pausing and listening for a brief space at the door, he left it and resolved to go into the street for the first time that day. So seizing a candle, he looked about for his gold-laced cap, and found it lying in its usual place on a console table in the ante-room, placed before a mirror at which Jos used to coquet, always giving his side locks a twirl and his cap the proper cock over his eye before he went forth to make his appearance in public. Such is the force of habit, that even in the midst of his terror he began mechanically to twiddle with his hair and arrange the cock of his hat. Then he looked amazed at the pale face in the glass before him, and especially at his mustachios, which had attained a rich growth in the course of near 7 weeks since they had come into the world. "They will mistake me for a military man," thought he, remembering Isidore's warning as to the massacre with which all the defeated British army was threatened. And staggering back to his bedchamber, he began wildly pulling the bell which summoned his valet. Isidore answered that summons. Jos had sunk in a chair. He had torn off his neckcloths and turned down his collars, and was sitting with both his hands lifted to his throat. "Coupez-moi, Isidore," shouted he. "Vite, coupez-moi." Isidore thought for a moment he had gone mad, and that he wished his valet to cut his throat. "Les moustaches," gasped Joe. "Les moustaches. Coupez, raisez, vite." His French was of this sort, voluble, as we have said, but not remarkable for grammar. Isidore swept off the mustachios in no time with the razor, and heard with inexpressible delight his master's orders that he should fetch a hat and a plain coat. "Ne portez plus. Habit militaire. Bonne à vous. Prenez dehors," were Jos's words. The coat and cap were at last his property. This gift being made, Jos selected a plain black coat and waistcoat from his stock, and put on a large white neckcloth and a plain beaver. If he could have got a shovel hat, he would have worn it. As it was, you would have fancied he was a flourishing large parson of the Church of England. "Venez, maintenant," he continued. "Suivez, allez, party dans la rue." And so having said, he plunged swiftly down the stairs of the house and passed into the street. Although Regulus had vowed that he was the only man of his regiment, or of the allied army almost, who had escaped being cut to pieces by Ney, it appeared that his statement was incorrect, and that a good number more of the supposed victims had survived the massacre. Many scores of Regulus's comrades had found their way back to Brussels, and all agreeing that they had run away. filled the whole town with an idea of the defeat of the Allies. The arrival of the French was expected hourly. The panic continued, and preparations for flight went on everywhere. No horses, thought Jos in terror. He made Isidor inquire of scores of persons whether they had any to lend or sell, and his heart sank within him at the negative answers returned everywhere. Should he take the journey on foot? Even fear could not render that ponderous body so active. Almost all the hotels occupied by the English in Brussels faced the park, and Jos wandered irresolutely about in this quarter, with crowds of other people oppressed as he was by fear and curiosity. Some families he saw more happy than himself, having discovered a team of horses, and rattling through the streets in retreat. Others again there were whose case was like his own, and who could not for any bribes or entreaties procure the necessary means of flight. Among these would-be fugitives, Jos remarked the Lady Bareacres and her daughter, who sat in their carriage in the porte cochere of their hotel, all their imperials packed, and the only drawback to whose flight was the same want of motive power which kept Jos stationary. Rebecca Crawley occupied apartments in this hotel, and had before this period had sundry hostile meetings with the ladies of the Bareacres family. My Lady Bareacres cut Mrs. Crawley on the stairs when they met by chance, and in all places where the latter's name was mentioned, spoke perseveringly ill of her neighbour. The Countess was shocked at the familiarity of General Tufto with the aide-de-camp's wife. The Lady Blanche avoided her as if she had been an infectious disease. Only the Earl himself kept up a sly, occasional acquaintance with her, when out of the jurisdiction of his ladies. Rebecca had her revenge now upon these insolent enemies. It became known in the hotel that Captain Crawley's horses had been left behind, and when the panic began, Lady Bareacres condescended to send her maid to the Captain's wife, with her ladyship's compliments, and a desire to know the price of Mrs. Crawley's horses. Mrs. Crawley returned a note with her compliments, and an intimation that it was not her custom to transact bargains with ladies' maids. This curt reply brought the Earl in person to Becky's apartment, but he could get no more success than the first ambassador. "Send a lady's maid to me!" Mrs. Crawley cried in great anger. "Why didn't my Lady Bareacres tell me to go and saddle the horses? Is it her ladyship that wants to escape, or her ladyship's femme de chambre?" And this was all the answer that the Earl bore back to his Countess. What will not necessity do? The Countess herself actually came to wait upon Mrs. Crawley on the failure of her second envoy. She entreated her to name her own price. She even offered to invite Becky to Bareacres' house, if the latter would but give her the means of returning to that residence. Mrs. Crawley sneered at her. "I don't want to be waited on by bailiffs in livery," she said. "You will never get back, though, most probably, at least not you and your diamonds together. The French will have those. They will be here in 2 hours, and I shall be halfway to Ghent by that time. I would not sell you my horses, no, not for the 2 largest diamonds that your ladyship wore at the ball." Lady Bareacres trembled with rage and terror. The diamonds were sewed into her habit and secreted in my lord's padding and boots. "Woman, the diamonds are at the banker's, and I will have the horses," she said. Rebecca laughed in her face. The infuriate Countess went below and sat in her carriage. Her maid, her courier, and her husband were sent once more through the town, each to look for cattle, and woe betide those who came last. Her ladyship was resolved on departing the very instant the horses arrived from any quarter, with her husband or without him. Rebecca had the pleasure of seeing her ladyship in the horseless carriage, and keeping her eyes fixed upon her, and bewailing in the loudest tone of voice the Countess's perplexities. "Not to be able to get horses," she said, "and to have all those diamonds sewed into the carriage cushions. What a prize it will be for the French when they come. The carriage and the diamonds, I mean, not the lady." She gave this information to the landlord, to the servants, to the guests, and the innumerable stragglers about the courtyard. Lady Bareacres could have shot her from the carriage window. It was while enjoying the humiliation of her enemy that Rebecca caught sight of Jos, who made towards her directly he perceived her. That altered, frightened, fat face told his secret well enough. He too wanted to fly, and was on the look out for the means of escape. "He shall buy my horses," thought Rebecca, "and I'll ride the mare." Jos walked up to his friend and put the question for the 100th time during the past hour. Did she know where horses were to be had? "What, you fly?" said Rebecca with a laugh. "I thought you were the champion of all the ladies, Mr. Sedley." I'm not a military man," gasped he. "And Amelia, who is to protect that poor little sister of yours?" asked Rebecca. "You surely would not desert her?" "What good can I do her, suppose the enemy arrive?" Jos answered. "They'll spare the women, but my man tells me they have taken an oath to give no quarter to the men, the dastardly cowards." "Horrid!" cried Rebecca, enjoying his perplexity. "Besides, I don't want to desert her," cried the brother. "She shan't be deserted. There is a seat for her in my carriage, and one for you, dear Mrs. Crawley, if you will come, and if we can get horses," sighed he. "I have two to sell," the lady said. Jos could have flung himself into her arms at the news. "Get the carriage, Isidor," he cried. "We've found them. We have found them." "My horses never were in harness," added the lady. "Bullfinch would kick the carriage to pieces if you put him in the traces." "But is he quiet to ride?" asked the civilian. "As quiet as a lamb and as fast as a hare," answered Rebecca. "Do you think he is up to my weight?" Jos said. He was already on his back, in imagination, without ever so much as a thought for poor Amelia. What person who loved a horse speculation could resist such a temptation? In reply, Rebecca asked him to come into her room, whither he followed her quite breathless to conclude the bargain. Jos seldom spent a half hour in his life which cost him so much money. Rebecca, measuring the value of the goods which she had for sale, by Jos's eagerness to purchase, as well as by the scarcity of the article, put upon her horses a price so prodigious as to make even the civilian draw back. She would sell both or neither, she said resolutely. Rawdon had ordered her not to part with them for a price less than that which she specified. Lord Bareacres below would give her the same money, and with all her love and regard for the Sedley family, her dear Mr. Joseph must conceive that poor people must live. Nobody, in a word, could be more affectionate, but more firm about the matter of business. Jos ended by agreeing, as might be supposed of him. The sum he had to give her was so large that he was obliged to ask for time, so large as to be a little fortune to Rebecca, who rapidly calculated that with this sum, and the sale of the residue of Rawdon's effects, and her pension as a widow should he fall, she would now be absolutely independent of the world, and might look her weeds steadily in the face. Once or twice in the day she certainly had herself thought about flying. But her reason gave her better counsel. Suppose the French do come, thought Becky. What can they do to a poor officer's widow? Pah! The time of sacks and sieges are over. We shall be let to go home quietly, or I may live pleasantly abroad with a snug little income. Meanwhile, Jos and Isidor went off to the stables to inspect the newly purchased cattle. Jos bade his man saddle the horses at once. He would ride away that very night, that very hour. And he left the valet busy in getting the horses ready, and went homewards himself to prepare for his departure. It must be secret. He would go to his chamber by the back entrance. He did not care to face Mrs. O'Dowd and Amelia, and own to them that he was about to run. By the time Jos's bargain with Rebecca was completed, and his horses had been visited and examined, it was almost morning once more. But though midnight was long past, there was no rest for the city. The people were up, the lights in the houses flamed, crowds were still about the doors, and the streets were busy. Rumours of various natures went still from mouth to mouth. One report averred that the Prussians had been utterly defeated, another that it was the English who had been attacked and conquered, a third that the latter had held their ground. This last rumour gradually got strength. No Frenchmen had made their appearance. Stragglers had come in from the army, bringing reports more and more favourable. At last an aide-de-camp actually reached Brussels with dispatches for the commandant of the place, who placarded presently through the town an official announcement of the success of the Allies at Quatre Bras, and the entire repulse of the French under Ney after a 6 hours' battle. The aide-de-camp must have arrived some time while Jos and Rebecca were making their bargain together, or the latter was inspecting his purchase. When he reached his own hotel, he found a score of its numerous inhabitants on the threshold discoursing of the news. There was no doubt as to its truth, and he went up to communicate it to the ladies under his charge. He did not think it was necessary to tell them how he had intended to take leave of them, how he had bought horses, and what a price he had paid for them. But success or defeat was a minor matter to them, who had only thought for the safety of those they loved. Amelia, at the news of the victory, became still more agitated even than before. She was for going that moment to the army. She besought her brother with tears to conduct her thither. Her doubts and terrors reached their paroxysm, and the poor girl, who for many hours had been plunged into stupor, raved and ran hither and thither in hysteric insanity. A piteous sight. No man writhing in pain on the hard-fought field 15 miles off, where lay, after their struggles, so many of the brave. No man suffered more keenly than this poor harmless victim of the war. Jos could not bear the sight of her pain. He left his sister in the charge of her stouter female companion, and descended once more to the threshold of the hotel, where everybody still lingered and talked and waited for more news. It grew to be broad daylight as they stood here, and fresh news began to arrive from the war, brought by men who had been actors in the scene. Waggons and long country carts laden with wounded came rolling into the town. Ghastly groans came from within them, and haggard faces looked up sadly from out of the straw. Jos Sedley was looking at one of these carriages with a painful curiosity. The moans of the people within were frightful. The wearied horses could hardly pull the cart. "Stop! Stop!" a feeble voice cried from the straw, and the carriage stopped opposite Mr. Sedley's hotel. "It is George! I know it is!" cried Amelia, rushing in a moment to the balcony with a pallid face and loose flowing hair. It was not George, however, but it was the next best thing. It was news of him. It was poor Tom Stubble, who had marched out of Brussels so gallantly 24 hours before, bearing the colours of the regiment, which he had defended very gallantly upon the field. A French lancer had speared the young ensign in the leg, who fell, still bravely holding to his flag. At the conclusion of the engagement, a place had been found for the poor boy in a cart, and he had been brought back to Brussels. "Mr. Sedley, Mr. Sedley," cried the boy faintly, and Jos came up almost frightened at the appeal. He had not at first distinguished who it was that called him. Little Tom Stubble held out his hot and feeble hand. "I'm to be taken in here," he said. "Osborne and Dobbin said I was, and you're to give the man 2 Napoleons. My mother will pay you." This young fellow's thoughts, during the long feverish hours passed in the cart, had been wandering to his father's parsonage, which he had quitted only a few months before, and he had sometimes forgotten his pain in that delirium. The hotel was large, and the people kind, and all the inmates of the cart were taken in and placed on various couches. The young ensign was conveyed upstairs to Osborne's quarters. Amelia and the Major's wife had rushed down to him when the latter had recognised him from the balcony. You may fancy the feelings of these women when they were told that the day was over and both their husbands were safe. In what mute rapture Amelia fell on her good friend's neck and embraced her. In what a grateful passion of prayer she fell on her knees and thanked the power which had saved her husband. Our young lady, in her fevered and nervous condition, could have had no more salutary medicine prescribed for her by any physician than that which chance put in her way. She and Mrs. O'Dowd watched incessantly by the wounded lad, whose pains were very severe, and in the duty thus forced upon her, Amelia had not time to brood over her personal anxieties, or to give herself up to her own fears and forebodings after her wont. The young patient told in his simple fashion the events of the day and the actions of our friends of the gallant th. They had suffered severely. They had lost very many officers and men. The Major's horse had been shot under him as the regiment charged, and they all thought O'Dowd was gone, and that Dobbin had got his majority, until on their return from the charge to their old ground, the Major was discovered seated on Pyramus's carcass, refreshing himself from a case bottle. It was Captain Osborne that cut down the French lancer who had speared the ensign. Amelia turned so pale at the notion that Mrs. O'Dowd stopped the young ensign in this story. And it was Captain Dobbin who at the end of the day, though wounded himself, took up the lad in his arms and carried him to the surgeon, and thence to the cart which was to bring him back to Brussels. And it was he who promised the driver 2 louis if he would make his way to Mr. Sedley's hotel in the city, and tell Mrs. Captain Osborne that the action was over, and that her husband was unhurt and well. "Indeed, but he has a good heart, that William Dobbin," Mrs. O'Dowd said, "though he is always laughing at me." Young Stubble vowed there was not such another officer in the army, and never ceased his praises of the senior captain, his modesty, his kindness, and his admirable coolness in the field. To these parts of the conversation Amelia lent a very distracted attention. It was only when George was spoken of that she listened, and when he was not mentioned, she thought about him. In tending her patient, and in thinking of the wonderful escapes of the day before, her second day passed away not too slowly with Amelia. There was only one man in the army for her, and as long as he was well, it must be owned that its movements interested her little. All the reports which Jos brought from the streets fell very vaguely on her ears, though they were sufficient to give that timorous gentleman, and many other people then in Brussels, every disquiet. The French had been repulsed, certainly, but it was after a severe and doubtful struggle, and with only a division of the French army. The Emperor with the main body was away at Ligny, where he had utterly annihilated the Prussians, and was now free to bring his whole force to bear upon the Allies. The Duke of Wellington was retreating upon the capital, and a great battle must be fought under its walls probably, of which the chances were more than doubtful. The Duke of Wellington had but 20,000 British troops on whom he could rely, for the Germans were raw militia, the Belgians disaffected, and with this handful his Grace had to resist 150,000 men that had broken into Belgium under Napoleon. Under Napoleon! What warrior was there, however famous and skilful, that could fight at odds with him? Jos thought of all these things and trembled. So did all the rest of Brussels, where people felt that the fight of the day before was but the prelude to the greater combat which was imminent. One of the armies opposed to the Emperor was scattered to the winds already. The few English that could be brought to resist him would perish at their posts, and the conqueror would pass over their bodies into the city. Woe be to those whom he found there. Addresses were prepared, public functionaries assembled and debated secretly, apartments were got ready, and tricoloured banners and triumphal emblems manufactured to welcome the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor and King. The emigration still continued, and wherever families could find means of departure, they fled. When Jos, on the afternoon of the 17th of June, went to Rebecca's hotel, he found that the great Bareacres carriage had at length rolled away from the porte cochere. The Earl had procured a pair of horses somehow, in spite of Mrs. Crawley, and was rolling on the road to Ghent. Louis the Desired was getting ready his portmanteau in that city too. It seemed as if misfortune was never tired of worrying into motion that unwieldy exile. Jos felt that the delay of yesterday had been only a respite, and that his dearly bought horses must of a surety be put into requisition. His agonies were very severe all this day. As long as there was an English army between Brussels and Napoleon, there was no need of immediate flight. But he had his horses brought from their distant stables to the stables in the courtyard of the hotel where he lived, so that they might be under his own eyes and beyond the risk of violent abduction. Isidor watched the stable door constantly and had the horses saddled to be ready for the start. He longed intensely for that event. After the reception of the previous day, Rebecca did not care to come near her dear Amelia. She clipped the bouquet which George had brought her, and gave fresh water to the flowers, and read over the letter which he had sent her. Poor wretch, she said, twirling round the little bit of paper in her fingers. How I could crush her with this. And it is for a thing like this that she must break her heart, forsooth, for a man who is stupid, a coxcomb, and who does not care for her. My poor good Rawdon is worth 10 of this creature. And then she fell to thinking what she should do if anything happened to poor good Rawdon, and what a great piece of luck it was that he had left his horses behind. In the course of this day, too, Mrs. Crawley, who saw not without anger the Bareacres party drive off, bethought her of the precaution which the Countess had taken, and did a little needlework for her own advantage. She stitched away the major part of her trinkets, bills, and banknotes about her person, and so prepared was ready for any event, to fly if she thought fit, or to stay and welcome the conqueror, were he Englishman or Frenchman. And I am not sure that she did not dream that night of becoming a Duchess and Madame la Maréchale, while Rawdon, wrapped in his cloak and making his bivouac under the rain at Mount St. John, was thinking, with all the force of his heart, about the little wife whom he had left behind him. The next day was a Sunday, and Mrs. Major O'Dowd had the satisfaction of seeing both her patients refreshed in health and spirits by some rest which they had taken during the night. She herself had slept on a great chair in Amelia's room, ready to wait upon her poor friend or the ensign, should either need her nursing. When morning came, this robust woman went back to the house where she and her Major had their billet, and here performed an elaborate and splendid toilette, befitting the day. And it is very possible that whilst alone in that chamber, which her husband had inhabited, and where his cap still lay on the pillow and his cane stood in the corner, one prayer at least was sent up to heaven for the welfare of the brave soldier, Michael O'Dowd. When she returned, she brought her prayer book with her, and her uncle the Dean's famous book of sermons, out of which she never failed to read every Sabbath, not understanding all, haply, not pronouncing many of the words aright, which were long and abstruse, for the Dean was a learned man and loved long Latin words, but with great gravity, vast emphasis, and with tolerable correctness in the main. How often has my Mick listened to these sermons, she thought, and me reading in the cabin of a calm. She proposed to resume this exercise on the present day, with Amelia and the wounded ensign for a congregation. The same service was read on that day in 20,000 churches at the same hour, and millions of British men and women on their knees implored protection of the Father of all. They did not hear the noise which disturbed our little congregation at Brussels, much louder than that which had interrupted them 2 days previously. As Mrs. O'Dowd was reading the service in her best voice, the cannon of Waterloo began to roar. When Jos heard that dreadful sound, he made up his mind that he would bear this perpetual recurrence of terrors no longer, and would fly at once. He rushed into the sick man's room, where our three friends had paused in their prayers, and further interrupted them by a passionate appeal to Amelia. "I can't stand it any more, Emmy," he said. "I won't stand it, and you must come with me. I have brought a horse for you, never mind at what price, and you must dress and come with me and ride behind Isidor. God forgive me, Mr. Sedley, but you're no better than a coward," Mrs. O'Dowd said, laying down the book. "I say come, Amelia," the civilian went on. "Never mind what she says. Why are we to stop here and be butchered by the Frenchmen?" "You forget the nth, my boy," said the little stubble, the wounded hero, from his bed. And you won't leave me, will you, Mrs. O'Dowd?" "No, my dear fellow," said she, going up and kissing the boy. "No harm shall come to you while I stand by. I don't budge till I get the word from Mick. A pretty figure I'd be, wouldn't I, stuck behind that chap on a pillion?" This image caused the young patient to burst out laughing in his bed, and even made Amelia smile. "I don't ask her," Jos shouted out. "I don't ask that Irish woman, but you, Amelia. Once and for all, will you come?" "Without my husband, Joseph?" Amelia said, with a look of wonder, and gave her hand to the Major's wife. Jos's patience was exhausted. "Good-bye, then," he said, shaking his fist in a rage and slamming the door by which he retreated. And this time he really gave his order for march, and mounted in the courtyard. Mrs. O'Dowd heard the clattering hoofs of the horses as they issued from the gate, and looking on, made many scornful remarks on poor Joseph as he rode down the street with Isidor after him in the laced cap. The horses, which had not been exercised for some days, were lively and sprang about the street. Jos, a clumsy and timid horseman, did not look to advantage in the saddle. "Look at him, Amelia dear, driving into the parlour window. Such a bull in a china shop I never saw." And presently the pair of riders disappeared at a canter down the street, leading in the direction of the Ghent road. Mrs. O'Dowd pursuing them with a fire of sarcasm so long as they were in sight. All that day, from morning until past sunset, the cannon never ceased to roar. It was dark when the cannonading stopped all of a sudden. All of us have read of what occurred during that interval. The tale is in every Englishman's mouth, and you and I, who were children when the great battle was won and lost, are never tired of hearing and recounting the history of that famous action. Its remembrance rankles still in the bosoms of millions of the countrymen of those brave men who lost the day. They pant for an opportunity of revenging that humiliation, and if a contest ending in a victory on their part should ensue, elating them in their turn, and leaving its cursed legacy of hatred and rage behind to us, there is no end to the so-called glory and shame, and to the alternations of successful and unsuccessful murder in which two high-spirited nations might engage. Centuries hence we Frenchmen and Englishmen might be boasting and killing each other still, carrying out bravely the devil's code of honour. All our friends took their share and fought like men in the great field. All day long, whilst the women were praying 10 miles away, the lines of the dauntless English infantry were receiving and repelling the furious charges of the French horsemen. Guns which were heard at Brussels were ploughing up their ranks, and comrades falling, and the resolute survivors closing in. Towards evening, the attack of the French, repeated and resisted so bravely, slackened in its fury. They had other foes besides the British to engage, or were preparing for a final onset. It came at last. The columns of the Imperial Guard marched up the hill of Saint-Jean, at length and at once, to sweep the English from the height which they had maintained all day, and spite of all, unscared by the thunder of the artillery which hurled death from the English line, the dark rolling column pressed on and up the hill. It seemed almost to crest the eminence when it began to wave and falter. Then it stopped, still facing the shot. Then at last the English troops rushed from the post from which no enemy had been able to dislodge them, and the Guard turned and fled. No more firing was heard at Brussels. The pursuit rolled miles away. Darkness came down on the field and city, and Amelia was praying for George, who was lying on his face, dead, with a bullet through his heart. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 33, in which Miss Crawley's relations are very anxious about her. The kind reader must please to remember, while the army is marching from Flanders, and, after its heroic actions there, is advancing to take the fortifications on the frontiers of France, previous to an occupation of that country, that there are a number of persons living peaceably in England who have to do with history at present in hand, and must come in for their share of the chronicle. During the time of these battles and dangers, old Miss Crawley was living at Brighton, very moderately moved by the great events that were going on. The great events rendered the newspapers rather interesting, to be sure, and Briggs read out the Gazette, in which Rawdon Crawley's gallantry was mentioned with honour, and his promotion was presently recorded. "What a pity that young man has taken such an irretrievable step in the world," his aunt said, With his rank and distinction, he might have married a brewer's daughter with 250,000, like Miss Grains, or have looked to ally himself with the best families in England. He would have had my money some day or other, or his children would, for I'm not in a hurry to go, Miss Briggs, although you may be in a hurry to be rid of me. And instead of that, he is a doomed pauper with a dancing girl for a wife. Will my dear Miss Crawley not cast an eye of compassion upon the heroic soldier whose name is inscribed in the annals of his country's glory?" said Miss Briggs, who was greatly excited by the Waterloo proceedings, and loved speaking romantically when there was an occasion. "Has not the captain, or the colonel, as I may now style him, done deeds which make the name of Crawley illustrious?" "Briggs, you are a fool," said Miss Crawley. "Colonel Crawley has dragged the name of Crawley through the mud, Miss Briggs. Marry a drawing master's daughter, indeed! Marry a dame de compagnie, for she was no better, Briggs. No, she was just what you are, only younger, and a great deal prettier and cleverer. Were you an accomplice of that abandoned wretch, I wonder, of whose vile arts he became a victim, and of whom you used to be such an admirer? Yes, I dare say you were an accomplice, but you will find yourself disappointed in my will, I can tell you. And you will have the goodness to write to Mr. Waxy, and say that I desire to see him immediately." Miss Crawley was now in the habit of writing to Mr. Waxy, her solicitor, almost every day in the week, for her arrangements respecting her property were all revoked, and her perplexity was great as to the future disposition of her money. The spinster had, however, rallied considerably, as was proved by the increased vigour and frequency of her sarcasms upon Miss Briggs, all which attacks the poor companion bore with meekness, with cowardice, with a resignation that was half generous and half hypocritical, with the slavish submission, in a word, that women of her disposition and station are compelled to show. Who has not seen how women bully women? What tortures have men to endure, comparable to those daily repeated shafts of scorn and cruelty with which poor women are riddled by the tyrants of their sex? Poor victims! But we are starting from our proposition, which is, that Miss Crawley was always particularly annoying and savage when she was rallying from illness. As they say, wounds tingle most when they are about to heal. While thus approaching, as all hoped, to convalescence, Miss Briggs was the only victim admitted into the presence of the invalid. Yet Miss Crawley's relatives, afar off, did not forget their beloved kinswoman, and by a number of tokens, presents, and kind, affectionate messages, strove to keep themselves alive in her recollection. In the first place, let us mention her nephew, Rawdon Crawley. A few weeks after the famous fight of Waterloo, and after the Gazette had made known to her the promotion and gallantry of that distinguished officer, the Dieppe packet brought over to Miss Crawley at Brighton a box containing presents and a dutiful letter from the Colonel, her nephew. In the box were a pair of French epaulettes, a cross of the Legion of Honour, and the hilt of a sword, relics from the field of battle. And the letter described with a good deal of humour how the latter belonged to a commanding officer of the Guard, who, having sworn that "the Guard died but never surrendered," was taken prisoner the next minute by a private soldier, who broke the Frenchman's sword with the butt of his musket, when Rawdon made himself master of the shattered weapon. As for the cross and epaulettes, they came from a colonel of French cavalry, who had fallen under the aide-de-camp's arm in the battle, and Rawdon Crawley did not know what better to do with the spoils than to send them to his kindest and most affectionate old friend. Should he continue to write to her from Paris, whither the army was marching? He might be able to give her interesting news from the capital, and of some of Miss Crawley's old friends of the emigration, to whom she had shown so much kindness during their distress. The spinster caused Briggs to write back to the Colonel a gracious and complimentary letter, encouraging him to continue his correspondence. His first letter was so excessively lively and amusing that she should look with pleasure for its successors. "Of course I know," she explained to Miss Briggs, "that Rawdon could not write such a good letter any more than you could, my poor Briggs, and that it is that clever little wretch of a Rebecca who dictates every word to him. But that is no reason why my nephew should not amuse me, and so I wish to let him understand that I am in high good humour." I wonder whether she knew that it was not only Becky who wrote the letters, but that Mrs. Rawdon actually took and sent home the trophies, which she brought for a few francs, from one of the innumerable pedlars who immediately began to deal in relics of the war. The novelist, who knows everything, knows this also. Be this, however, as it may, Miss Crawley's gracious reply greatly encouraged our young friends, Rawdon and his lady, who hoped for the best from their aunt's evidently pacified humour, and they took care to entertain her with many delightful letters from Paris, whither, as Rawdon said, they had the good luck to go in the track of the conquering army. To the Rector's lady, who went off to tend her husband's broken collarbone at the Rectory at Queen's Crawley, the spinster's communications were by no means so gracious. Mrs. Bute, that brisk, managing, lively, imperious woman, had committed the most fatal of all errors with regards to her sister-in-law. She had not merely oppressed her and her household, she had bored Miss Crawley. And if poor Miss Briggs had been a woman of any spirit, she might have been made happy by the commission which her principal gave her, to write a letter to Mrs. Bute Crawley, saying that Miss Crawley's health was greatly improved since Mrs. Bute had left her, and begging the latter on no account to put herself to trouble or quit her family for Miss Crawley's sake. The triumph over a lady who had been very haughty and cruel in her behaviour to Miss Briggs would have rejoiced most women, but the truth is Briggs was a woman of no spirit at all, and the moment her enemy was discomfited, she began to feel compassion in her favour. "How silly I was," Mrs. Bute thought, and with reason, "ever to hint that I was coming as I did in that foolish letter, when we sent Miss Crawley the guinea fowls. I ought to have gone without a word to the poor dear doting old creature, and taken her out of the hands of that Nenny Briggs and that harpy of a femme de chambre. Oh, Bute, Bute, why did you break your collarbone?" Why, indeed? We have seen how Mrs. Bute, having the game in her hands, had really played her cards too well. She had ruled over Miss Crawley's household utterly and completely, to be utterly and completely routed when a favourable opportunity for rebellion came. She and her household, however, considered that she had been the victim of horrible selfishness and treason, and that her sacrifices in Miss Crawley's behalf had met with the most savage ingratitude. Rawdon's promotion and the honourable mention made of his name in the Gazette filled this good Christian lady also with alarm. Would his aunt relent towards him now that he was a lieutenant colonel and a C.B.? And would that odious Rebecca once more get into favour? The Rector's wife wrote a sermon for her husband about the vanity of military glory and the prosperity of the wicked, which the worthy parson read in his best voice and without understanding one syllable of it. He had Pitt Crawley for one of his auditors, Pitt, who had come with his two half-sisters to church, which the old baronet could now by no means be brought to frequent. Since the departure of Becky Sharp, that old wretch had given himself up entirely to his bad courses, to the great scandal of the county and the mute horror of his son. The ribbons in Miss Horrocks's cap became more splendid than ever. The polite families fled the hall and its owner in terror. Sir Pitt went about tippling at his tenants' houses, and drank rum and water with the farmers at Mudbury and the neighbouring places on market days. He drove the family coach and four to Southampton with Miss Horrocks inside, and the county people expected every week, as his son did in speechless agony, that his marriage with her would be announced in the provincial paper. It was indeed a rude burthen for Mr. Crawley to bear. His eloquence was palsied at the missionary meetings and other religious assemblies in the neighbourhood, where he had been in the habit of presiding and of speaking for hours. For he felt, when he rose, that the audience said, "That is the son of the old reprobate Sir Pitt, who is very likely drinking at the public house at this very moment." And once, when he was speaking of the benighted condition of the King of Timbuktu, and the number of his wives who were likewise in darkness, some gipsy miscreant from the crowd asked, "How many is there at Queen's Crawley, young square toes?" to the surprise of the platform and the ruin of Mr. Pitt's speech. And the two daughters of the house of Queen's Crawley would have been allowed to run utterly wild, for Sir Pitt swore that no governess should ever enter into his doors again, had not Mr. Crawley, by threatening the old gentleman, forced the latter to send them to school. Meanwhile, as we have said, whatever individual differences there might be between them all, Miss Crawley's dear nephews and nieces were unanimous in loving her and sending her tokens of affection. Thus Mrs. Bute sent guinea fowls, and some remarkably fine cauliflowers, and a pretty purse or pincushion worked by her darling girls, who begged to keep a little place in the recollection of their dear aunt, while Mr. Pitt sent peaches and grapes and venison from the hall. The Southampton coach used to carry these tokens of affection to Miss Crawley at Brighton. It used sometimes to convey Mr. Pitt thither too, for his differences with Sir Pitt caused Mr. Crawley to absent himself a good deal from home now, and besides he had an attraction at Brighton in the person of the Lady Jane Sheepshanks, whose engagement to Mr. Crawley has been formerly mentioned in this history. Her ladyship and her sisters lived at Brighton with their mamma, the Countess Southdown, that strong-minded woman so favourably known in the serious world. A few words ought to be said regarding her ladyship and her noble family, who are bound by ties of present and future relationship to the house of Crawley. Respecting the chief of the Southdown family, Clement William, 4th Earl of Southdown, little need be told, except that his lordship came into Parliament as Lord Wolsey under the auspices of Mr. Wilberforce, and for a time was a credit to his political sponsor, and decidedly a serious young man. But words cannot describe the feelings of his admirable mother when she learned, very shortly after her noble husband's demise, that her son was a member of several worldly clubs, had lost largely at play at Watier's and the Cocoa Tree, that he had raised money on post obits and encumbered the family estate, that he drove four in hand and patronised the Ring, and that he actually had an opera box where he entertained the most dangerous bachelor company. His name was only mentioned with groans in the dowager's circle. The Lady Emily was her brother's senior by many years, and took considerable rank in the serious world, as author of some of the delightful tracts before mentioned, and of many hymns and spiritual pieces. A mature spinster, and having but faint ideas of marriage, her love for the blacks occupied almost all her feelings. It is to her, I believe, we owe that beautiful poem, "Lead us to some sunny isle, yonder in the western deep, where the skies for ever smile, and the blacks for ever weep." etc. She had correspondences with clerical gentlemen in most of our East and West India possessions, and was secretly attached to the Reverend Silas Hornblower, who was tattooed in the South Sea Islands. As for the Lady Jane, on whom, as it has been said, Mr. Pitt Crawley's affection had been placed, she was gentle, blushing, silent, and timid. In spite of his falling away, she wept for her brother, and was quite ashamed of loving him still. Even yet she used to send him little hurried smuggled notes, and pop them into the post in private. The one dreadful secret which weighed upon her life was that she and the old housekeeper had been to pay Southdown a furtive visit at his chambers in the Albany, and found him, oh the naughty dear abandoned wretch, smoking a cigar with a bottle of Curaçao before him. She admired her sister, she adored her mother, she thought Mr. Crawley the most delightful and accomplished of men, after Southdown, that fallen angel, and her mamma and sister, who were ladies of the most superior sort, managed everything for her, and regarded her with that amiable pity of which your really superior woman always has such a share to give away. Her mamma ordered her dresses, her books, her bonnets, and her ideas for her. She was made to take pony riding, or piano exercise, or any other sort of bodily medicament, according as my Lady Southdown saw meet. And her ladyship would have kept her daughter in pinafores up to her present age of 26, but that they were thrown off when Lady Jane was presented to Queen Charlotte. When these ladies first came to their house at Brighton, it was to them alone that Mr. Crawley paid his personal visits, contenting himself by leaving a card at his aunt's house, and making a modest inquiry of Mr. Bowles or his assistant footman, with respect to the health of the invalid. When he met Miss Briggs coming home from the library with a cargo of novels under her arm, Mr. Crawley blushed in a manner quite unusual to him, as he stepped forward and shook Miss Crawley's companion by the hand. He introduced Miss Briggs to the lady with whom he happened to be walking, the Lady Jane Sheepshanks, saying, "Lady Jane, permit me to introduce to you my aunt's kindest friend and most affectionate companion, Miss Briggs, whom you know under another title as authoress of the delightful Lyrics of the Heart, of which you are so fond." Lady Jane blushed too as she held out a kind little hand to Miss Briggs, and said something very civil and incoherent about mamma, and proposing to call on Miss Crawley, and being glad to be made known to the friends and relatives of Mr. Crawley, and with soft dove-like eyes saluted Miss Briggs as they separated, while Pitt Crawley treated her to a profound courtly bow, such as he had used to Her Highness the Duchess of Pumpernickel when he was attaché at that court. The artful diplomatist and disciple of the Machiavellian Binkie! It was he who had given Lady Jane that copy of poor Briggs's early poems, which he remembered to have seen at Queen's Crawley, with a dedication from the poetess to his father's late wife, and he brought the volume with him to Brighton, reading it in the Southampton coach and marking it with his own pencil before he presented it to the gentle Lady Jane. It was he, too, who laid before Lady Southdown the great advantages which might occur from an intimacy between her family and Miss Crawley. Advantages both worldly and spiritual, he said, for Miss Crawley was now quite alone. The monstrous dissipation and alliance of his brother Rawdon had estranged her affections from that reprobate young man. The greedy tyranny and avarice of Mrs. Bute Crawley had caused the old lady to revolt against the exorbitant pretensions of that part of the family, and though he himself had held off all his life from cultivating Miss Crawley's friendship, with perhaps an improper pride, he thought now that every becoming means should be taken, both to save her soul from perdition and to secure her fortune to himself, as the head of the house of Crawley. The strong-minded Lady Southdown quite agreed in both proposals of her son-in-law, and was for converting Miss Crawley off-hand. At her own home, both at Southdown and at Trottermore Castle, this tall and awful missionary of the truth rode about the country in her barouche with outriders, launched packets of tracts among the cottagers and tenants, and would order Gaffer Jones to be converted as she would order Goody Hicks to take a James's powder, without appeal, resistance, or benefit of clergy. My Lord Southdown, her late husband, an epileptic and simple-minded nobleman, was in the habit of approving of everything which his Matilda did and thought, so that whatever changes her own belief might undergo, and it accommodated itself to a prodigious variety of opinion taken from all sorts of doctors among the dissenters, she had not the least scruple in ordering all her tenants and inferiors to follow and believe after her. Thus, whether she received the Reverend Saunders McNitre, the Scotch divine, or the Reverend Luke Walters, the mild Wesleyan, or the Reverend Giles Jowls, the illuminated cobbler, who dubbed himself Reverend as Napoleon crowned himself Emperor, the household, children, tenantry of my Lady Southdown were expected to go down on their knees with her ladyship, and say amen to the prayers of either doctor. During these exercises, old Southdown, on account of his invalid condition, was allowed to sit in his own room and have negus and the paper read to him. Lady Jane was the old Earl's favourite daughter, and tended him and loved him sincerely. As for Lady Emily, the authoress of the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, her denunciations of future punishment, at this period, for her opinions modified afterwards, were so awful that they used to frighten the timid old gentleman her father, and the physicians declared his fits always occurred after one of her ladyship's sermons. "I will certainly call," said Lady Southdown then, in reply to the exhortation of her daughter's pretendu, Mr. Pitt Crawley. "Who is Miss Crawley's medical man?" Mr. Crawley mentioned the name of Mr. Creamer. "A most dangerous and ignorant practitioner, my dear Pitt. I have providentially been the means of removing him from several houses, though in one or two instances I did not arrive in time. I could not save poor dear General Glanders, who was dying under the hands of that ignorant man, dying. He rallied a little under the Podgers pills which I administered to him, but alas, it was too late. His death was delightful, however, and his change was only for the better. Creamer, my dear Pitt, must leave your aunt." Pitt expressed his perfect acquiescence. He, too, had been carried along by the energy of his noble kinswoman and future mother-in-law. He had been made to accept Saunders McNitre, Luke Waters, Giles Jowls, Podgers pills, Rogers pills, Pokey's elixir, every one of her ladyship's remedies, spiritual or temporal. He never left her house without carrying respectfully away with him piles of her quack theology and medicine. O my dear brethren and fellow sojourners in Vanity Fair, which among you does not know and suffer under such benevolent despots? It is in vain you say to them, "Dear madam, I took Podgers' specific at your orders last year, and believe in it. Why? Why am I to recant and accept the Rogers articles now?" There is no help for it. The faithful proselytizer, if she cannot convince by argument, bursts into tears, and the refusant finds himself, at the end of the contest, taking down the bolus and saying, "Well, well, Rogers be it." "And as for her spiritual state," continued the lady, "that of course must be looked to immediately. With Creamer about her, she may go off any day. And in what a condition, my dear Pitt, in what a dreadful condition! I will send the Reverend Mr. Irons to her instantly. Jane, write a line to the Reverend Bartholomew Irons in the third person, and say that I desire the pleasure of his company this evening at tea at 6:30. He is an awakening man. He ought to see Miss Crawley before she rests this night. And Emily, my love, get ready a packet of books for Miss Crawley. Put up A Voice from the Flames, A Trumpet Warning to Jericho, and The Flesh Pot's Broken, or The Converted Cannibal. And The Washerwoman of Finchley Common, mamma, said Lady Emily. It is as well to begin soothingly at first. Stop, my dear ladies, said Pitt, the diplomatist. With every deference to the opinion of my beloved and respected Lady Southdown, I think it would be quite unadvisable to commence so early upon serious topics with Miss Crawley. Remember her delicate condition, and how very little accustomed she has hitherto been to considerations connected with her immortal welfare. Can we begin too early, Pitt? Said Lady Emily, rising with 6 little books already in her hand. If you begin abruptly, you will frighten her altogether. I know my aunt's worldly nature so well as to be sure that any abrupt attempt at conversion will be the very worst means that can be employed for the welfare of that unfortunate lady. You will only frighten and annoy her. She will very likely fling the books away and refuse all acquaintance with the givers. You are as worldly as Miss Crawley, Pitt, said Lady Emily, tossing out of the room, her books in her hand. And I need not tell you, my dear Lady Southdown, Pitt continued in a low voice and without heeding the interruption, how fatal a little want of gentleness and caution may be to any hopes which we may entertain with regard to the worldly possessions of my aunt. Remember, she has £70,000. Think of her age and her highly nervous and delicate condition. I know that she has destroyed the will which was made in my brother's, Colonel Crawley's, favour. It is by soothing that wounded spirit that we must lead it into the right path, and not by frightening it. And so I think you will agree with me that Of course, Lady Southdown remarked. Jane, my love, you need not send that note to Mr. Irons. If her health is such that discussions fatigue her, we will wait her amendment. I will call upon Miss Crawley to-morrow. And if I might suggest, my sweet lady, Pitt said in a bland tone, it would be as well not to take our precious Emily, who is too enthusiastic, but rather that you should be accompanied by our sweet and dear Lady Jane. Most certainly, Emily would ruin everything, Lady Southdown said, and this time agreed to forego her usual practice, which was, as we have said, before she bore down personally upon any individual whom she proposed to subjugate, to fire in a quantity of tracts upon the menaced party, as a charge of the French was always preceded by a furious cannonade. Lady Southdown, we say, for the sake of the invalid's health, or for the sake of her soul's ultimate welfare, or for the sake of her money, agreed to temporise. The next day the great Southdown female family carriage, with the Earl's coronet and the lozenge, upon which the 3 lambs trottant argent upon the field vert of the Southdowns were quartered with sable on a bend, or 3 snuff-mulls Jules, the cognizance of the house of Binkie, drove up in state to Miss Crawley's door, and the tall serious footman handed in to Mr. Bowles her ladyship's cards for Miss Crawley, and one likewise for Miss Briggs. By way of compromise, Lady Emily sent in a packet in the evening for the latter lady, containing copies of The Washerwoman and other mild and favourite tracts for Miss B.'s own perusal, and a few for the servants' hall, viz., Crumbs from the Pantry, The Frying Pan and the Fire, and The Livery of Sin, of a much stronger kind. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 34. James Crawley's pipe is put out. The amiable behaviour of Mr. Crawley, and Lady Jane's kind reception of her, highly flattered Miss Briggs, who was able to speak a good word for the latter after the cards of the Southdown family had been presented to Miss Crawley. A countess's card left personally too for her, Briggs, was not a little pleasing to the poor friendless companion. "What could Lady Southdown mean by leaving a card upon you, I wonder, Miss Briggs?" said the republican Miss Crawley, upon which the companion meekly said that she hoped there could be no harm in a lady of rank taking notice of a poor gentlewoman. And she put away this card in her workbox amongst her most cherished personal treasures. Furthermore, Miss Briggs explained how she had met Mr. Crawley walking with his cousin and long affianced bride the day before, and she told how kind and gentle looking the lady was, and what a plain, not to say common, dress she had, all the articles of which, from the bonnet down to the boots, she described and estimated with female accuracy. Miss Crawley allowed Briggs to prattle on without interrupting her too much. As she got well, she was pining for society. Mr. Creamer, her medical man, would not hear of her returning to her old haunts and dissipation in London. The old spinster was too glad to find any companionship at Brighton, and not only were the cards acknowledged the very next day, but Pitt Crawley was graciously invited to come and see his aunt. He came, bringing with him Lady Southdown and her daughter. The Dowager did not say a word about the state of Miss Crawley's soul, but talked with much discretion about the weather, about the war and the downfall of the Monsieur Bonaparte, and above all about doctors, quacks, and the particular merits of Dr. Podgers, whom she then patronised. During their interview Pitt Crawley made a great stroke, and one which showed that, had his diplomatic career not been blighted by early neglect, he might have risen to a high rank in his profession. When the Countess Dowager of Southdown fell foul of the Corsican upstart, as the fashion was in those days, and showed that he was a monster stained with every conceivable crime, a coward and a tyrant not fit to live, one whose fall was predicted, etc., Pitt Crawley suddenly took up the cudgels in favour of the man of destiny. He described the First Consul as he saw him at Paris at the Peace of Amiens, when he, Pitt Crawley, had the gratification of making the acquaintance of the great and good Mr. Fox, a statesman whom, however much he might differ with him, it was impossible not to admire fervently, a statesman who had always had the highest opinion of the Emperor Napoleon, and he spoke in terms of the strongest indignation of the faithless conduct of the Allies towards this dethroned monarch, who, after giving himself generously up to their mercy, was consigned to an ignoble and cruel banishment, while a bigoted popish rabble was tyrannising over France in his stead. This orthodox horror of Romish superstition saved Pitt Crawley in Lady Southdown's opinion, whilst his admiration for Fox and Napoleon raised him immeasurably in Miss Crawley's eyes. Her friendship with that defunct British statesman was mentioned when we first introduced her in this history. A true Whig, Miss Crawley had been in opposition all through the war, and though, to be sure, the downfall of the Emperor did not very much agitate the old lady, or his ill treatment tend to shorten her life or natural rest, yet Pitt spoke to her heart when he lauded both her idols, and by that single speech made immense progress in her favour. "And what do you think, my dear?" Miss Crawley said to the young lady, for whom she had taken a liking at first sight, as she always did for pretty and modest young people, though it must be owned her affections cooled as rapidly as they rose. Lady Jane blushed very much, and said that she did not understand politics, which she left to wiser heads than hers. But though Mamma was no doubt correct, Mr. Crawley had spoken beautifully. And when the ladies were retiring at the conclusion of their visit, Miss Crawley hoped Lady Southdown would be so kind as to send her Lady Jane sometimes, if she could be spared to come down and console a poor sick lonely old woman. This promise was graciously accorded, and they separated upon great terms of amity. "Don't let Lady Southdown come again, Pitt," said the old lady. "She is stupid and pompous, like all your mother's family, whom I never could endure. But bring that nice good-natured little Jane as often as ever you please." Pitt promised that he would do so. He did not tell the Countess of Southdown what opinion his aunt had formed of her ladyship, who, on the contrary, thought that she had made a most delightful and majestic impression on Miss Crawley. And so, nothing loath to comfort a sick lady, and perhaps not sorry in her heart to be freed now and again from the dreary spouting of the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, and the serious toadies who gathered round the footstool of the pompous Countess her mamma, Lady Jane became a pretty constant visitor to Miss Crawley, accompanied her in her drives, and solaced many of her evenings. She was so naturally good and soft that even Firkin was not jealous of her, and the gentle Briggs thought her friend was less cruel to her when kind Lady Jane was by. Towards her ladyship, Miss Crawley's manners were charming. The old spinster told her 1,000 anecdotes about her youth, talking to her in a very different strain from that in which she had been accustomed to converse with the godless little Rebecca, for there was that in Lady Jane's innocence which rendered light talking impertinence before her, and Miss Crawley was too much of a gentlewoman to offend such purity. The young lady herself had never received kindness except from this old spinster and her brother and father, and she repaid Miss Crawley's engouement by artless sweetness and friendship. In the autumn evenings, when Rebecca was flaunting at Paris, the gayest among the gay conquerors there, and our Amelia, our dear wounded Amelia, where was she? Lady Jane would be sitting in Miss Crawley's drawing room, singing sweetly to her in the twilight her little simple songs and hymns, while the sun was setting and the sea was roaring on the beach. The old spinster used to wake up when these ditties ceased, and ask for more. As for Briggs, and the quantity of tears of happiness which she now shed as she pretended to knit, and looked out at the splendid ocean darkling before the windows, and the lamps of heaven beginning more brightly to shine, who, I say, can measure the happiness and sensibility of Briggs? Pitt, meanwhile, in the dining room, with a pamphlet on the Corn Laws or a missionary register by his side, took that kind of recreation which suits romantic and unromantic men after dinner. He sipped Madeira, built castles in the air, thought himself a fine fellow, felt himself much more in love with Jane than he had been any time these 7 years, during which their liaison had lasted without the slightest impatience on Pitt's part, and slept a good deal. When the time for coffee came, Mr. Bowles used to enter in a noisy manner and summon Squire Pitt, who would be found in the dark, very busy with his pamphlet. "I wish, my love, I could get someone to play piquet with me," Miss Crawley said one night when this functionary made his appearance with the candles and the coffee. "Poor Briggs can no more play than an owl, she is so stupid." The spinster always took an opportunity of abusing Briggs before the servants. "And I think I should sleep better if I had my game." At this, Lady Jane blushed to the tips of her little ears and down to the ends of her pretty fingers, and when Mr. Bowles had quitted the room and the door was quite shut, she said, "Miss Crawley, I can play a little. I used to play a little with poor dear papa." "Come and kiss me. Come and kiss me this instant, you dear good little soul," cried Miss Crawley in an ecstasy. And in this picturesque and friendly occupation Mr. Pitt found the old lady and the young one when he came upstairs with his pamphlet in his hand. How she did blush all the evening, the poor Lady Jane! It must not be imagined that Mr. Pitt Crawley's artifices escaped the attention of his dear relations at the Rectory at Queen's Crawley. Hampshire and Sussex lie very close together, and Mrs. Bute had friends in the latter county who took care to inform her of all, and a great deal more than all, that passed at Miss Crawley's house at Brighton. Pitt was there more and more. He did not come for months together to the Hall, where his abominable old father abandoned himself completely to rum and water and the odious society of the Horrocks family. Pitt's success rendered the Rector's family furious, and Mrs. Bute regretted more, though she confessed less, than ever her monstrous fault in so insulting Miss Briggs and in being so haughty and parsimonious to Bowles and Firkin, that she had not a single person left in Miss Crawley's household to give her information of what took place there. "It was all Bute's collarbone," she persisted in saying. "If that had not broke, I never would have left her. I'm a martyr to duty and to your odious unclerical habit of hunting, Bute." "Hunting? Nonsense. It was you that frightened her, Barbara," the divine interposed. "You're a clever woman, but you've got a devil of a temper, and you're a screw with your money, Barbara." "You'd have been screwed in gaol, Bute, if I had not kept your money." "I know I would, my dear," said the Rector good-naturedly. "You are a clever woman, but you manage too well, you know." And the pious man consoled himself with a big glass of port. "What the deuce can she find in that spooney of a Pitt Crawley?" he continued. "The fellow has not pluck enough to say bo to a goose. I remember when Rawdon, who is a man and be hanged to him, used to flog him round the stables as if he were a whipping top, and Pitt would go howling home to his ma. Why, either of my boys would whop him with one hand. Jim says he's remembered at Oxford as Miss Crawley still, the spooney. I say, Barbara," his reverence continued after a pause. "What?" said Barbara, who was biting her nails and drumming the table. "I say, why not send Jim over to Brighton to see if he can do anything with the old lady? He's very near getting his degree, you know. He's only been plucked twice, so was I, but he's had the advantages of Oxford and his university education. He knows some of the best chaps there. He pulls stroke in the Boniface boat. He's a handsome feller. Damn it, ma'am, let's put him on the old woman, eh? And tell him to thrash Pitt if he says anything. "Jim might go down and see her, certainly," the housewife said, adding with a sigh, "if we could but get one of the girls into the house. But she could never endure them, because they're not pretty." Those unfortunate and well-educated women made themselves heard from the neighbouring drawing-room, where they were thrumming away with hard fingers an elaborate music piece on the pianoforte, as their mother spoke, and indeed they were at music, or at backboard, or at geography, or at history the whole day long. But what avail all these accomplishments in Vanity Fair to girls who are short, poor, plain, and have a bad complexion. Mrs. Bute could think of nobody but the curate to take one of them off her hands, and Jim, coming in from the stable at this minute through the parlour window, with a short pipe stuck in his oilskin cap, he and his father fell to talking about odds on the St. Leger, and the colloquy between the rector and his wife ended. Mrs. Bute did not augur much good to the cause from the sending of her son James as an ambassador, and saw him depart in rather a despairing mood. Nor did the young fellow himself, when told what his mission was to be, expect much pleasure or benefit from it, but he was consoled by the thought that possibly the old lady would give him some handsome remembrance of her, which would pay a few of his most pressing bills at the commencement of the ensuing Oxford term, and so took his place by the coach from Southampton, and was safely landed at Brighton on the same evening, with his portmanteau, his favourite bulldog Towser, and an immense basket of farm and garden produce from the dear Rectory folks to the dear Miss Crawley. Considering it was too late to disturb the invalid lady on the first night of his arrival, he put up at an inn, and did not wait upon Miss Crawley until a late hour in the noon of the next day. James Crawley, when his aunt had last beheld him, was a gawky lad, at that uncomfortable age when the voice varies between an unearthly treble and a preternatural bass, when the face not uncommonly blooms out with appearances for which Rowland's Calidore is said to act as a cure, when boys are seen to shave furtively with their sisters' scissors, and the sight of other young women produces intolerable sensations of terror in them, when the great hands and ankles protrude a long way from garments which have grown too tight for them, when their presence after dinner is at once frightful to the ladies, who are whispering in the twilight in the drawing-room, and inexpressibly odious to the gentlemen over the mahogany, who are restrained from freedom of intercourse and delightful interchange of wit by the presence of that gawky innocence, when, at the conclusion of the second glass, Papa says, "Jack, my boy, go out and see if the evening holds up," and the youth, willing to be free, yet hurt at not being yet a man, quits the incomplete banquet. James, then a hobbadyhoy, was now become a young man, having had the benefits of a university education, and acquired the inestimable polish which is gained by living in a fast set at a small college, and contracting debts, and being rusticated, and being plucked. He was a handsome lad, however, when he came to present himself to his aunt at Brighton, and good looks were always a title to the fickle old lady's favour. Nor did his blushes and awkwardness take away from it. She was pleased with these healthy tokens of the young gentleman's ingenuousness. He said he had come down for a couple of days to see a man of his college, and pay my respects to you, ma'am, and my fathers and mothers, who hope you are well. Pitt was in the room with Miss Crawley when the lad was announced, and looked very blank when his name was mentioned. The old lady had plenty of humour, and enjoyed her correct nephew's perplexity. She asked after all the people at the Rectory with great interest, and said she was thinking of paying them a visit. She praised the lad to his face, and said he was very well grown and very much improved, and that it was a pity his sisters had not some of his good looks. And finding, on inquiry, that he had taken up his quarters at an hotel, would not hear of his stopping there, but bade Mr. Bowles send for Mr. James Crawley's things instantly. "And hark ye, Bowles," she added with great graciousness, "you will have the goodness to pay Mr. James's bill." She flung Pitt a look of arch triumph, which caused that diplomatist almost to choke with envy. Much as he had ingratiated himself with his aunt, she had never yet invited him to stay under her roof, and here was a young whippersnapper who at first sight was made welcome there. "I beg your pardon, sir," says Bowles, advancing with a profound bow. "What hotel, sir, shall Thomas fetch the luggage from?" "Oh, damn!" said young James, starting up as if in some alarm. I'll go. What? said Miss Crawley. The Tom Cribb's Arms, said James, blushing deeply. Miss Crawley burst out laughing at this title. Mr. Bowles gave one abrupt guffaw as a confidential servant of the family, but choked the rest of the volley. The diplomatist only smiled. I didn't know any better, said James, looking down. I've never been here before. It was the coachman told me. The young storyteller. The fact is that on the Southampton coach the day previous, James Crawley had met the Tutbury Pet, who was coming to Brighton to make a match with the Rottingdean Fibber, and enchanted by the Pet's conversation, had passed the evening in company with that scientific man and his friends at the inn in question. I'd best go and settle the score, James continued. Couldn't think of asking you, Ma'am, he added generously. This delicacy made his aunt laugh the more. Go and settle the bill, Bowles, she said with a wave of her hand, and bring it to me. Poor lady, she did not know what she had done. There's a little dog, said James, looking frightfully guilty. I'd best go for him. He bites footmen's calves. All the party cried out with laughing at this description. Even Briggs and Lady Jane, who was sitting mute during the interview between Miss Crawley and her nephew, and Bowles, without a word, quitted the room. Still, by way of punishing her elder nephew, Miss Crawley persisted in being gracious to the young Oxonian. There were no limits to her kindness or her compliments when they once began. She told Pitt he might come to dinner, and insisted that James should accompany her in her drive, and paraded him solemnly up and down the cliff on the back seat of the barouche. During all this excursion she condescended to say civil things to him. She quoted Italian and French poetry to the poor bewildered lad, and persisted that he was a fine scholar, and was perfectly sure he would gain a gold medal and be a senior wrangler. Haw haw, laughed James, encouraged by these compliments. Senior wrangler, indeed. That's at the other shop. What is the other shop, my dear child? Said the lady. Senior wranglers at Cambridge, not Oxford, said the scholar with a knowing air, and would probably have been more confidential, but that suddenly there appeared on the cliff in a tax cart, drawn by a bang-up pony, dressed in white flannel coats with mother-of-pearl buttons, his friends, the Tutbury Pet and the Rottingdean Fibber, with 3 other gentlemen of their acquaintance, who all saluted poor James there in the carriage as he sat. This incident damped the ingenuous youth's spirits, and no word of yea or nay could he be induced to utter during the rest of the drive. On his return he found his room prepared and his portmanteau ready, and might have remarked that Mr. Bowles's countenance, when the latter conducted him to his apartments, wore a look of gravity, wonder, and compassion. But the thought of Mr. Bowles did not enter his head. He was deploring the dreadful predicament in which he found himself, in a house full of old women, jabbering French and Italian, and talking poetry to him. Regularly up a tree, by Jingo! Exclaimed the modest boy, who could not face the gentlest of her sex, not even Briggs, when she began to talk to him, whereas put him at Iffley Lock, and he could outslang the boldest bargeman. At dinner, James appeared choking in a white neckcloth, and had the honour of handing my Lady Jane downstairs, while Briggs and Mr. Crawley followed afterwards, conducting the old lady with her apparatus of bundles and shawls and cushions. Half of Briggs's time at dinner was spent in superintending the invalid's comfort, and in cutting up chicken for her fat spaniel. James did not talk much, but he made a point of asking all the ladies to drink wine, and accepted Mr. Crawley's challenge, and consumed the greater part of a bottle of champagne, which Mr. Bowles was ordered to produce in his honour. The ladies having withdrawn, and the two cousins being left together, Pitt, the ex-diplomatist, became very communicative and friendly. He asked after James's career at college, what his prospects in life were, hoped heartily he would get on, and in a word was frank and amiable. James's tongue unloosed with the port, and he told his cousin his life, his prospects, his debts, his troubles at the Little Go, and his rows with the proctors, filling rapidly from the bottles before him, and flying from port to Madeira with joyous activity. "The chief pleasure which my aunt has," said Mr. Crawley, filling his glass, "is that people should do as they like in her house. This is Liberty Hall, James, and you can't do Miss Crawley a greater kindness than to do as you please and ask for what you will. I know you have all sneered at me in the country for being a Tory. Miss Crawley is liberal enough to suit any fancy. She is a Republican in principle, and despises everything like rank or title." "Why are you going to marry an earl's daughter?" said James. "My dear friend, remember it is not poor Lady Jane's fault that she is well born," Pitt replied with a courtly air. "She cannot help being a lady. Besides, I am a Tory, you know." "Oh, as for that," said Jim, "there's nothing like old blood. No, damn me, nothing like it. I'm none of your radicals. I know what it is to be a gentleman, damn me. See the chaps in a boat race. Look at the fellows in a fight. Aye, look at the dog-killing rats. Which is it wins? The good-blooded ones. Get some more port, Bowles, old boy, whilst I buzz this bottle here. What was I a-saying?" "I think you were speaking of dogs killing rats," Pitt remarked mildly, handing his cousin the decanter to buzz. "Killing rats, was I? Well, Pitt, are you a sporting man? Do you want to see a dog as can kill a rat? If you do, come down with me to Tom Corduroy's in Castle Street Mews, and I'll show you such a bull terrier as—" "Pff, gammon!" cried James, bursting out laughing at his own absurdity. "You don't care about a dog or rat. It's all nonsense. I'm blessed if I think you know the difference between a dog and a duck." "No. By the way," Pitt continued with increased blandness, "it was about blood you were talking, and the personal advantages which people derive from patrician birth. Here's the fresh bottle." "Blood's the word," said James, gulping the ruby fluid down. "Nothing like blood, sir, in horses, dogs, and men. Why, only last term, just before I was rusticated, that is, I mean, just before I had the measles, there was me and Ringwood of Christchurch, Bob Ringwood, Lord Cinquebar's son, having our beer at the Bell at Blenheim, when the Banbury bargeman offered to fight either of us for a bowl of punch. I couldn't. My arm was in a sling, couldn't even take the drag down. A brute of a mare of mine had fell with me only 2 days before, out with the Abingdon, and I thought my arm was broke. Well, sir, I couldn't finish him, but Bob had his coat off at once. He stood up to the Banbury man for 3 minutes, and polished him off in 4 rounds easy. Gad, how he did drop, sir, and what was it? Blood, sir, all blood." "You don't drink, James," the ex-attaché continued. "In my time at Oxford, the men passed round the bottle a little quicker than you young fellows seem to do." "Come, come," said James, putting his hand to his nose, and winking at his cousin with a pair of vinous eyes. "No jokes, old boy, no trying it on me. You want to trot me out, but it's no go. In vino veritas, old boy, Mars, Bacchus, Apollo Virorum, eh? I wish my aunt would send down some of this to the governor. It's a precious good tap." "You had better ask her," Machiavel continued, "or make the best of your time now. What says the bard? Nunc vino pellite curas, cras ingens iteribibus equor." and the Bacchanalian, quoting the above with a House of Commons air, tossed off nearly a thimbleful of wine with an immense flourish of his glass. At the Rectory, when the bottle of port wine was opened after dinner, the young ladies had each a glass from a bottle of currant wine. Mrs. Bute took one glass of port. Honest James had a couple commonly, but as his father grew very sulky if he made further inroads on the bottle, the good lad generally refrained from trying for more, and subsided either into the currant wine or to some private gin and water in the stables, which he enjoyed in the company of the coachman and his pipe. At Oxford the quantity of wine was unlimited, but the quality was inferior. But when quantity and quality united, as at his aunt's house, James showed that he could appreciate them indeed, and hardly needed any of his cousin's encouragement in draining off the second bottle supplied by Mr. Bowles. When the time for coffee came, however, and for a return to the ladies, of whom he stood in awe, the young gentleman's agreeable frankness left him, and he relapsed into his usual surly timidity, contenting himself by saying yes and no, by scowling at Lady Jane, and by upsetting one cup of coffee during the evening. If he did not speak, he yawned in a pitiable manner, and his presence threw a damp upon the modest proceedings of the evening, for Miss Crawley and Lady Jane at their piquet, and Miss Briggs at her work, felt that his eyes were wildly fixed on them, and were uneasy under that maudlin look. "He seems a very silent, awkward, bashful lad," said Miss Crawley to Mr. Pitt. "He is more communicative in men's society than with ladies," Machiavel dryly replied, perhaps rather disappointed that the port wine had not made Jim speak more. He had spent the early part of the next morning in writing home to his mother a most flourishing account of his reception by Miss Crawley. But he little knew what evils the day was bringing for him, and how short his reign of favour was destined to be. A circumstance which Jim had forgotten, a trivial but fatal circumstance, had taken place at the Cribb's Arms on the night before he had come to his aunt's house. It was no other than this. Jim, who was always of a generous disposition, and when in his cups especially hospitable, had in the course of the night treated the Tutbury champion and the Rottingdean man and their friends twice or thrice to the refreshment of gin and water, so that no less than 18 glasses of that fluid at 8d. per glass were charged in Mr. James Crawley's bill. It was not the amount of 8d., but the quantity of gin which told fatally against poor James's character when his aunt's butler, Mr. Bowles, went down at his mistress's request to pay the young gentleman's bill. The landlord, fearing lest the account should be refused altogether, swore solemnly that the young gent had consumed personally every farthing's worth of the liquor, and Bowles paid the bill finally, and showed it on his return home to Mrs. Firkin, who was shocked at the frightful prodigality of gin, and took the bill to Miss Briggs as accountant general, who thought it her duty to mention the circumstance to her principal, Miss Crawley. Had he drunk a dozen bottles of claret, the old spinster could have pardoned him. Mr. Fox and Mr. Sheridan drank claret, gentlemen drank claret, but 18 glasses of gin consumed among boxers in an ignoble pothouse! It was an odious crime, and not to be pardoned readily. Everything went against the lad. He came home perfumed from the stables, whither he had been to pay his dog Towser a visit, and whence he was going to take his friend out for an airing, when he met Miss Crawley and her wheezy Blenheim spaniel, which Towser would have eaten up had not the Blenheim fled squealing to the protection of Miss Briggs. while the atrocious master of the bulldog stood laughing at this horrible persecution. This day, too, the unlucky boy's modesty had likewise forsaken him. He was lively and facetious at dinner. During the repast he levelled one or two jokes against Pitt Crawley. He drank as much wine as upon the previous day, and going quite unsuspiciously to the drawing-room, began to entertain the ladies there with some choice Oxford stories. He described the different pugilistic qualities of Molyneux and Dutch Sam, offered playfully to give Lady Jane the odds upon the Tutbury Pet against the Rottingdean man, or take them as her ladyship chose, and crowned the pleasantry by proposing to back himself against his cousin Pitt Crawley, either with or without the gloves. "And that's a fair offer, my buck," he said with a loud laugh, slapping Pitt on the shoulder. "And my father told me to make it too, and he'll go halves in the bet." So saying, the engaging youth nodded knowingly at poor Miss Briggs, and pointed his thumb over his shoulder at Pitt Crawley in a jocular and exulting manner. Pitt was not pleased altogether, perhaps, but still not unhappy in the main. Poor Jim had his laugh out, and staggered across the room with his aunt's candle when the old lady moved to retire, and offered to salute her with the blandest tipsy smile. And he took his own leave and went upstairs to his bedroom, perfectly satisfied with himself, and with a pleased notion that his aunt's money would be left to him in preference to his father and all the rest of the family. Once up in the bedroom, one would have thought he could not make matters worse, and yet this unlucky boy did. The moon was shining very pleasantly out on the sea, and Jim, attracted to the window by the romantic appearance of the ocean and the heavens, thought he would further enjoy them while smoking. Nobody would smell the tobacco, he thought, if he cunningly opened the window and kept his head and pipe in the fresh air. This he did, but being in an excited state, poor Jim had forgotten that his door was open all this time, so that the breeze blowing inwards, and a fine through draught being established, the clouds of tobacco were carried downstairs, and arrived with quite undiminished fragrance to Miss Crawley and Miss Briggs. The pipe of tobacco finished the business, and the Bute Crawleys never knew how many £1,000 it cost them. Firkin rushed downstairs to Bowles, who was reading out the fire and the frying pan to his aide-de-camp in a loud and ghostly voice. The dreadful secret was told to him by Firkin with so frightened a look that for the first moment Mr. Bowles and his young man thought that robbers were in the house, the legs of whom had probably been discovered by the woman under Miss Crawley's bed. When made aware of the fact, however, to rush upstairs at 3 steps at a time to enter the unconscious James's apartment, calling out "Mr. James" in a voice stifled with alarm, and to cry, "For God's sake, sir, stop that there pipe," was the work of a minute with Mr. Bowles. "Oh, Mr. James, what have you done?" he said in a voice of the deepest pathos, as he threw the implement out of the window. "What have you done, sir? Missus can't abide 'em." "Missus needn't smoke," said James, with a frantic misplaced laugh, and thought the whole matter an excellent joke. But his feelings were very different in the morning, when Mr. Bowles's young man, who operated upon Mr. James's boots and brought him his hot water to shave that beard which he was so anxiously expecting, handed a note in to Mr. James in bed in the handwriting of Miss Briggs. "Dear Sir," it said, "Miss Crawley has passed an exceedingly disturbed night, owing to the shocking manner in which the house has been polluted by tobacco. Miss Crawley bids me say she regrets that she is too unwell to see you before you go, and above all that she ever induced you to remove from the alehouse, where she is sure you will be much more comfortable during the rest of your stay at Brighton." And herewith honest James's career as a candidate for his aunt's favour ended. He had, in fact, and without knowing it, done what he menaced to do. He had fought his cousin Pitt with the gloves. Where, meanwhile, was he who had been once first favourite for this race for money? Becky and Rawdon, as we have seen, were come together after Waterloo, and were passing the winter of 1815 at Paris in great splendour and gaiety. Rebecca was a good economist, and the price poor Jos Sedley had paid for her 2 horses was in itself sufficient to keep their little establishment afloat for a year at the least. There was no occasion to turn into money, my pistols, the same which I shot Captain Marker, or the gold dressing case, or the cloak lined with sable. Becky had it made into a pelisse for herself, in which she rode in the Bois de Boulogne to the admiration of all. And you should have seen the scene between her and her delighted husband, whom she rejoined after the army had entered Cambray, and when she unsewed herself and let out of her dress all those watches, knick-knacks, banknotes, cheques, and valuables, which she had secreted in the wadding previous to her meditated flight from Brussels. Tufto was charmed, and Rawdon roared with delighted laughter, and swore that she was better than any play he ever saw, by Jove. And the way in which she jockeyed Jos, and which she described with infinite fun, carried up his delight to a pitch of quite insane enthusiasm. He believed in his wife as much as the French soldiers in Napoleon. Her success in Paris was remarkable. All the French ladies voted her charming. She spoke their language admirably. She adopted at once their grace, their liveliness, their manner. Her husband was stupid, certainly. All English are stupid. And besides, a dull husband at Paris is always a point in a lady's favour. He was the heir of the rich and spirituelle Miss Crawley, whose house had been open to so many of the French noblesse during the emigration. They received the Colonel's wife in their own hotels. "Why," wrote a great lady to Miss Crawley, who had brought her lace and trinkets at the Duchess's own price, and given her many a dinner during the pinching times after the Revolution, "why does not our dear Miss come to her nephew and niece, and her attached friends in Paris? All the world raffles of the charming mistress and her espègle beauty. Yes, we see in her the grace, the charm, the wit of our dear friend Miss Crawley. The King took notice of her yesterday at the Tuileries, and we are all jealous of the attention which Monsieur pays her. If you could have seen the spite of a certain stupid Milady Bareacres, whose eagle beak and toque and feathers may be seen peering over the heads of all assemblies. When Madame, the Duchess of Angoulême, the august daughter and companion of kings, desired especially to be presented to Miss Crawley as your dear daughter and protégée, and thanked her in the name of all France for all your benevolence towards our unfortunates during the exile. She is of all the societies, of all the balls, yes, of the dances, no. And yet how interesting and pretty this fair creature looks, surrounded by the homage of the men, and so soon to be a mother. To hear her speak of you, her protectress, her mother, would bring tears to the eyes of ogres. How she loves you! How we all love our admirable, our respectable Miss Crawley." It is to be feared that this letter of the Parisian great lady did not by any means advance Mrs. Becky's interest with her admirable, her respectable relative. On the contrary, the fury of the old spinster was beyond bounds when she found what was Rebecca's situation, and how audaciously she had made use of Miss Crawley's name to get an entree into Parisian society. too much shaken in mind and body to compose a letter in the French language, in reply to that of her correspondent, she dictated to Briggs a furious answer in her own native tongue, repudiating Mrs. Rawdon Crawley altogether, and warning the public to beware of her as a most artful and dangerous person. But as Madame the Duchess of X had only been 20 years in England, she did not understand a single word of the language, and contented herself by informing Mrs. Rawdon Crawley at their next meeting that she had received a charming letter from that chère Miss, and that it was full of benevolent things for Mrs. Crawley, who began seriously to have hopes that the spinster would relent. Meanwhile she was the gayest and most admired of Englishwomen, and had a little European Congress on her reception night. Prussians and Cossacks, Spanish and English, all the world was at Paris during this famous winter. To have seen the stars and cordons in Rebecca's humble saloon would have made all Baker Street pale with envy. Famous warriors rode by her carriage in the Bois, or crowded her modest little box at the Opera. Rawdon was in the highest spirits. There were no duns in Paris as yet. There were parties every day at Very's or Beauvilliers. Play was plentiful and his luck good. Tufto, perhaps, was sulky. Mrs. Tufto had come over to Paris at her own invitation, and besides this contretemps, there were a score of generals now round Becky's chair, and she might take her choice of a dozen bouquets when she went to the play. Lady Bareacres and the chiefs of the English society, stupid and irreproachable females, writhed with anguish at the success of the little upstart Becky, whose poisoned jokes quivered and rankled in their chaste breasts. But she had all the men on her side. She fought the women with indomitable courage, and they could not talk scandal in any tongue but their own. So in fetes, pleasures, and prosperity, the winter of 1815-16 passed away with Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who accommodated herself to polite life as if her ancestors had been people of fashion for centuries past, and who, from her wit, talent, and energy, indeed merited a place of honour in Vanity Fair. In the early spring of 1816, Galignani's journal contained the following announcement in an interesting corner of the paper. On the 26th of March, the lady of Lieutenant Colonel Crawley, of the Life Guards Green, of a son and heir. This event was copied into the London papers, out of which Miss Briggs read the statement to Miss Crawley at breakfast at Brighton. The intelligence, expected as it might have been, caused a crisis in the affairs of the Crawley family. The spinster's rage rose to its height, and sending instantly for Pitt, her nephew, and for the Lady Southdown from Brunswick Square, she requested an immediate celebration of the marriage which had so long been pending between the two families, and she announced that it was her intention to allow the young couple £1,000 a year during her lifetime, at the expiration of which the bulk of her property would be settled upon her nephew and her dear niece, Lady Jane Crawley. Waxy came down to ratify the deeds. Lord Southdown gave away his sister. She was married by a bishop, and not by the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, to the disappointment of the irregular prelate. When they were married, Pitt would have liked to take a hymeneal tour with his bride, as became people of their condition, but the affection of the old lady towards Lady Jane had grown so strong that she fairly owned she could not part with her favourite. Pitt and his wife came therefore and lived with Miss Crawley, and greatly to the annoyance of poor Pitt, who conceived himself a most injured character, being subject to the humours of his aunt on one side and of his mother-in-law on the other, Lady Southdown, from her neighbouring house, reigned over the whole family, Pitt, Lady Jane, Miss Crawley, Briggs, Bowles, Firkin, and all. She pitilessly dosed them with her tracts and her medicine. She dismissed Creamer, she installed Rogers, and soon stripped Miss Crawley of even the semblance of authority. The poor soul grew so timid that she actually left off bullying Briggs any more, and clung to her niece, more fond and terrified every day. Peace to thee, kind and selfish, vain and generous old heathen. We shall see thee no more. Let us hope that Lady Jane supported her kindly, and led her with a gentle hand out of the busy struggle of Vanity Fair. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 35. Widow and Mother. The news of the great fights of Quatre Bras and Waterloo reached England at the same time. The Gazette first published the result of the two battles, at which glorious intelligence all England thrilled with triumph and fear. Particulars then followed, and after the announcement of the victories came the list of the wounded and the slain. Who can tell the dread with which that catalogue was opened and read? Fancy, at every village and homestead almost through the three kingdoms, the great news coming of the battles in Flanders, and the feelings of exultation and gratitude, bereavement and sickening dismay, when the lists of the regimental losses were gone through, and it became known whether the dear friend and relative had escaped or fallen. Anybody who will take the trouble of looking back to a file of the newspapers of the time must even now feel at second hand this breathless pause of expectation. The lists of casualties are carried on from day to day. You stop in the midst, as in a story which is to be continued in our next. Think what the feelings must have been as those papers followed each other fresh from the press. And if such an interest could be felt in our country, and about a battle where but 20,000 of our people were engaged, think of the condition of Europe for 20 years before, where people were fighting not by the thousands but by millions, each one of whom, as he struck his enemy, wounded horribly some other innocent heart far away. The news which that famous Gazette brought to the Osbornes gave a dreadful shock to the family and its chief. The girls indulged unrestrained in their grief. The gloom-stricken old father was still more borne down by his fate and sorrow. He strove to think that a judgment was on the boy for his disobedience. He dared not own that the severity of the sentence frightened him, and that its fulfilment had come too soon upon his curses. Sometimes a shuddering terror struck him, as if he had been the author of the doom which he had called down on his son. There was a chance before of reconciliation. The boy's wife might have died, or he might have come back and said, "Father, I have sinned," but there was no hope now. He stood on the other side of the gulf impassable, haunting his parent with sad eyes. He remembered them once before so, in a fever, when everyone thought the lad was dying, and he lay on his bed speechless and gazing with a dreadful gloom. Good God, how the father clung to the doctor then, and with what a sickening anxiety he followed him. What a weight of grief was off his mind when, after the crisis of the fever, the lad recovered and looked at his father once more with eyes that recognised him. But now there was no help or cure or chance of reconcilement. Above all, there were no humble words to soothe vanity outraged and furious, or bring to its natural flow the poisoned, angry blood. And it is hard to say which pang it was that tore the proud father's heart most keenly, that his son should have gone out of the reach of his forgiveness, or that the apology which his own pride expected should have escaped him. Whatever his sensations might have been, however, the stern old man would have no confidant. He never mentioned his son's name to his daughters, but ordered the elder to place all the females of the establishment in mourning, and desired that the male servants should be similarly attired in deep black. All parties and entertainments, of course, were to be put off. No communications were made to his future son-in-law, whose marriage day had been fixed, but there was enough in Mr. Osborne's appearance to prevent Mr. Bullock from making any inquiries, or in any way pressing forward that ceremony. He and the ladies whispered about it under their voices in the drawing-room sometimes, whither the father never came. He remained constantly in his own study, the whole front part of the house being closed, until some time after the completion of the general mourning. About 3 weeks after the 18th of June, Mr. Osborne's acquaintance, Sir William Dobbin, called at Mr. Osborne's house in Russell Square, with a very pale and agitated face, and insisted upon seeing that gentleman. Ushered into his room, and after a few words, which neither the speaker nor the host understood, the former produced from an enclosure a letter, sealed with a large red seal. "My son, Major Dobbin," the Alderman said with some hesitation, "dispatched me a letter by an officer of the th who arrived in town to-day. My son's letter contains one for you, Osborne." The Alderman placed the letter on the table, and Osborne stared at him for a moment or two in silence. His looks frightened the ambassador, who, after looking guiltily for a little time at the grief-stricken man, hurried away without another word. The letter was in George's well-known bold handwriting. It was that one which he had written before daybreak on the 16th of June, and just before he took leave of Amelia. The great red seal was emblazoned with the sham coat of arms which Osborne had assumed from the peerage, with Pax in Bello for a motto, that of the ducal house with which the vain old man tried to fancy himself connected. The hand that signed it would never hold pen or sword more. The very seal that sealed it had been robbed from George's dead body as it lay on the field of battle. The father knew nothing of this, but sat and looked at the letter in terrified vacancy. He almost fell when he went to open it. Have you ever had a difference with a dear friend? How his letters, written in the period of love and confidence, sicken and rebuke you! What a dreary mourning it is to dwell upon those vehement protests of dead affection! What lying epitaphs they make over the corpse of love! What dark, cruel comments upon life and vanities! Most of us have got or written drawers full of them. They are closet skeletons which we keep and shun. Osborne trembled long before the letter from his dead son. The poor boy's letter did not say much. He had been too proud to acknowledge the tenderness which his heart felt. He only said that on the eve of a great battle he wished to bid his father farewell, and solemnly to implore his good offices for the wife, it might be for the child, whom he left behind him. He owned with contrition that his irregularities and his extravagance had already wasted a large part of his mother's little fortune. He thanked his father for his former generous conduct, and he promised him that if he fell on the field or survived it, he would act in a manner worthy of the name of George Osborne. His English habit, pride, awkwardness, perhaps, had prevented him from saying more. His father could not see the kiss George had placed on the superscription of his letter. Mr. Osborne dropped it with the bitterest, deadliest pang of balked affection and revenge. His son was still beloved and unforgiven. About 2 months afterwards, however, as the young ladies of the family went to church with their father, they remarked how he took a different seat from that which he usually occupied when he chose to attend divine worship, and that from his cushion opposite he looked up at the wall over their heads. This caused the young women likewise to gaze in the direction towards which their father's gloomy eyes pointed, and they saw an elaborate monument upon the wall, where Britannia was represented weeping over an urn, and a broken sword and a couchant lion indicated that the piece of sculpture had been erected in honour of a deceased warrior. The sculptors of those days had stocks of such funereal emblems in hand, as you may see still on the walls of St. Paul's, which are covered with hundreds of these braggart heathen allegories. There was a constant demand for them during the first 15 years of the present century. Under the memorial in question were emblazoned the well-known and pompous Osborne arms, and the inscription said that the monument was "Sacred to the memory of George Osborne, Junior, Esquire, late a captain in His Majesty's th Regiment of Foot, who fell on the 18th of June, 1815, aged 28 years, while fighting for his king and country in the glorious victory of Waterloo. Dulce et decorum est, pro patria mori." The sight of that stone agitated the nerves of the sisters so much that Miss Maria was compelled to leave the church. The congregation made way respectfully for those sobbing girls clothed in deep black, and pitied the stern old father seated opposite the memorial of the dead soldier. "Will he forgive Mrs. George?" the girls said to themselves as soon as their ebullition of grief was over. Much conversation passed too among the acquaintances of the Osborne family, who knew of the rupture between the son and father caused by the former's marriage, as to the chance of a reconciliation with the young widow. There were bets among the gentlemen, both about Russell Square and in the City. If the sisters had any anxiety regarding the possible recognition of Amelia as a daughter of the family, it was increased presently, and towards the end of the autumn, by their father's announcement that he was going abroad. He did not say whither, but they knew at once that his steps would be turned towards Belgium, and were aware that George's widow was still in Brussels. They had pretty accurate news indeed of poor Amelia from Lady Dobbin and her daughters. Our honest captain had been promoted in consequence of the death of the second major of the regiment on the field, and the brave O'Dowd, who had distinguished himself greatly here, as upon all occasions where he had a chance to show his coolness and valour, was a colonel and companion of the Bath. Very many of the brave th, who had suffered severely upon both days of action, were still at Brussels in the autumn, recovering of their wounds. The City was a vast military hospital for months after the great battles, and as men and officers began to rally from their hurts, the gardens and places of public resort swarmed with maimed warriors, old and young, who, just rescued out of death, fell to gambling and gaiety and love-making, as people of Vanity Fair will do. Mr. Osborne found out some of the th easily. He knew their uniform quite well, and had been used to follow all the promotions and exchanges in the regiment, and loved to talk about it and its officers as if he had been one of their number. On the day after his arrival at Brussels, and as he issued from his hotel, which faced the park, he saw a soldier there in the well-known facings, reposing on a stone bench in the garden, and went and sat down, trembling, by the wounded convalescent man. "Were you in Captain Osborne's company?" he said, and added after a pause, "He was my son, sir." The man was not of the captain's company, but he lifted up his unwounded arm and touched his cap, sadly and respectfully, to the haggard, broken-spirited gentleman who questioned him. "The whole army didn't contain a finer or a better officer," the soldier said. "The sergeant of the captain's company, Captain Raymond had it now, was in town, though, and was just well of a shot in the shoulder. His honour might see him if he liked, who could tell him anything he wanted to know about the nth's actions. But his honour had seen Major Dobbin, no doubt, the brave captain's great friend, and Mrs. Osborne, who was here too, and had been very bad, he heard everybody say. They say she was out of her mind, like, for 6 weeks or more. But your honour knows all about that, and asking your pardon," the man added. Osborne put a guinea into the soldier's hand, and told him he should have another if he would bring the sergeant to the Hotel du Parc, a promise which very soon brought the desired officer to Mr. Osborne's presence. And the first soldier went away, and after telling a comrade or two how Captain Osborne's father was arrived, and what a free-handed, generous gentleman he was, they went and made good cheer with drink and feasting, as long as the guineas lasted which had come from the proud purse of the mourning old father. In the sergeant's company, who was also just convalescent, Osborne made the journey of Waterloo and Quatre Bras, a journey which thousands of his countrymen were then taking. He took the sergeant with him in his carriage, and went through both fields under his guidance. He saw the point of the road where the regiment marched into action on the 16th, and the slope down which they drove the French cavalry who were pressing on the retreating Belgians. There was the spot where the noble captain cut down the French officer who was grappling with the young ensign for the colours, the colour sergeants having been shot down. Along this road they retreated on the next day, and here was the bank at which the regiment bivouacked under the rain of the night of the 17th. Further on was the position which they took and held during the day, forming time after time to receive the charge of the enemy's horsemen, and lying down under the shelter of the bank from the furious French cannonade. And it was at this declivity, when at evening the whole English line received the order to advance, as the enemy fell back after his last charge, that the captain, hurraying and rushing down the hill waving his sword, received a shot and fell dead. "It was Major Dobbin who took back the captain's body to Brussels," the sergeant said in a low voice, "and had him buried, as your honour knows." The peasants and relic hunters about the place were screaming round the pair, as the soldier told his story, offering for sale all sorts of mementos of the fight, crosses and epaulettes, and shattered cuirasses and eagles. Osborne gave a sumptuous reward to the sergeant when he parted with him, after having visited the scene of his son's last exploits. His burial place he had already seen. Indeed, he had driven thither immediately after his arrival at Brussels. George's body lay in the pretty burial ground of Laeken, near the city, in which place, having once visited it on a party of pleasure, he had lightly expressed a wish to have his grave made. And there the young officer was laid by his friend, in the unconsecrated corner of the garden, separated by a little hedge from the temples and towers and plantations of flowers and shrubs under which the Roman Catholic dead repose. It seemed a humiliation to old Osborne to think that his son, an English gentleman, a captain in the famous British army, should not be found worthy to lie in ground where mere foreigners were buried. Which of us is there can tell how much vanity lurks in our warmest regard for others, and how selfish our love is? Old Osborne did not speculate much upon the mingled nature of his feelings, and how his instinct and selfishness were combating together. He firmly believed that everything he did was right, that he ought on all occasions to have his own way, and like the sting of a wasp or serpent, his hatred rushed out armed and poisonous against anything like opposition. He was proud of his hatred as of everything else. Always to be right, always to trample forward, and never to doubt, are not these the great qualities with which dullness takes the lead in the world? As after the drive to Waterloo, Mr. Osborne's carriage was nearing the gates of the city at sunset, they met another open barouche, in which were a couple of ladies and a gentleman, and by the side of which an officer was riding. Osborne gave a start back, and the sergeant, seated with him, cast a look of surprise at his neighbour as he touched his cap to the officer, who mechanically returned his salute. It was Amelia, with the lame young ensign by her side, and opposite to her faithful friend Mrs. O'Dowd. It was Amelia, but how changed from the fresh and comely girl Osborne knew! Her face was white and thin, her pretty brown hair was parted under a widow's cap, the poor child. Her eyes were fixed and looking nowhere. They stared blank in the face of Osborne as the carriages crossed each other, but she did not know him, nor did he recognise her until, looking up, he saw Dobbin riding by her, and then he knew who it was. He hated her. He did not know how much until he saw her there. When her carriage had passed on, he turned and stared at the sergeant with a curse and defiance in his eye cast at his companion, who could not help looking at him, as much as to say, "How dare you look at me, damn you? I do hate her. It is she who has tumbled my hopes and all my pride down. Tell the scoundrel to drive on quick," he shouted with an oath to the lackey on the box. A minute afterwards a horse came clattering over the pavement beside Osborne's carriage, and Dobbin rode up. His thoughts had been elsewhere as the carriages passed each other, and it was not until he had ridden some paces forward that he remembered it was Osborne who had just passed him. Then he turned to examine if the sight of her father-in-law had made any impression on Amelia, but the poor girl did not know who had passed. Then William, who daily used to accompany her in his drives, taking out his watch, made some excuse about an engagement which he suddenly recollected, and so rode off. She did not remark that either, but sat looking before her over the homely landscape towards the woods in the distance, by which George marched away. "Mr. Osborne! Mr. Osborne!" cried Dobbin as he rode up and held out his hand. Osborne made no motion to take it, but shouted out once more, and with another curse, to his servant to drive on. Dobbin laid his hand on the carriage side. "I will see you, sir," he said. "I have a message for you." "From that woman?" said Osborne fiercely. "No," replied the other, "from your son." At which Osborne fell back into the corner of his carriage, and Dobbin, allowing it to pass on, rode close behind it, and so through the town until they reached Mr. Osborne's hotel, and without a word. There he followed Osborne up to his apartments. George had often been in the rooms. They were the lodgings which the Crawleys had occupied during their stay in Brussels. "Pray, have you any commands for me, Captain Dobbin? Or, I beg your pardon, I should say Major Dobbin, since better men than you are dead, and you step into their shoes," said Mr. Osborne, in that sarcastic tone which he sometimes was pleased to assume. "Better men are dead," Dobbin replied. "I want to speak to you about one." "Make it short, sir," said the other with an oath, scowling at his visitor. "I am here as his closest friend," the Major resumed, "and the executor of his will. He made it before he went into action. Are you aware how small his means are, and of the straitened circumstances of his widow?" "I don't know his widow, sir," Osborne said. "Let her go back to her father." But the gentleman whom he addressed was determined to remain in good temper, and went on without heeding the interruption. "Do you know, sir, Mrs. Osborne's condition? Her life and her reason almost have been shaken by the blow which has fallen on her. It is very doubtful whether she will rally. There is a chance left for her, however, and it is about this I came to speak to you. She will be a mother soon. Will you visit the parent's offence upon the child's head, or will you forgive the child for poor George's sake?" Osborne broke out into a rhapsody of self-praise and imprecations, by the first excusing himself to his own conscience for his conduct, by the second exaggerating the undutifulness of George. No father in all England could have behaved more generously to a son who had rebelled against him wickedly. He had died without even so much as confessing he was wrong. Let him take the consequences of his undutifulness and folly. As for himself, Mr. Osborne, he was a man of his word. He had sworn never to speak to that woman, or to recognise her as his son's wife. "And that's what you may tell her," he concluded with an oath, "and that's what I will stick to the last day of my life." There was no hope from that quarter then. The widow must live on her slender pittance, or on such aid as Jos could give her. "I might tell her, and she would not heed it," thought Dobbin sadly. For the poor girl's thoughts were not here at all since her catastrophe, and stupefied under the pressure of her sorrow, good and evil were alike indifferent to her. So indeed were even friendship and kindness. She received them both uncomplainingly, and having accepted them, relapsed into her grief. Suppose some 12 months after the above conversation took place to have passed in the life of our poor Amelia. She has spent the first portion of that time in a sorrow so profound and pitiable that we who have been watching and describing some of the emotions of that weak and tender heart must draw back in the presence of the cruel grief under which it is bleeding. Tread silently round the hapless couch of the poor prostrate soul. Shut gently the door of the dark chamber wherein she suffers, as those kind people did who nursed her through the first months of her pain, and never left her until heaven had sent her consolation. A day came of almost terrified delight and wonder, when the poor widowed girl pressed a child upon her breast, a child with the eyes of George, who was gone, a little boy as beautiful as a cherub. What a miracle it was to hear its first cry! How she laughed and wept over it! How love and hope and prayer woke again in her bosom as the baby nestled there! She was safe. The doctors who attended her and had feared for her life or for her brain had waited anxiously for this crisis before they could pronounce that either was secure. It was worth the long months of doubt and dread which the persons who had constantly been with her had passed, to see her eyes once more beaming tenderly upon them. Our friend Dobbin was one of them. It was he who brought her back to England and to her mother's house, when Mrs. O'Dowd, receiving a peremptory summons from her Colonel, had been forced to quit her patient. To see Dobbin holding the infant, and to hear Amelia's laugh of triumph as she watched him, would have done any man good who had a sense of humour. William was the godfather of the child, and exerted his ingenuity in the purchase of cups, spoons, pap boats, and corals for this little Christian. How his mother nursed him and dressed him and lived upon him! How she drove away all nurses and would scarce allow any hand but her own to touch him! How she considered that the greatest favour she could confer upon his godfather, Major Dobbin, was to allow the Major occasionally to dandle him need not be told here. The child was her being. Her existence was a maternal caress. She enveloped the feeble and unconscious creature with love and worship. It was her life which the baby drank in from her bosom. Of nights, and when alone, she had stealthy and intense raptures of motherly love, such as God's marvellous care has awarded to the female instinct. Joys how far higher and lower than reason, blind, beautiful devotions, which only women's hearts know. It was William Dobbin's task to muse upon these movements of Amelia's and to watch her heart. And if his love made him divine almost all the feelings which agitated it, alas, he could see with a fatal perspicuity that there was no place there for him. And so, gently, he bore his fate, knowing it and content to bear it. I suppose Amelia's father and mother saw through the intentions of the Major and were not ill disposed to encourage him, for Dobbin visited their house daily and stayed for hours with them, or with Amelia, or with the honest landlord, Mr. Clapp, and his family. He brought, on one pretext or another, presents to everybody and almost every day, and went with the landlord's little girl, who was rather a favourite with Amelia, by the name of Major Sugarplums. It was this little child who commonly acted as mistress of the ceremonies to introduce him to Mrs. Osborne. She laughed one day when Major Sugarplum's cab drove up to Fulham, and he descended from it, bringing out a wooden horse, a drum, a trumpet, and other warlike toys for little Georgy, who was scarcely 6 months old, and for whom the articles in question were entirely premature. The child was asleep. "Hush, hush," said Amelia, annoyed perhaps at the creaking of the Major's boots, and she held out her hand, smiling because William could not take it until he had rid himself of his cargo of toys. "Go downstairs, little Mary," said he presently to the child. "I want to speak to Mrs. Osborne." She looked up rather astonished, and laid down the infant on its bed. "I am come to say good-bye, Amelia," said he, taking the slender little white hand gently. "Good-bye? And where are you going?" she said with a smile. "Send the letters to the agents," he said. "They will forward them. For you will write to me, won't you? I shall be away a long time." "I'll write to you about Georgy," she said. "Dear William, how good you have been to him and to me. Look at him. Isn't he like an angel?" The little pink hands of the child closed mechanically round the honest soldier's finger, and Amelia looked up in his face with bright maternal pleasure. The cruellest looks could not have wounded him more than that glance of hopeless kindness. He bent over the child and mother. He could not speak for a moment, and it was only with all his strength that he could force himself to say a God bless you. "God bless you," said Amelia, and held up her face and kissed him. "Hush, don't wake Georgy," she added, as William Dobbin went to the door with heavy steps. She did not hear the noise of his cab wheels as he drove away. She was looking at the child, who was laughing in his sleep. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 36. How to Live Well on Nothing a Year. I suppose there is no man in this Vanity Fair of ours so little observant as not to think sometimes about the worldly affairs of his acquaintances, or so extremely charitable as not to wonder how his neighbour Jones or his neighbour Smith can make both ends meet at the end of the year. With the utmost regard for the family, for instance, for I dine with them twice or thrice in the season, I cannot but own that the appearance of the Jenkinses in the park, in the large barouche with the grenadier footman, will surprise and mystify me to my dying day. For though I know the equipage is only jobbed, and all the Jenkins people are on board wages, yet those three men and the carriage must represent an expense of 600 a year at the very least. And then there are the splendid dinners, the 2 boys at Eton, the prize governess and masters for the girls, the trip abroad or to Eastbourne or Worthing in the autumn, the annual ball with a supper from Gunter's, who, by the way, supplies most of the first-rate dinners which J gives, as I know very well, having been invited to one of them to fill a vacant place, when I saw at once that these repasts are very superior to the common run of entertainments, for which the humbler sort of J's acquaintances get cards. Who, I say, with the most good-natured feelings in the world, can help wondering how the Jenkinses make out matters? What is Jenkins? We all know, Commissioner of the Tape and Sealing Wax Office, with £1,200 a year for a salary. Had his wife a private fortune? Pooh, Miss Flint, one of 11 children of a small squire in Buckinghamshire. All she ever gets from her family is a turkey at Christmas, in exchange for which she has to board 2 or 3 of her sisters in the off-season, and lodge and feed her brothers when they come to town. How does Jenkins balance his income? I say, as every friend of his must say, how is it that he has not been outlawed long since, and that he ever came back, as he did, to the surprise of everybody, last year from Boulogne? I, here, is used to personify the world in general, the Mrs. Grundy of each respected reader's private circle, every one of whom can point to some families of his acquaintance who live nobody knows how. Many a glass of wine have we all of us drunk, I have very little doubt, hob and nobbing with the hospitable giver, and wondering how the deuce he paid for it. Some 3 or 4 years after his stay in Paris, when Rawdon Crawley and his wife were established in a very small, comfortable house in Curzon Street, Mayfair, there was scarcely one of the numerous friends whom they entertained at dinner that did not ask the above question regarding them. The novelist, it has been said before, knows everything, and as I am in a situation to be able to tell the public how Crawley and his wife lived without any income, may I entreat the public newspapers which are in the habit of extracting portions of the various periodical works now published, not to reprint the following exact narrative and calculations, of which I ought, as the discoverer, and at some expense too, to have the benefit. My son, I would say, were I blessed with a child, you may by deep inquiry and constant intercourse with him learn how a man lives comfortably on nothing a year. But it is best not to be intimate with gentlemen of this profession, and to take the calculations at second hand, as you do logarithms, for to work them yourself, depend upon it, will cost you something considerable. On nothing per annum, then, and during the course of some 2 or 3 years, of which we can afford to give but a very brief history, Crawley and his wife lived very happily and comfortably at Paris. It was in this period that he quitted the Guards and sold out of the army. When we find him again, his mustachios and the title of Colonel on his card are the only relics of his military profession. It has been mentioned that Rebecca, soon after her arrival in Paris, took a very smart and leading position in the society of that capital, and was welcomed at some of the most distinguished houses of the restored French nobility. The English men of fashion in Paris courted her too, to the disgust of the ladies their wives, who could not bear the parvenue. For some months the salons of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, in which her place was secured, and the splendours of the new court, where she was received with much distinction, delighted and perhaps a little intoxicated Mrs. Crawley, who may have been disposed during this period of elation to slight the people, honest young military men mostly, who formed her husband's chief society. But the Colonel yawned sadly among the duchesses and the great ladies of the court. The old women who played écarté made such a noise about a 5-franc piece that it was not worth Colonel Crawley's while to sit down at a card table. The wit of their conversation he could not appreciate, being ignorant of their language. And what good could his wife get, he urged, by making curtsies every night to a whole circle of princesses? He left Rebecca presently to frequent these parties alone, resuming his own simple pursuits and amusements amongst the amiable friends of his own choice. The truth is, when we say of a gentleman that he lives elegantly on nothing a year, we use the word nothing to signify something unknown, meaning simply that we don't know how the gentleman in question defrays the expenses of his establishment. Now our friend the Colonel had a great aptitude for all games of chance, and exercising himself, as he continually did, with the cards, the dice box, or the cue, it is natural to suppose that he attained a much greater skill in the use of these articles than men can possess who only occasionally handle them. To use a cue at billiards well is like using a pencil, or a German flute, or a small sword. You cannot master any one of these implements at first, and it is only by repeated study and perseverance, joined to a natural taste, that a man can excel in the handling of either. Now Crawley, from being only a brilliant amateur, had grown to be a consummate master of billiards. Like a great general, his genius used to rise with the danger, and when the luck had been unfavourable to him for a whole game, and the bets were consequently against him, he would, with consummate skill and boldness, make some prodigious hits which would restore the battle, and come in a victor at the end, to the astonishment of everybody. Of everybody, that is, who was a stranger to his play. Those who were accustomed to see it were cautious how they staked their money against a man of such sudden resources and brilliant and overpowering skill. At games of cards he was equally skilful, for though he would constantly lose money at the commencement of an evening, playing so carelessly and making such blunders that newcomers were often inclined to think meanly of his talent, yet when roused to action and awakened to caution by repeated small losses, it was remarked that Crawley's play became quite different, and that he was pretty sure of beating his enemy thoroughly before the night was over. Indeed, very few men could say that they ever had the better of him. His successes were so repeated that no wonder the envious and the vanquished spoke sometimes with bitterness regarding them. And as the French say of the Duke of Wellington, who never suffered a defeat, that only an astonishing series of lucky accidents enabled him to be an invariable winner, yet even they allow that he cheated at Waterloo and was enabled to win the last great trick. So it was hinted at headquarters in England that some foul play must have taken place in order to account for the continuous successes of Colonel Crawley. Though Frascati's and the Salon were open at that time in Paris, the mania for play was so widely spread that the public gambling rooms did not suffice for the general ardour, and gambling went on in private houses as much as if there had been no public means for gratifying the passion. At Crawley's charming little reunions of an evening, this fatal amusement commonly was practised, much to good-natured little Miss Crawley's annoyance. She spoke about her husband's passion for dice with the deepest grief. She bewailed it to everybody who came to her house. She besought the young fellows never, never to touch a box; and when young Green of the Rifles lost a very considerable sum of money, Rebecca passed a whole night in tears, as the servant told the unfortunate young gentleman, and actually went on her knees to her husband to beseech him to remit the debt and burn the acknowledgment. How could he? He had lost just as much himself to Blackstone of the Hussars and Count Punter of the Hanoverian Cavalry. Green might have any decent time, but pay, of course he must pay. To talk of burning IOUs was child's play. Other officers, chiefly young, for the young fellows gathered round Mrs. Crawley, came from her parties with long faces, having dropped more or less money at her fatal card tables. Her house began to have an unfortunate reputation. The old hands warned the less experienced of their danger. Colonel O'Dowd of the th Regiment, one of those occupying in Paris, warned Lieutenant Spooney of that corps. A loud and violent fracas took place between the infantry colonel and his lady, who were dining at the Cafe de Paris, and Colonel and Mrs. Crawley, who were also taking their meal there. The ladies engaged on both sides. Mrs. O'Dowd snapped her fingers in Mrs. Crawley's face and called her husband "no better than a blackleg." Colonel Crawley challenged Colonel O'Dowd, C.B. The Commander-in-Chief, hearing of the dispute, sent for Colonel Crawley, who was getting ready the same pistols which he shot Captain Marker, and had such a conversation with him that no duel took place. If Rebecca had not gone on her knees to General Tufto, Crawley would have been sent back to England, and he did not play except with civilians for some weeks after. But in spite of Rawdon's undoubted skill and constant successes, it became evident to Rebecca, considering these things, that their position was but a precarious one, and that, even though they paid scarcely anybody, their little capital would end one day by dwindling into zero. Gambling, she would say, dear, is good to help your income, but not as income itself. Some day people may be tired of play, and then where are we? Rawdon acquiesced in the justice of her opinion, and in truth he had remarked that after a few nights of his little suppers, etc., gentlemen were tired of play with him, and in spite of Rebecca's charms did not present themselves very eagerly. Easy and pleasant as their life at Paris was, it was, after all, only an idle dalliance and amiable trifling, and Rebecca saw that she must push Rawdon's fortune in their own country. She must get him a place or appointment at home or in the colonies, and she determined to make a move upon England as soon as the way could be cleared for her. As a first step, she had made Crawley sell out of the Guards and go on half pay. His function as aide-de-camp to General Tufto had ceased previously. Rebecca laughed in all companies at that officer, at his toupee, which he mounted on coming to Paris, at his waistband, at his false teeth, at his pretensions to be a lady-killer above all, and his absurd vanity in fancying every woman who he came near was in love with him. It was to Mrs. Brent, the beetle-browed wife of Mr. Commissary Brent, to whom the General transferred his attentions now, his bouquets, his dinners at the restaurateurs, his opera boxes, and his knick-knacks. Poor Mrs. Tufto was no more happy than before, and had still to pass long evenings alone with her daughters, knowing that her General was gone off, scented and curled, to stand behind Mrs. Brent's chair at the play. Becky had a dozen admirers in his place, to be sure, and could cut her rival to pieces with her wit. But, as we have said, she was growing tired of this idle social life. Opera boxes and restaurateur dinners palled upon her. Nosegays could not be laid by as a provision for future years, and she could not live upon knick-knacks, laced handkerchiefs, and kid gloves. She felt the frivolity of pleasure and longed for more substantial benefits. At this juncture news arrived which was spread among the many creditors of the Colonel at Paris, and which caused them great satisfaction. Miss Crawley, the rich aunt from whom he expected his immense inheritance, was dying. The Colonel must haste to her bedside. Mrs. Crawley and her child would remain behind until he came to reclaim them. He departed for Calais, and having reached that place in safety, it might have been supposed that he went to Dover. But instead he took the diligence to Dunkirk, and thence travelled to Brussels, for which place he had a former predilection. The fact is, he owed more money at London than at Paris, and he preferred the quiet little Belgian city to either of the more noisy capitals. Her aunt was dead. Mrs. Crawley ordered the most intense mourning for herself and little Rawdon. The Colonel was busy arranging the affairs of the inheritance. They could take the premiere now instead of the little entresol of the hotel which they occupied. Mrs. Crawley and the landlord had a consultation about the new hangings, an amicable wrangle about the carpets, and a final adjustment of everything except the bill. She went off in one of his carriages, her French bonne with her, her child by her side, the admirable landlord and landlady smiling farewell to her from the gate. General Tufto was furious when he heard she was gone, and Mrs. Brent furious with him for being furious. Lieutenant Spooney was cut to the heart, and the landlord got ready his best apartments previous to the return of the fascinating little woman and her husband. He serrayed the trunks which she left in his charge with the greatest care. They had been especially recommended to him by Madame Crawley. They were not, however, found to be particularly valuable when opened some time later. But before she went to join her husband in the Belgic capital, Mrs. Crawley made an expedition into England, leaving behind her little son upon the continent under the care of her French maid. The parting between Rebecca and little Rawdon did not cause either party much pain. She had not, to say truth, seen much of the young gentleman since his birth. After the amiable fashion of French mothers, she had placed him out at nurse in a village in the neighbourhood of Paris, where little Rawdon passed the first months of his life, not unhappily, with a numerous family of foster brothers in wooden shoes. His father would ride over many a time to see him there, and the elder Rawdon's paternal heart glowed to see him rosy and dirty, shouting lustily, and happy in the making of mud pies under the superintendence of the gardener's wife, his nurse. Rebecca did not much care to go and see their son and heir. Once he spoilt a new dove-coloured pelisse of hers. He preferred his nurse's caresses to his mamma's, and when finally he quitted that jolly nurse and almost parent, he cried loudly for hours. He was only consoled by his mother's promise that he should return to his nurse the next day. Indeed, the nurse herself, who probably would have been pained at the parting too, was told that the child would immediately be restored to her, and for some time awaited quite anxiously his return. In fact, our friends may be said to have been among the first of that brood of hardy English adventurers who have subsequently invaded the continent and swindled in all the capitals of Europe. The respect in those happy days of 1817-18 was very great for the wealth and honour of Britons. They had not then learned, as I am told, to haggle for bargains with the pertinacity which now distinguishes them. The great cities of Europe had not been as yet open to the enterprise of our rascals, and whereas there is now hardly a town of France or Italy in which you shall not see some noble countryman of our own, with that happy swagger and insolence of demeanour which we carry everywhere, swindling in landlords, passing fictitious cheques upon credulous bankers, robbing coachmakers of their carriages, goldsmiths of their trinkets, easy travellers of their money at cards, even public libraries of their books. 30 years ago you needed but to be a milord anglais, travelling in a private carriage, and credit was at your hand wherever you chose to seek it, and gentlemen, instead of cheating, were cheated. It was not for some weeks after the Crawleys' departure that the landlord of the hotel which they occupied during their residence at Paris found out the losses which he had sustained. Not until Madame Marabout, the milliner, made repeated visits with her little bill for articles supplied to Madame Crawley, not until Monsieur Didelot from Boule d'Or in the Palais Royal had asked half a dozen times whether cette charmante milady, who had bought watches and bracelets of him, was de retour. It is a fact that even the poor gardener's wife, who had nursed Madame's child, was never paid after the first 6 months for that supply of the milk of human kindness with which she had furnished the lusty and healthy little Rawdon. No, not even the nurse was paid. The Crawleys were in too great a hurry to remember their trifling debt to her. As for the landlord of the hotel, his curses against the English nation were violent for the rest of his natural life. He asked all travellers whether they knew a certain Colonel Law Crawley, avec sa femme, une petite dame très spirituelle. Ah, monsieur, he would add, ils m'ont affreusement vol. It was melancholy to hear his accents as he spoke of that catastrophe. Rebecca's object in her journey to London was to effect a kind of compromise with her husband's numerous creditors, and by offering them a dividend of 9d. or a shilling in the pound, to secure a return for him into his own country. It does not become us to trace the steps which she took in the conduct of this most difficult negotiation, but having shown them to their satisfaction that the sum which she was empowered to offer was all her husband's available capital, and having convinced them that Colonel Crawley would prefer a perpetual retirement on the Continent to a residence in this country with his debts unsettled, having proved to them that there was no possibility of money accruing to him from other quarters, and no earthly chance of their getting a larger dividend than that which she was empowered to offer, she brought the Colonel's creditors unanimously to accept her proposals, and purchased with £1,500 of ready money more than 10 times that amount of debts. Mrs. Crawley employed no lawyer in the transaction. The matter was so simple, to have or to leave, as she justly observed, that she made the lawyers of the creditors themselves do the business, and Mr. Lewis, representing Mr. Davids of Red Lion Square, and Mr. Moss, acting for Mr. Manasseh of Cursitor Street, chief creditors of the Colonel's, complimented his lady upon the brilliant way in which she did business, and declared that there was no professional man who could beat her. Rebecca received their congratulations with perfect modesty, ordered a bottle of sherry and a bread cake to the little dingy lodgings where she dwelt while conducting the business, to treat the enemy's lawyers, shook hands with them at parting in excellent good humour, and returned straight away to the Continent to rejoin her husband and son, and acquaint the former with the glad news of his entire liberation. As for the latter, he had been considerably neglected during his mother's absence by Mademoiselle Genevieve, her French maid. For that young woman, contracting an attachment for a soldier in the garrison of Calais, forgot her charge in the society of this militaire, and little Rawdon very narrowly escaped drowning on Calais sands at this period, where the absent Genevieve had left and lost him. And so Colonel and Mrs. Crawley came to London, and it is at their house in Curzon Street, Mayfair, that they really showed the skill which must be possessed by those who would live on the resources above named. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 37. The subject continued. In the first place, and as a matter of the greatest necessity, we are bound to describe how a house may be got for nothing a year. These mansions are to be had either unfurnished, where if you have credit with Messrs. Gillows or Bantings, you can get them splendidly montée and decorated entirely according to your own fancy, or they are to be let furnished, a less troublesome and complicated arrangement to most parties. It was so that Crawley and his wife preferred to hire their house. Before Mr. Bowles came to preside over Miss Crawley's house and cellar in Park Lane, that lady had had for a butler a Mr. Raggles, who was born on the family estate of Queen's Crawley, and indeed was a younger son of a gardener there. By good conduct, a handsome person, and calves, and a grave demeanour, Raggles rose from the knife-board to the footboard of the carriage, from the footboard to the butler's pantry. When he had been a certain number of years at the head of Miss Crawley's establishment, where he had had good wages, fat perquisites, and plenty of opportunities of saving, he announced that he was about to contract a matrimonial alliance with a late cook of Miss Crawley's, who had subsisted in an honourable manner by the exercise of a mangle and the keeping of a small greengrocer's shop in the neighbourhood. The truth is that the ceremony had been clandestinely performed some years back, although the news of Mr. Raggles' marriage was first brought to Miss Crawley by a little boy and girl of 7 and 8 years of age, whose continual presence in the kitchen had attracted the attention of Miss Briggs. Mr. Raggles then retired, and personally undertook the superintendence of the small shop and the greens. He added milk and cream, eggs and country-fed pork to his stores, contenting himself, whilst other retired butlers were vending spirits in public houses, by dealing in the simplest country produce. And having a good connection amongst the butlers in the neighbourhood, and a snug back parlour where he and Mrs. Raggles received them, his milk, cream, and eggs got to be adopted by many of the fraternity, and his profits increased every year. Year after year he quietly and modestly amassed money, and when at length that snug and complete bachelor's residence at No. 201 Curzon Street, Mayfair, lately the residence of the Honourable Frederick Deuceace, gone abroad, with its rich and appropriate furniture by the first makers, was brought to the hammer, who should go in and purchase the lease and furniture of the house but Charles Raggles? A part of the money he borrowed, it is true, and at rather a high interest, from a brother butler, but the chief part he paid down, and it was with no small pride that Mrs. Raggles found herself sleeping in a bed of carved mahogany, with silk curtains, with a prodigious cheval glass opposite to her, and a wardrobe which would contain her and Raggles and all the family. Of course they did not intend to occupy permanently an apartment so splendid. It was in order to let the house again that Raggles purchased it. As soon as a tenant was found, he subsided into the greengrocer's shop once more. But a happy thing it was for him to walk out of that tenement and into Curzon Street, and there survey his house, his own house, with geraniums in the window and a carved bronze knocker. The footman, occasionally lounging at the area railing, treating him with respect. The cook took her green stuff at his house and called him Mr. Landlord, and there was not one thing the tenants did or one dish which they had for dinner that Raggles might not know of, if he liked. He was a good man, good and happy. The house brought him in so handsome a yearly income that he was determined to send his children to good schools, and accordingly, regardless of expense, Charles was sent to boarding at Dr. Swishtail's, Sugar Cane Lodge, and little Matilda to Miss Peckover's, Laurentinum House, Clapham. Raggles loved and adored the Crawley family as the author of all his prosperity in life. He had a silhouette of his mistress in his back shop, and a drawing of the Porter's Lodge at Queen's Crawley, done by that spinster herself in India ink, and the only addition he made to the decorations of the Curzon Street house was a print of Queen's Crawley in Hampshire, the seat of Sir Walpole Crawley, Baronet, who was represented in a gilded car drawn by 6 white horses and passing by a lake covered with swans, and barges containing ladies in hoops and musicians with flags and penwigs. Indeed, Raggles thought there was no such palace in all the world, and no such august family. As luck would have it, Raggles's house in Curzon Street was to let when Rawdon and his wife returned to London. The Colonel knew it and its owner quite well. The latter's connection with the Crawley family had been kept up constantly, for Raggles helped Mr. Bowles whenever Miss Crawley received friends, and the old man not only let his house to the Colonel, but officiated as his butler whenever he had company, Mrs. Raggles operating in the kitchen below and sending up dinners of which old Miss Crawley herself might have approved. This was the way, then, Crawley got his house for nothing. For though Raggles had to pay taxes and rates, and the interest of the mortgage to the brother butler, and the insurance of his life, and the charges for his children at school, and the value of the meat and drink which his own family, and for a time that of Colonel Crawley too, consumed, and though the poor wretch was utterly ruined by the transaction, his children being flung on the streets, and himself driven into the Fleet prison, yet somebody must pay, even for gentlemen who live for nothing a year. And so it was this unlucky Raggles was made the representative of Colonel Crawley's defective capital. I wonder how many families are driven to roguery and to ruin by great practitioners in Crawley's way. How many great noblemen rob their petty tradesmen, condescend to swindle their poor retainers out of wretched little sums, and cheat for a few shillings. When we read that a noble nobleman has left for the Continent, or that another noble nobleman has an execution in his house, and that one or other owes 6 or 7 millions, the defeat seems glorious even, and we respect the victim in the vastness of his ruin. But who pities a poor barber who can't get his money for powdering the footmen's heads? Or a poor carpenter who has ruined himself by fixing up ornaments and pavilions for my lady's déjeuner? Or the poor devil of a tailor whom the steward patronises, and who has pledged all he is worth and more to get the liveries ready which my lord has done him the honour to bespeak? When the great house tumbles down, these miserable wretches fall under it unnoticed. As they say in the old legends, before a man goes to the devil himself, he sends plenty of other souls thither. Rawdon and his wife generously gave their patronage to all such of Miss Crawley's tradesmen and purveyors as chose to serve them. Some were willing enough, especially the poor ones. It was wonderful to see the pertinacity with which the washerwoman from Tooting brought the cart every Saturday, and her bills week after week. Mr. Raggles himself had to supply the greengroceries. The bill for the servant's porter at the Fortune of War public house is a curiosity in the chronicles of beer. Every servant also was owed the greater part of his wages, and thus kept up perforce an interest in the house. Nobody, in fact, was paid. Not the blacksmith who opened the lock, not the glazier who mended the pane, not the jobber who let the carriage, nor the groom who drove it, nor the butcher who provided the leg of mutton, nor the coals which roasted it, nor the cook who basted it, nor the servants who ate it. And this, I am given to understand, is not unfrequently the way in which people live elegantly on nothing a year. In a little town, such things cannot be done without remark. We know there the quantity of milk our neighbour takes, and espy the joints or the fowls which are going in for his dinner. So, probably, 200 and 202 in Curzon Street might know what was going on in the house between them, the servants communicating through the area railings. But Crawley and his wife and his friends did not know 200 and 202. When you came to 201, there was a hearty welcome, a kind smile, a good dinner, and a jolly shake of the hand from the host and hostess there, just for all the world as if they had been undisputed masters of 3,000 or 4,000 a year. And so they were, not in money, but in produce and labour. If they did not pay for the mutton, they had it. If they did not give bullion in exchange for their wine, how should we know? Never was better claret at any man's table than at honest Rawdon's, dinners more gay and neatly served. His drawing rooms were the prettiest little modest salons conceivable. They were decorated with the greatest taste, and 1,000 knick-knacks from Paris by Rebecca. And when she sat at her piano trilling songs with a lightsome heart, the stranger voted himself in a little paradise of domestic comfort, and agreed that if the husband was rather stupid, the wife was charming, and the dinners the pleasantest in the world. Rebecca's wit, cleverness, and flippancy made her speedily the vogue in London among a certain class. You saw demure chariots at her door, out of which stepped very great people. You beheld her carriage in the park, surrounded by dandies of note. The little box in the third tier of the opera was crowded with heads constantly changing. But it must be confessed that the ladies held aloof from her, and that their doors were shut to our little adventurer. With regard to the world of female fashion and its customs, the present writer, of course, can only speak at second hand. A man can no more penetrate or understand those mysteries than he can know what the ladies talk about when they go upstairs after dinner. It is only by inquiry and perseverance that one sometimes gets hints of those secrets, and by a similar diligence every person who treads the Pall Mall pavement and frequents the clubs of this metropolis knows, either through his own experience or through some acquaintance with whom he plays at billiards or shares the joint, something about the genteel world of London, and how, as there are men, such as Rawdon Crawley, whose position we mentioned before, who cut a good figure to the eyes of the ignorant world and to the apprentices in the park, who behold them consorting with the most notorious dandies there, so there are ladies who may be called men's women, being welcomed entirely by all the gentlemen, and cut or slighted by all their wives. Mrs. Firebrace is of this sort, the lady with the beautiful fair ringlets, whom you see every day in Hyde Park, surrounded by the greatest and most famous dandies of this empire. Mrs. Rockwood is another, whose parties are announced laboriously in the fashionable newspapers, and with whom you see that all sorts of ambassadors and great noblemen dine. And many more might be mentioned, had they to do with the history at present in hand. But while simple folks who are out of the world, or country people with a taste for the genteel, behold these ladies in their seeming glory in public places, or envy them from afar off, persons who are better instructed could inform them that these envied ladies have no more chance of establishing themselves in society than the benighted squire's wife in Somersetshire, who reads of their doings in the Morning Post. Men living about London are aware of these awful truths. You hear how pitilessly many ladies of seeming rank and wealth are excluded from this society. The frantic efforts which they make to enter the circle, the meannesses to which they submit, the insults which they undergo, are matters of wonder to those who take human or womankind for a study, and the pursuit of fashion under difficulties would be a fine theme for any very great person who had the wit, the leisure, and the knowledge of the English language necessary for the compiling of such a history. Now the few female acquaintances whom Mrs. Crawley had known abroad not only declined to visit her when she came to this side of the Channel, but cut her severely when they met in public places. It was curious to see how the great ladies forgot her, and no doubt not altogether a pleasant study to Rebecca. When Lady Bareacres met her in the waiting room at the opera, she gathered her daughters about her as if they would be contaminated by a touch of Becky, and retreating a step or two, placed herself in front of them and stared at her little enemy. To stare Becky out of countenance required a severer glance than even the frigid old Bareacres could shoot out of her dismal eyes. When Lady de la Mole, who had ridden a score of times by Becky's side at Brussels, met Mrs. Crawley's open carriage in Hyde Park, her ladyship was quite blind and could not in the least recognise her former friend. Even Mrs. Blenkinsop, the banker's wife, cut her at church. Becky went regularly to church now. It was edifying to see her enter there with Rawdon by her side, carrying a couple of large gilt prayer books, and afterwards going through the ceremony with the gravest resignation. Rawdon at first felt very acutely the slights which were passed upon his wife, and was inclined to be gloomy and savage. He talked of calling out the husbands or brothers of every one of the insolent women who did not pay a proper respect to his wife, and it was only by the strongest commands and entreaties on her part that he was brought into keeping a decent behaviour. "You can't shoot me into society," she said good-naturedly. "Remember, my dear, that I was but a governess, and you poor silly old man, have the worst reputation for debt and dice and all sorts of wickedness. We shall get quite as many friends as we want by and by, and in the meanwhile you must be a good boy and obey your schoolmistress in everything she tells you to do. When we heard that your aunt had left almost everything to Pitt and his wife, do you remember what a rage you were in? You would have told all Paris if I had not made you keep your temper, and where would you have been now? In prison at Saint-Pélagie for debt, and not established in London in a handsome house with every comfort about you. You were in such a fury you were ready to murder your brother, you wicked Cain, you. And what good would have come of remaining angry? All the rage in the world won't get us your aunt's money, and it is much better that we should be friends with your brother's family than enemies, as those foolish Butes are. When your father dies, Queen's Crawley will be a pleasant house for you and me to pass the winter in. If we are ruined, you can carve and take charge of the stable, and I can be governess to Lady Jane's children. Ruined? Fiddle-de-dee! I will get you a good place before that, or Pitt and his little boy will die, and we will be Sir Rawdon and my lady. While there is life there is hope, my dear, and I intend to make a man of you yet. Who sold your horses for you? Who paid your debts for you?" Rawdon was obliged to confess that he owed all these benefits to his wife, and to trust himself to her guidance for the future. Indeed, when Miss Crawley quitted the world, and that money for which all her relatives had been fighting so eagerly was finally left to Pitt, Bute Crawley, who found that only £5,000 had been left to him instead of the 20 upon which he calculated, was in such a fury at his disappointment that he vented it in savage abuse upon his nephew, and the quarrel, always rankling between them, ended in an utter breach of intercourse. Rawdon Crawley's conduct, on the other hand, who got but £100, was such as to astonish his brother and delight his sister-in-law, who was disposed to look kindly upon all the members of her husband's family. He wrote to his brother a very frank, manly, good-humoured letter from Paris. He was aware, he said, that by his own marriage he had forfeited his aunt's favour, and though he did not disguise his disappointment that she should have been so entirely relentless towards him, he was glad that the money was still kept in their branch of the family, and heartily congratulated his brother on his good fortune. He sent his affectionate remembrances to his sister, and hoped to have her goodwill for Mrs. Rawdon. And the letter concluded with a postscript to Pitt in the latter lady's own handwriting. She, too, begged to join in her husband's congratulations. She should ever remember Mr. Crawley's kindness to her in the early days when she was a friendless orphan, the instructress of his little sisters, in whose welfare she still took the tenderest interest. She wished him every happiness in his married life, and asking his permission to offer her remembrances to Lady Jane, of whose goodness all the world informed her, she hoped that one day she might be allowed to present her little boy to his uncle and aunt, and begged to bespeak for him their goodwill and protection. Pitt Crawley received this communication very graciously, more graciously than Miss Crawley had received some of Rebecca's previous compositions in Rawdon's handwriting. And as for Lady Jane, she was so charmed with the letter that she expected her husband would instantly divide his aunt's legacy into 2 equal portions and send off 1/2 to his brother at Paris. To her ladyship's surprise, however, Pitt declined to accommodate his brother with a cheque for £30,000. But he made Rawdon a handsome offer of his hand whenever the latter should come to England and choose to take it, and thanking Mrs. Crawley for her good opinion of himself and Lady Jane, he graciously pronounced his willingness to take any opportunity to serve her little boy. Thus an almost reconciliation was brought about between the brothers. When Rebecca came to town, Pitt and his wife were not in London. Many a time she drove by the old door in Park Lane to see whether they had taken possession of Miss Crawley's house there, but the new family did not make its appearance. It was only through Raggles that she heard of their movements, how Miss Crawley's domestics had been dismissed with decent gratuities, and how Mr. Pitt had only once made his appearance in London when he stopped for a few days at the house, did business with his lawyers there, and sold off all Miss Crawley's French novels to a bookseller out of Bond Street. Becky had reasons of her own which caused her to long for the arrival of her new relation. When Lady Jane comes, thought she shall be my sponsor in London society, and as for the women, the women will ask me when they find the men want to see me. An article as necessary to a lady in this position as her brougham or her bouquet is her companion. I have always admired the way in which the tender creatures who cannot exist without sympathy hire an exceedingly plain friend of their own sex from whom they are almost inseparable. The sight of that inevitable woman in her faded gown, seated behind her dear friend in the opera box, or occupying the back seat of the barouche, is always a wholesome and moral one to me, as jolly a reminder as that of the death's head which figured in the repasts of Egyptian bon vivants, a strange sardonic memorial of Vanity Fair. What, even battered, brazen, beautiful, conscienceless, heartless Mrs. Firebrace, whose father died of her shame, even lovely, daring Mrs. Mantrap, who will ride at any fence which any man in England will take, and who drives her greys in the park, while her mother keeps a huckster's stall in Bath still. Even those who are so bold one might fancy they could face anything, dare not face the world without a female friend. They must have somebody to cling to, the affectionate creatures, and you will hardly see them in any public place without a shabby companion in a dyed silk, sitting somewhere in the shade close behind them. "Rawdon," said Becky, very late one night, as a party of gentlemen were seated round her crackling drawing-room fire, for the men came to her house to finish the night, and she had ice and coffee for them, the best in London. "I must have a sheep-dog." "A what?" said Rawdon, looking up from the écarté table. "A sheep-dog," said young Lord Southdown. "My dear Mrs. Crawley, what a fancy! Why not have a Danish dog? I know of one as big as a camel leopard, by Jove. It would almost pull your brougham. Or a Persian greyhound, eh?" "I propose, if you please." "Or a little pug that would go into one of Lord Steyne's snuff boxes. There's a man at Bayswater got one with such a nose that you might I mark the king and play that you might hang your hat on it." "I mark the trick," Rawdon gravely said. He attended to his game commonly, and didn't much meddle with the conversation, except when it was about horses and betting. "What can you want with a shepherd's dog?" the lively little Southdown continued. "I mean a moral shepherd's dog," said Becky, laughing and looking up at Lord Steyne. "What the devil's that?" said his lordship. "A dog to keep the wolves off me," Rebecca continued. "A companion." "Dear little innocent lamb, you want one," said the Marquis, and his jaw thrust out, and he began to grin hideously, his little eyes leering towards Rebecca. The great Lord of Steyne was standing by the fire sipping coffee. The fire crackled and blazed pleasantly. There was a score of candles sparkling round the mantelpiece in all sorts of quaint sconces of gilt and bronze and porcelain. They lighted up Rebecca's figure to admiration, as she sat on a sofa covered with a pattern of gaudy flowers. She was in a pink dress that looked as fresh as a rose. Her dazzling white arms and shoulders were half covered with a thin hazy scarf through which they sparkled. Her hair hung in curls round her neck. One of her little feet peeped out from the fresh crisp folds of the silk, the prettiest little foot in the prettiest little sandal, in the finest silk stocking in the world. The candles lighted up Lord Steyne's shining bald head, which was fringed with red hair. He had thick bushy eyebrows, with little twinkling bloodshot eyes, surrounded by 1,000 wrinkles. His jaw was underhung, and when he laughed, 2 white buck teeth protruded themselves and glistened savagely in the midst of the grin. He had been dining with royal personages, and wore his garter and ribbon. A short man was his lordship, broad-chested and bow-legged, but proud of the fineness of his foot and ankle, and always caressing his garter knee. "And so the shepherd is not enough," said he, "to defend his lambkin?" "The shepherd is too fond of playing at cards and going to his clubs," answered Becky, laughing. "Gad, what a debauched Corydon," said my lord. "What a mouth for a pipe." "I take your 3-2, here said Rawdon at the card table. "Hark at Meliboeus," snarled the noble Marquis. "He's pastorally occupied too. He's shearing a Southdown. What an innocent mutton, eh? Damme, what a snowy fleece." Rebecca's eyes shot out gleams of scornful humour. "My lord," she said, "you are a knight of the order." He had the collar round his neck, indeed, a gift of the restored princes of Spain. Lord Steyne in early life had been notorious for his daring and his success at play. He had sat up 2 days and 2 nights with Mr. Fox at hazard. He had won money of the most august personages of the realm. He had won his marquisate, it was said, at the gaming table. But he did not like an allusion to those bygone Fridanes. Rebecca saw the scowl gathering over his heavy brow. She rose up from her sofa and went and took his coffee cup out of his hand with a little curtsey. "Yes," she said, "I must get a watchdog, but he won't bark at you." And going into the other drawing room, she sat down to the piano and began to sing little French songs in such a charming, thrilling voice that the mollified nobleman speedily followed her into that chamber, and might be seen nodding his head and bowing time over her. Rawdon and his friend meanwhile played écarté until they had enough. The Colonel won, but say that he won ever so much and often, nights like these, which occurred many times in the week, his wife having all the talk and all the admiration, and he sitting silent without the circle, not comprehending a word of the jokes, the allusions, the mystical language within, must have been rather wearisome to the ex-dragoon. "How is Mrs. Crawley's husband?" Lord Steyne used to say to him by way of a good day when they met. And indeed that was now his avocation in life. He was Colonel Crawley no more. He was Mrs. Crawley's husband. About the little Rawdon, if nothing has been said all this while, it is because he is hidden upstairs in a garret somewhere, or has crawled below into the kitchen for companionship. His mother scarcely ever took notice of him. He passed the days with his French bonne, as long as that domestic remained in Mr. Crawley's family, and when the Frenchwoman went away, the little fellow, howling in the loneliness of the night, had compassion taken on him by a housemaid, who took him out of his solitary nursery into her bed in the garret hard by, and comforted him. Rebecca, my Lord Steyne, and one or two more were in the drawing-room taking tea after the opera when this shouting was heard overhead. "It's my cherub crying for his nurse," she said. She did not offer to move to go and see the child. "Don't agitate your feelings by going to look for him," said Lord Steyne sardonically. "Bah!" replied the other with a sort of blush. "He'll cry himself to sleep." And they fell to talking about the opera. Rawdon had stolen off, though, to look after his son and heir, and came back to the company when he found the honest Dolly was consoling the child. The Colonel's dressing-room was in those upper regions. He used to see the boy there in private. They had interviews together every morning when he shaved, Rawdon minor sitting on a box by his father's side and watching the operation with never ceasing pleasure. He and the sire were great friends. The father would bring him sweetmeats from the dessert and hide them in a certain old epaulette box, where the child went to seek them, and laughed with joy on discovering the treasure. Laughed, but not too loud, for mamma was below asleep and must not be disturbed. She did not go to rest till very late, and seldom rose till afternoon. Rawdon brought the boy plenty of picture books and crammed his nursery with toys. Its walls were covered with pictures pasted up by the father's own hand and purchased by him for ready money. When he was off duty with Mrs. Rawdon in the park, he would sit up here, passing hours with the boy, who rode on his chest, who pulled his great mustachios as if they were driving reins, and spent days with him in indefatigable gambols. The room was a low room, and once, when the child was not 5 years old, his father, who was tossing him wildly up in his arms, hit the poor little chap's skull so violently against the ceiling that he almost dropped the child, so terrified was he at the disaster. Rawdon minor had just made up his face for a tremendous howl. The severity of the blow indeed authorized that indulgence, but just as he was going to begin, the father interposed. "For God's sake, Rawdy, don't wake mamma," he cried, and the child, looking in a very hard and piteous way at his father, bit his lips, clenched his hands, and didn't cry a bit. Rawdon told that story at the clubs, at the mess, to everybody in town. "By Gad, sir," he explained to the public in general, What a good plucked one that boy of mine is! What a trump he is! I half sent his head through the ceiling, by Gad, and he wouldn't cry for fear of disturbing his mother." Sometimes, once or twice in a week, that lady visited the upper regions in which the child lived. She came like a vivified figure out of the Magasin des Modes, blandly smiling in the most beautiful new clothes and little gloves and boots. Wonderful scarves, laces, and jewels glittered about her. She had always a new bonnet on, and flowers bloomed perpetually in it, or else magnificent curling ostrich feathers, soft and snowy as camellias. She nodded twice or thrice patronisingly to the little boy, who looked up from his dinner or from the pictures of soldiers he was painting. When she left the room, an odour of rose or some other magical fragrance lingered about the nursery. She was an unearthly being in his eyes, superior to his father, to all the world, to be worshipped and admired at a distance. To drive with that lady in the carriage was an awful rite. He sat up in the back seat and did not dare to speak. He gazed with all his eyes at the beautifully dressed princess opposite to him. Gentlemen on splendid prancing horses came up and smiled and talked with her. How her eyes beamed upon all of them! Her hand used to quiver and wave gracefully as they passed. When he went out with her, he had his new red dress on. His old brown holland was good enough when he stayed at home. Sometimes, when she was away, and Dolly, his maid, was making his bed, he came into his mother's room. It was as the abode of a fairy to him, a mystic chamber of splendour and delights. There in the wardrobe hung those wonderful robes, pink and blue and many-tinted. There was the jewel case, silver clasped, and the wondrous bronze hand on the dressing-table, glistening all over with 100 rings. There was the cheval glass, that miracle of art, in which he could just see his own wandering head, and the reflection of Dolly, queerly distorted, and as if up in the ceiling, plumping and patting the pillows of the bed. Oh, thou poor lonely little benighted boy! Mother is the name for God in the lips and hearts of little children, and here was one who was worshipping a stone. Now Rawdon Crawley, rascal as the Colonel was, had certain manly tendencies of affection in his heart, and could love a child and a woman still. For Rawdon minor he had a great secret tenderness then, which did not escape Rebecca, though she did not talk about it to her husband. It did not annoy her. She was too good-natured. It only increased her scorn for him. He felt somehow ashamed of this paternal softness, and hid it from his wife, only indulging in it when alone with the boy. He used to take him out of mornings, when they would go to the stables together and to the park. Little Lord Southdown, the best-natured of men, who would make you a present of the hat from his head, and whose main occupation in life was to buy knick-knacks that he might give them away afterwards, brought the little chap a pony, not much bigger than a large rat, the donor said, and on this little black Shetland pygmy, young Rawdon's great father was pleased to mount the boy and to walk by his side in the park. It pleased him to see his old quarters and his old fellow guardsmen at Knightsbridge. He had begun to think of his bachelorhood with something like regret. The old troopers were glad to recognise their ancient officer and dandle the little Colonel. Colonel Crawley found dining at mess and with his brother officers very pleasant. "Hang it, I ain't clever enough for her. I know it. She won't miss me," he used to say. And he was right. His wife did not miss him. Rebecca was fond of her husband. She was always perfectly good-humoured and kind to him. She did not even show her scorn much for him. Perhaps she liked him the better for being a fool. He was her upper servant, and maître d'hôtel. He went on her errands, obeyed her orders without question, drove the carriage in the ring with her without repining, took her to the opera box, solaced himself at his club during the performance, and came punctually back to fetch her when due. He would have liked her to be a little fonder of the boy, but even to that he reconciled himself. "Hang it, you know, she's so clever," he said, "and I'm not literary and that, you know." For, as we have said before, it requires no great wisdom to be able to win at cards and billiards, and Rawdon made no pretensions to any other sort of skill. When the companion came, his domestic duties became very light. His wife encouraged him to dine abroad. She would let him off duty at the opera. "Don't stay and stupefy yourself at home to-night, my dear," she would say. "Some men are coming who will only bore you. I would not ask them, but you know it's for your good. And now I have a sheepdog, I need not be afraid to be alone." A sheepdog! A companion! Becky Sharp with a companion! Isn't it good fun? Thought Mrs. Crawley to herself. The notion tickled hugely her sense of humour. One Sunday morning, as Rawdon Crawley, his little son, and the pony were taking their accustomed walk in the park, they passed by an old acquaintance of the Colonel's, Corporal Clink of the regiment, who was in conversation with a friend, an old gentleman who held a boy in his arms about the age of little Rawdon. This other youngster had seized hold of the Waterloo medal, which the corporal wore, and was examining it with delight. "Good morning, your honour," said Clink, in reply to the "How do, Clink?" of the Colonel. "This here young gentleman is about the little Colonel's age, sir," continued the corporal. "His father was a Waterloo man too," said the old gentleman who carried the boy. "Wasn't he, Georgy?" "Yes," said Georgy. He and the little chap on the pony were looking at each other with all their might, solemnly scanning each other as children do. "In a line regiment," Clink said with a patronising air. "He was a captain in the th regiment," said the old gentleman rather pompously. "Captain George Osborne, sir. Perhaps you knew him. He died the death of a hero, sir, fighting against the Corsican tyrant." Colonel Crawley blushed quite red. "I knew him very well, sir," he said, "and his wife, his dear little wife, sir. How is she?" "She is my daughter, sir," said the old gentleman, putting down the boy and taking out a card with great solemnity, which he handed to the Colonel. On it written, "Mr. Sedley, sole agent for the Black Diamond and Anti-Cinder Coal Association, Bunkers Wharf, Thames Street, and Anna Maria Cottages, Fulham Road West." Little Georgy went up and looked at the Shetland pony. "Should you like to have a ride?" said Rawdon Minor from the saddle. "Yes," said Georgy. The Colonel, who had been looking at him with some interest, took up the child and put him on the pony behind Rawdon Minor. "Take hold of him, Georgy," he said. "Take my little boy round the waist. His name is Rawdon." And both the children began to laugh. "You won't see a prettier pair, I think, this summer's day, sir," said the good-natured corporal. And the Colonel, the corporal, and old Mr. Sedley with his umbrella walked by the side of the children. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 38. A Family in a Very Small Way. We must suppose little George Osborne has ridden from Knightsbridge towards Fulham, and will stop and make inquiries at that village regarding some friends whom we have left there. How is Mrs. Amelia after the storm of Waterloo? Is she living and thriving? What has come of Major Dobbin, whose cab was always hankering about her premises? And is there any news of the collector of Bogley Wollah? The facts concerning the latter are briefly these. Our worthy fat friend Joseph Sedley returned to India not long after his escape from Brussels. Either his furlough was up, or he dreaded to meet any witnesses of his Waterloo flight. However it might be, he went back to his duties in Bengal very soon after Napoleon had taken up his residence at St. Helena, where Jos saw the ex-emperor. To hear Mr. Sedley talk on board ship, you would have supposed it was not the first time he and the Corsican had met, and the civilian had bearded the French general at Mount St. John. He had 1,000 anecdotes about the famous battles. He knew the position of every regiment and the loss which each had incurred. He did not deny that he had been concerned in those victories, that he had been with the army and carried dispatches for the Duke of Wellington. And he described what the Duke did and said on every conceivable moment of the day of Waterloo, with such an accurate knowledge of his Grace's sentiments and proceedings, that it was clear he must have been by the Conqueror's side throughout the day, though as a non-combatant his name was not mentioned in the public documents relative to the battle. Perhaps he actually worked himself up to believe that he had been engaged with the army. Certain it is that he made a prodigious sensation for some time at Calcutta, and was called Waterloo Sedley during the whole of his subsequent stay in Bengal. The bills which Jos had given for the purchase of those unlucky horses were paid without question by him and his agents. He never was heard to allude to the bargain, and nobody knows for a certainty what became of the horses, or how he got rid of them, or of Isidor, his Belgian servant, who sold a grey horse, very like the one which Jos rode, at Valenciennes, sometime during the autumn of 1815. Jos's London agents had orders to pay £120 yearly to his parents at Fulham. It was the chief support of the old couple, for Mr. Sedley's speculations in life, subsequent to his bankruptcy, did not by any means retrieve the broken old gentleman's fortune. He tried to be a wine merchant, a coal merchant, a commission lottery agent, etc., etc. He sent round prospectuses to his friends whenever he took a new trade, and ordered a new brass plate for the door, and talked pompously about making his fortune still. But fortune never came back to the feeble and stricken old man. One by one his friends dropped off and were weary of buying dear coals and bad wine from him, and there was only his wife in all the world who fancied, when he tottered off to the city of a morning, that he was still doing any business there. At evening he crawled slowly back, and he used to go of nights to a little club at a tavern, where he disposed of the finances of the nation. It was wonderful to hear him talk about millions and agios and discounts, and what Rothschild was doing, and Baring Brothers. He talked of such vast sums that the gentlemen of the club, the apothecary, the undertaker, the great carpenter and builder, the parish clerk, who was allowed to come stealthily, and Mr. Clapp, our old acquaintance, respected the old gentleman. "I was better off once, sir," he did not fail to tell everybody who used the room. "My son, sir, is at this minute Chief Magistrate of Ramgunge in the Presidency of Bengal, and touching his 4,000 rupees per mensem. My daughter might be a colonel's lady if she liked. I might draw upon my son, the first magistrate, sir, for £2,000 to-morrow, and Alexander would cash my bill down, sir, down on the counter, sir. But the Sedleys were always a proud family." You and I, my dear reader, may drop into this condition one day, for have not many of our friends attained it? Our luck may fail, our powers forsake us, our place on the boards be taken by better and younger minds. The chance of life roll away and leave us shattered and stranded. Then men will walk across the road when they meet you, or worse still, hold you out a couple of fingers and patronise you in a pitying way. Then you will know, as soon as your back is turned, that your friend begins with a "Poor devil! What imprudences he has committed! What chances that chap has thrown away!" Well, well, a carriage and 3,000 a year is not the summit of the reward, nor the end of God's judgment of men. If quacks prosper as often as they go to the wall, if zanies succeed and knaves arrive at fortune, and vice versa, sharing ill luck and prosperity for all the world like the ablest and most honest among us, I say, brother, the gifts and pleasures of Vanity Fair cannot be held of any great account, and that it is probable. But we are wandering out of the domain of the story. Had Mrs. Sedley been a woman of energy, she would have exerted it after her husband's ruin, and occupying a large house, would have taken in boarders. The broken Sedley would have acted well as the boarding-house landlady's husband, the Munoz of private life, the titular lord and master, the carver, house steward, and humble husband of the occupier of the dingy throne. I have seen men of good brains and breeding, and of good hopes and vigour once, who feasted squires and kept hunters in their youth, meekly cutting up legs of mutton for rancorous old harridans, and pretending to preside over their dreary tables. But Mrs. Sedley, we say, had not spirit enough to bustle about for a few select inmates to join a cheerful musical family, such as one reads of in the Times. She was content to lie on the shore where fortune had stranded her, and you could see that the career of this old couple was over. I don't think they were unhappy. Perhaps they were a little prouder in their downfall than in their prosperity. Mrs. Sedley was always a great person for her landlady, Mrs. Clapp, when she descended and passed many hours with her in the basement or ornamented kitchen. The Irish maid Betty Flanagan's bonnets and ribbons, her sauciness, her idleness, her reckless prodigality of kitchen candles, her consumption of tea and sugar, and so forth, occupied and amused the old lady almost as much as the doings of her former household, when she had Sambo and the coachman and a groom and a footboy and a housekeeper with a regiment of female domestics. Her former household, about which the good lady talked 100 times a day. And besides Betty Flanagan, Mrs. Sedley had all the maids of all work in the street to superintend. She knew how each tenant of the cottages paid or owed his little rent. She stepped aside when Mrs. Rougemont, the actress, passed with her dubious family. She flung up her head when Mrs. Pestler, the apothecary's lady, drove by in her husband's professional one-horse chaise. She had colloquies with the greengrocer about the pennorth of turnips which Mr. Sedley loved. She kept an eye upon the milkman's and the baker's boy, and made visitations to the butcher, who sold hundreds of oxen, very likely with less ado than was made about Mrs. Sedley's loin of mutton. And she counted the potatoes under the joint on Sundays, on which days, dressed in her best, she went to church twice and read Blair's sermons in the evening. On that day, for business prevented him on weekdays from taking such a pleasure, it was old Sedley's delight to take out his little grandson Georgy to the neighbouring parks or Kensington Gardens to see the soldiers or to feed the ducks. Georgy loved the redcoats, and his grandpapa told him how his father had been a famous soldier, and introduced him to many sergeants and others with Waterloo medals on their breasts, to whom the old grandfather pompously presented the child as the son of Captain Osborne of the th, who died gloriously on the glorious 18th. He has been known to treat some of these non-commissioned gentlemen to a glass of porter, and indeed in their first Sunday walks was disposed to spoil little Georgy sadly gorging the boy with apples and Parliament, to the detriment of his health, until Amelia declared that George should never go out with his grandpapa unless the latter promised solemnly and on his honour not to give the child any cakes, lollipops, or stall produce whatever. Between Mrs. Sedley and her daughter there was a sort of coolness about this boy, and a secret jealousy. For one evening in George's very early days, Amelia, who had been seated at work in their little parlour, scarcely remarking that the old lady had quitted the room, ran upstairs instinctively to the nursery at the cries of the child, who had been asleep until that moment, and there found Mrs. Sedley in the act of surreptitiously administering Daffy's elixir to that infant. Amelia, the gentlest and sweetest of everyday mortals, when she found this meddling with her maternal authority, thrilled and trembled all over with anger. Her cheeks, ordinarily pale, now flushed up until they were as red as they used to be when she was a child of 12 years old. She seized the baby out of her mother's arms and then grasped at the bottle, leaving the old lady gaping at her, furious, and holding the guilty teaspoon. Amelia flung the bottle crashing into the fireplace. "I will not have the baby poisoned, Mamma," cried Emmy, rocking the infant about violently with both her arms around him, and turning with flashing eyes at her mother. "Poisoned, Amelia?" said the old lady. "This language to me? He shall not have any medicine but that which Mr. Pestler sends for him. He told me that Daffy's elixir was poison." "Very good. You think I'm a murderess, then?" replied Mrs. Sedley. "This is the language you use to your mother. I have met with misfortunes. I have sunk low in life. I have kept my carriage, and now walk on foot. But I did not know I was a murderess before, and thank you for the news." "Mamma," said the poor girl, who was always ready for tears, "you shouldn't be hard upon me. I didn't mean... I mean, I did not wish to say you would do any wrong to this dear child, only..." "Oh no, my love, only that I was a murderess, in which case I had better go to the Old Bailey, though I didn't poison you when you were a child, but gave you the best of education, and the most expensive masters money could procure. Yes, I've nursed 5 children, and buried 3, and the one I loved, the best of all, and tended through croup, and teething, and measles, and whooping cough, and brought up with foreign masters regardless of expense, and with accomplishments at Minerva House, which I never had when I was a girl, when I was too glad to honour my father and mother, that I might live long in the land, and to be useful, and not to mope all day in my room and act the fine lady, says I'm a murderess. Ah, Mrs. Osborne, may you never nourish a viper in your bosom. That's my prayer." "Mamma, Mamma," cried the bewildered girl, and the child in her arms set up a frantic chorus of shouts. "A murderess, indeed! Go down on your knees and pray to God to cleanse your wicked, ungrateful heart, Amelia, and may He forgive you as I do." And Mrs. Sedley tossed out of the room, hissing out the word "poison" once more, and so ending her charitable benediction. Till the termination of her natural life, this breach between Mrs. Sedley and her daughter was never thoroughly mended. The quarrel gave the elder lady numberless advantages, which she did not fail to turn to account with female ingenuity and perseverance. For instance, she scarcely spoke to Amelia for many weeks afterwards. She warned the domestics not to touch the child, as Mrs. Osborne might be offended. She asked her daughter to see and satisfy herself that there was no poison prepared in the little daily messes that were concocted for Georgy. When neighbours asked after the boy's health, she referred them pointedly to Mrs. Osborne. She never ventured to ask whether the baby was well or not. She would not touch the child, although he was her grandson, her own precious darling, for she was not used to children, and might kill it. And whenever Mr. Pestler came upon his healing inquisition, she received the doctor with such a sarcastic and scornful demeanour as made the surgeon declare that not Lady Thistlewood herself, whom he had the honour of attending professionally, could give herself greater airs than old Mrs. Sedley, from whom he never took a fee. And very likely Emmy was jealous too, upon her own part, as what mother is not, of those who would manage her children for her, or become candidates for the first place in their affections. It is certain that when anybody nursed the child, she was uneasy, and that she would no more allow Mrs. Clapp or the domestic to dress or tend him than she would have let him wash her husband's miniature, which hung up over her little bed. The same little bed from which the poor girl had gone to his, and to which she retired now for many long, silent, tearful, but happy years. In this room was all Amelia's heart and treasure. Here it was that she tended her boy and watched him through the many ills of childhood with a constant passion of love. The elder George returned in him somehow, only improved, and as if come back from heaven. In 100 little tones, looks, and movements, the child was so like his father that the widow's heart thrilled as she held him to it, and he would often ask the cause of her tears. It was because of his likeness to his father, she did not scruple to tell him. She talked constantly to him about his dead father, and spoke of her love for George to the innocent and wondering child, much more than she had ever done to George himself, or to any confidant of her youth. To her parents she never talked about this matter, shrinking from baring her heart to them. Little Georgy very likely could understand no better than they, but into his ears she poured her sentimental secrets unreservedly, and into his only. The very joy of this woman was a sort of grief, or so tender at least that its expression was tears. Her sensibilities were so weak and tremulous that perhaps they ought not to be talked about in a book. I was told by Dr. Pestler, now a most flourishing lady's physician, with a sumptuous dark green carriage, a prospect of speedy knighthood, and a house in Manchester Square, that her grief at weaning the child was a sight that would have unmanned a Herod. He was very soft-hearted many years ago, and his wife was mortally jealous of Mrs. Amelia, then and long afterwards. Perhaps the doctor's lady had good reason for her jealousy. Most women shared it, of those who formed the small circle of Amelia's acquaintance, and were quite angry at the enthusiasm with which the other sex regarded her, for almost all men who came near her loved her, though no doubt they would be at a loss to tell you why. She was not brilliant, nor witty, nor wise overmuch, nor extraordinarily handsome, but wherever she went she touched and charmed every one of the male sex, as invariably as she awakened the scorn and incredulity of her own sisterhood. I think it was her weakness which was her principal charm, a kind of sweet submission and softness which seemed to appeal to each man she met for his sympathy and protection. We have seen how in the regiment, though she spoke but to few of George's comrades there, all the swords of the young fellows at the mess table would have leapt from their scabbards to fight round her. And so it was in the little narrow lodging house and circle at Fulham. She interested and pleased everybody. If she had been Mrs. Mango herself, of the great house of Mango, Plantain and Company, Crutched Friars, and the magnificent proprietress of the Pineries, Fulham, who gave summer dejeuners frequented by dukes and earls, and drove about the parish with a magnificent yellow livery and bay horses, such as the royal stables at Kensington themselves could not turn out. I say, had she been Mrs. Mango herself, or her son's wife, Lady Mary Mango, daughter of the Earl of Castle Mouldy, who condescended to marry the head of the firm, the tradesmen of the neighbourhood could not pay her more honour than they invariably showed to the gentle young widow when she passed by their doors or made her humble purchases at their shops. Thus it was not only Mr. Pestler, the medical man, but Mr. Linton, the young assistant, who doctored the servant maids and small tradesmen, and might be seen any day reading the Times in the surgery, who openly declared himself the slave of Mrs. Osborne. He was a personable young gentleman, more welcome at Mrs. Sedley's lodgings than his principal, and if anything went wrong with Georgy, he would drop in twice or thrice in the day to see the little chap, and without so much as the thought of a fee. He would abstract lozenges, tamarinds, and other produce from the surgery drawers for little Georgy's benefit, and compounded draughts and mixtures for him of miraculous sweetness, so that it was quite a pleasure to the child to be ailing. He and Pestler, his chief, sat up 2 whole nights by the boy in that momentous and awful week when Georgy had the measles, and when you would have thought from his mother's terror that there had never been measles in the world before. Would they have done as much for other people? Did they sit up for the folks at the Pineries, when Ralph Plantagenet and Gwendolen and Guinevere Mango had the same juvenile complaint? Did they sit up for little Mary Clapp, the landlord's daughter, who actually caught the disease of little Georgy? Truth compels one to say, no. They slept quite undisturbed, at least as far as she was concerned, pronounced hers to be a slight case which would almost cure itself, sent her in a draught or two, and threw in bark when the child rallied, with perfect indifference and just for form's sake. Again, there was the little French chevalier opposite, who gave lessons in his native tongue at various schools in the neighbourhood, and who might be heard in his apartment of nights playing tremulous old gavottes and minuets on a wheezy old fiddle. Whenever this powdered and courteous old man, who never missed a Sunday at the convent chapel at Hammersmith, and who was in all respects, thoughts, conduct, and bearing utterly unlike the bearded savages of his nation, who curse perfidious Albion and scowl at you from over their cigars in the quadrant arcades of the present day, whenever the old Chevalier de Talon Rouge spoke of Mistress Osborne, he would first finish his pinch of snuff, flick away the remaining particles of dust with a graceful wave of his hand, gather up his fingers again into a bunch, and bringing them up to his mouth, blow them open with a kiss, exclaiming, "Ah, la divine creature!" He vowed and protested that when Amelia walked in the Brompton lanes, flowers grew in profusion under her feet. He called little Georgy Cupid, and asked him news of Venus, his mamma, and told the astonished Betty Flanagan that she was one of the Graces and the favourite attendant of the Reine des Amours. Instances might be multiplied of this easily gained and unconscious popularity. Did not Mr. Binny, the mild and genteel curate of the district chapel, which the family attended, call assiduously upon the widow, dandle the little boy on his knee, and offer to teach him Latin, to the anger of the elderly virgin his sister, who kept house for him? "There is nothing in her, Beilby," the latter lady would say. "When she comes to tea here, she does not speak a word during the whole evening. She is but a poor lackadaisical creature, and it is my belief has no heart at all. It is only her pretty face which all you gentlemen admire so. Miss Grits, who has £5,000 and expectations besides, has twice as much character, and is 1,000 times more agreeable to my taste. And if she were good looking, I know that you would think her perfection." Very likely Miss Binny was right to a great extent. It is the pretty face which creates sympathy in the hearts of men, those wicked rogues. A woman may possess the wisdom and chastity of Minerva, and we give no heed to her if she has a plain face. What folly will not a pair of bright eyes make pardonable? What dullness may not red lips and sweet accents render pleasant? And so, with their usual sense of justice, ladies argue that because a woman is handsome, therefore she is a fool. Oh, ladies, ladies, there are some of you who are neither handsome nor wise. These are but trivial incidents to recount in the life of our heroine. Her tale does not deal in wonders, as the gentle reader has already, no doubt, perceived, and if a journal had been kept of her proceedings during the 7 years after the birth of her son, there would be found few incidents more remarkable in it than that of the measles recorded in the foregoing page. Yes, one day, and greatly to her wonder, the Reverend Mr. Binny, just mentioned, asked her to change her name of Osborne for his own, when with deep blushes and tears in her eyes and voice she thanked him for his regard for her, expressed gratitude for his attentions to her and to her poor little boy, but said that she never, never could think of any but the husband whom she had lost. On the 25th of April and the 18th of June, the days of marriage and widowhood, she kept her room entirely, consecrating them, and we do not know how many hours of solitary night thought, her little boy sleeping in his crib by her bedside, to the memory of that departed friend. During the day she was more active. She had to teach George to read and to write and a little to draw. She read books in order that she might tell him stories from them. As his eyes opened and his mind expanded under the influence of the outward nature round about him, she taught the child, to the best of her humble power, to acknowledge the Maker of all, and every night and morning he and she, in that awful and touching communion which I think must bring a thrill to the heart of every man who witnesses or who remembers it, the mother and the little boy prayed to our Father together, the mother pleading with all her gentle heart, the child lisping after her as she spoke. And each time they prayed to God to bless dear Papa, as if he were alive and in the room with them. To wash and dress this young gentleman, to take him for a run of the mornings before breakfast and the retreat of grandpapa for business, to make for him the most wonderful and ingenious dresses, for which end the thrifty widow cut up and altered every available little bit of finery which she possessed out of her wardrobe during her marriage. For Mrs. Osborne herself, greatly to her mother's vexation, who preferred fine clothes, especially since her misfortunes, always wore a black gown and a straw bonnet with a black ribbon, occupied her many hours of the day. Others she had to spare at the service of her mother and her old father. She had taken the pains to learn and used to play cribbage with this gentleman on the nights when he did not go to his club. She sang for him when he was so minded, and it was a good sign, for he invariably fell into a comfortable sleep during the music. She wrote out his numerous memorials, letters, prospectuses, and projects. It was in her handwriting that most of the old gentleman's former acquaintances were informed that he had become an agent for the Black Diamond and Anti-Cinder Coal Company, and could supply his friends and the public with the best coals at X shillings per cauldron. All he did was to sign the circulars with his flourish and signature, and direct them in a shaky, clerk-like hand. One of these papers was sent to Major Dobbin, th Regiment, care of Messrs. Cox and Greenwood, but the Major, being in Madras at the time, had no particular call for coals. He knew, though, the hand which had written the prospectus. Good God, what would he not have given to hold it in his own? A second prospectus came out, informing the Major that J. Sedley and Company, having established agencies at Oporto, Bordeaux, and St. Mary's, were enabled to offer to their friends and the public generally the finest and most celebrated growths of ports, sherries, and claret wines at reasonable prices and under extraordinary advantages. Acting upon this hint, Dobbin furiously canvassed the governor, the commander-in-chief, the judges, the regiments, and everybody whom he knew in the presidency, and sent home to Sedley and Company orders for wine which perfectly astonished Mr. Sedley and Mr. Clapp, who was the in the business. But no more orders came after that first burst of good fortune, on which poor old Sedley was about to build a house in the city, a regiment of clerks, a doctor himself, and correspondents all over the world. The old gentleman's former taste in wine had gone. The curses of the mess room assailed Major Dobbin for the vile drinks he had been the means of introducing there, and he bought back a great quantity of the wine and sold it at public outcry, at an enormous loss to himself. As for Jos, who was by this time promoted to a seat at the Revenue Board at Calcutta, he was wild with rage when the post brought him out a bundle of these bacchanalian prospectuses, with a private note from his father telling Jos that his senior counted upon him in this enterprise, and had consigned a quantity of select wines to him, as per invoice, drawing bills upon him for the amount of the same. Jos, who would no more have it supposed that his father, Jos Sedley's father of the Board of Revenue, was a wine merchant asking for orders, than that he was Jack Ketch, refused the bills with scorn, wrote back contumeliously to the old gentleman, bidding him to mind his own affairs, and the protested paper coming back, Sedley and Company had to take it up, with the profits which they had made out of the Madras venture, and with a little portion of Emmy's savings. Besides her pension of £50 a year, there had been £500, as her husband's executor stated, left in the agent's hands at the time of Osborne's demise, which sum, as George's guardian, Dobbin proposed to put out at 8% in an Indian house of agency. Mr. Sedley, who thought the Major had some roguish intentions of his own about the money, was strongly against this plan, and he went to the agents to protest personally against the employment of the money in question, when he learned, to his surprise, that there had been no such sum in their hands, that all the late Captain's assets did not amount to £100, and that the £500 in question must be a separate sum, of which Major Dobbin knew the particulars. More than ever convinced that there was some roguery, old Sedley pursued the Major. As his daughter's nearest friend, he demanded with a high hand a statement of the late Captain's accounts. Dobbin's stammering, blushing, and awkwardness added to the other's convictions that he had a rogue to deal with, and in a majestic tone he told that officer a piece of his mind, as he called it, simply stating his belief that the Major was unlawfully detaining his late son-in-law's money. Dobbin at this lost all patience, and if his accuser had not been so old and so broken, a quarrel might have ensued between them at the Slaughters' coffee house, in a box of which place of entertainment the gentlemen had their colloquy. "Come upstairs, sir," lisped out the Major. "I insist upon your coming up the stairs, and I will show which is the injured party, poor George or I." And dragging the old gentleman up to his bedroom, he produced from his desk Osborne's accounts and a bundle of IOUs which the latter had given, who, to do him justice, was always ready to give an IOU. "He paid his bills in England," Dobbin added, "but he had not £100 in the world when he fell. I and one or two of his brother officers made up the little sum, which was all that we could spare, and you dare tell us that we are trying to cheat the widow and the orphan." Sedley was very contrite and humbled, though the fact is that William Dobbin had told a great falsehood to the old gentleman, having himself given every shilling of the money, having buried his friend, and paid all the fees and charges incident upon the calamity and removal of poor Amelia. About these expenses old Osborne had never given himself any trouble to think, nor any other relative of Amelia, nor Amelia herself, indeed. She trusted to Major Dobbin as an accountant, took his somewhat confused calculations for granted, and never once suspected how much she was in his debt. Twice or thrice in the year, according to her promise, she wrote him letters to Madras, letters all about little Georgy. How he treasured these papers! Whenever Amelia wrote, he answered, and not until then, but he sent over endless remembrances of himself to his godson and to her. He ordered and sent a box of scarfs and a grand ivory set of chessmen from China. The pawns were little green and white men with real swords and shields. The knights were on horseback. The castles were on the backs of elephants. "Mrs. Mango's own set at the Pineries was not so fine," Mr. Pestler remarked. These chessmen were the delight of Georgy's life, who printed his first letter in acknowledgment of this gift of his godpapa. He sent over preserves and pickles, which latter the young gentleman tried surreptitiously in the sideboard, and half killed himself with eating. He thought it was a judgment upon him for stealing, they were so hot. Emmy wrote a comical little account of this mishap to the Major. It pleased him to think that her spirits were rallying, and that she could be merry sometimes now. He sent over a pair of shawls, a white one for her, and a black one with palm leaves for her mother, and a pair of red scarfs as winter wrappers for old Mr. Sedley and George. The shawls were worth 50 guineas apiece at the very least, as Mrs. Sedley knew. She wore hers in state at church at Brompton, and was congratulated by her female friends upon the splendid acquisition. Emmy's, too, became prettily her modest black gown. "What a pity it is she won't think of him," Mrs. Sedley remarked to Mrs. Clapp and to all her friends of Brompton. "Jos never sends us such presents, I am sure, and grudges us everything. It is evident that the Major is over head and ears in love with her, and yet whenever I so much as hint it, she turns red and begins to cry, and goes and sits upstairs with her miniature. I'm sick of that miniature. I wish we had never seen those odious, purse-proud Osbornes." Amidst such humble scenes and associates, George's early youth was past, and the boy grew up delicate, sensitive, imperious, woman-bred, domineering the gentle mother whom he loved with passionate affection. He ruled all the rest of the little world around him. As he grew, the elders were amazed at his haughty manner and his constant likeness to his father. He asked questions about everything, as inquiring youth will do. The profundity of his remarks and interrogatories astonished his old grandfather, who perfectly bored the club at the tavern with stories about the little lad's learning and genius. He suffered his grandmother with a good-humoured indifference. The small circle about him believed that the equal of the boy did not exist upon the earth. Georgy inherited his father's pride, and perhaps thought they were not wrong. When he grew to be about 6 years old, Dobbin began to write to him very much. The Major wanted to hear that Georgy was going to a school, and hoped he would acquit himself with credit there, or would he have a good tutor at home. It was time that he should begin to learn, and his godfather and guardian hinted that he hoped to be allowed to defray the charges of the boy's education, which would fall heavily upon his mother's straitened income. The Major, in a word, was always thinking about Amelia and her little boy, and by orders to his agents kept the latter provided with picture books, paint boxes, desks, and all conceivable implements of amusement and instruction. 3 days before George's 6th birthday, a gentleman in a gig, accompanied by a servant, drove up to Mr. Sedley's house and asked to see Master George Osborne. It was Mr. Woolsey, military tailor of Conduit Street, who came at the Major's order to measure the young gentleman for a suit of clothes. He had had the honour of making for the Captain, the young gentleman's father. Sometimes, too, and by the Major's desire, no doubt, his sisters, the Misses Dobbin, would call in the family carriage to take Amelia and the little boy to drive, if they were so inclined. The patronage and kindness of these ladies was very uncomfortable to Amelia, but she bore it meekly enough, for her nature was to yield, and besides, the carriage and its splendours gave little Georgy immense pleasure. The ladies begged occasionally that the child might pass a day with them, and he was always glad to go to that fine garden house at Denmark Hill where they lived, and where there were such fine grapes in the hothouses and peaches on the walls. One day they kindly came over to Amelia with news which they were sure would delight her, something very interesting about their dear William. What was it? Was he coming home? She asked, with pleasure beaming in her eyes. Oh no, not the least. But they had very good reason to believe that dear William was about to be married, and to a relation of a very dear friend of Amelia's, to Miss Glorvina O'Dowd, Sir Michael O'Dowd's sister, who had gone out to join Lady O'Dowd at Madras. A very beautiful and accomplished girl, everybody said. Amelia said, "Oh." Amelia was very, very happy indeed, but she supposed Glorvina could not be like her old acquaintance, who was most kind, but she was very happy indeed, and by some impulse, of which I cannot explain the meaning, she took George in her arms and kissed him with an extraordinary tenderness. Her eyes were quite moist when she put the child down, and she scarcely spoke a word during the whole of the drive, though she was so very happy indeed. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 39. A Cynical Chapter. Our duty now takes us back for a brief space to some old Hampshire acquaintances of ours, whose hopes respecting the disposal of their rich kinswoman's property were so woefully disappointed. After counting upon £30,000 from his sister, it was a heavy blow to Bute Crawley to receive but 5, out of which sum, when he had paid his own debts and those of Jim, his son at college, a very small fragment remained to portion off his 4 plain daughters. Mrs. Bute never knew, or at least never acknowledged, how far her own tyrannous behaviour had tended to ruin her husband. All that woman could do, she vowed and protested she had done. Was it her fault if she did not possess those sycophantic arts which her hypocritical nephew Pitt Crawley practised? She wished him all the happiness which he merited out of his ill-gotten gains. At least the money will remain in the family, she said charitably. Pitt will never spend it, my dear, that is quite certain, for a greater miser does not exist in England, and he is as odious, though in a different way, as his spendthrift brother, the abandoned Rawdon. So Mrs. Bute, after the first shock of rage and disappointment, began to accommodate herself as best she could to her altered fortunes, and to save and retrench with all her might. She instructed her daughters how to bear poverty cheerfully, and invented 1,000 notable methods to conceal or evade it. She took them about to balls and public places in the neighbourhood with praiseworthy energy. Nay, she entertained her friends in a hospitable, comfortable manner at the Rectory, and much more frequently than before dear Miss Crawley's legacy had fallen in. From her outward bearing, nobody would have supposed that the family had been disappointed in their expectations, or have guessed from her frequent appearance in public how she pinched and starved at home. Her girls had more milliners' furniture than they had ever enjoyed before. They appeared perseveringly at the Winchester and Southampton assemblies. They penetrated to Cowes for the race balls and regatta gaieties there, and their carriage, with the horses taken from the plough, was at work perpetually, until it began almost to be believed that the four sisters had had fortunes left them by their aunt, whose name the family never mentioned in public, but with the most tender gratitude and regard. I know no sort of lying which is more frequent in Vanity Fair than this. And it may be remarked how people who practise it take credit to themselves for their hypocrisy, and fancy that they are exceedingly virtuous and praiseworthy, because they are able to deceive the world with regard to the extent of their means. Mrs. Bute certainly thought herself one of the most virtuous women in England, and the sight of her happy family was an edifying one to strangers. They were so cheerful, so loving, so well educated, so simple. Martha painted flowers exquisitely, and furnished half the charity bazaars in the county. Emma was a regular county bulbul, and her verses in the Hampshire Telegraph were the glory of its poets' corner. Fanny and Matilda sang duets together, Mamma playing the piano, and the other two sisters sitting with their arms round each other's waists and listening affectionately. Nobody saw the poor girls drumming at the duets in private. No one saw Mamma drilling them rigidly hour after hour. In a word, Mrs. Bute put a good face against fortune, and kept up appearances in the most virtuous manner. Everything that a good and respectable mother could do, Mrs. Bute did. She got over yachting men from Southampton, parsons from the Cathedral Close at Winchester, and officers from the barracks there. She tried to inveigle the young barristers at assizes, and encouraged Jim to bring home friends with whom he went out hunting with the H.H. What will not a mother do for the benefit of her beloved ones? Between such a woman and her brother-in-law, the odious baronet at the Hall, it is manifest that there could be very little in common. The rupture between Bute and his brother Sir Pitt was complete. Indeed, between Sir Pitt and the whole county, to which the old man was a scandal. His dislike for respectable society increased with age, and the lodge gates had not opened to a gentleman's carriage wheels since Pitt and Lady Jane came to pay their visit of duty after their marriage. That was an awful and unfortunate visit, never to be thought of by the family without horror. Pitt begged his wife, with a ghastly countenance, never to speak of it, and it was only through Mrs. Bute herself, who still knew everything which took place at the Hall, that the circumstances of Sir Pitt's reception of his son and daughter-in-law were ever known at all. As they drove up the avenue of the park in their neat and well-appointed carriage, Pitt remarked with dismay and wrath great gaps among the trees, his trees, which the old baronet was felling entirely without licence. The park wore an aspect of utter dreariness and ruin. The drives were ill kept, and the neat carriage splashed and floundered in muddy pools along the road. The great sweep in front of the terrace and entrance stair was black and covered with mosses. The once trim flower beds rank and weedy. Shutters were up along almost the whole line of the house. The great hall door was unbarred after much ringing of the bell. An individual in ribbons was seen flitting up the black oak stair, as Horrocks at length admitted the heir of Queen's Crawley and his bride into the halls of their fathers. He led the way into Sir Pitt's library, as it was called, the fumes of tobacco growing stronger as Pitt and Lady Jane approached that apartment. "Sir Pitt ain't very well," Horrocks remarked apologetically, and hinted that his master was afflicted with lumbago. The library looked out on the front walk and park. Sir Pitt had opened one of the windows and was bawling out thence to the postilion and Pitt's servant, who seemed to be about to take the baggage down. "Don't move none of them trunks," he cried, pointing with a pipe which he held in his hand. "It's only a morning visit, Tucker, you fool. Lor, what cracks that off hoss has in his heels! Ain't there no one at the King's Head to rub him a little? How do, Pitt? How do, my dear? Come to see the old man, eh? Gad, you've a pretty face too. You ain't like that old horse godmother, your mother. Come and give old Pitt a kiss like a good little gal." The embrace disconcerted the daughter-in-law somewhat, as the caresses of the old gentleman, unshorn and perfumed with tobacco, might well do. But she remembered that her brother Southdown had mustachios and smoked cigars, and submitted to the Baronet with a tolerable grace. "Pitt has got that," said the Baronet after this mark of affection. "Does he read 'ee very long sermons, my dear? 100th Psalm every evening, eh, Pitt? Go and get a glass of Malmsey and a cake for my Lady Jane, Horrocks, you great big booby, and don't stand steering there like a fat pig. I won't ask you to stop, my dear. You'll find it too stupid, and so should I too, along of Pitt. I'm an old man now, and I like my own ways and my pipe and backgammon of a night." "I can play at backgammon, sir," said Lady Jane, laughing. "I used to play with Papa and Miss Crawley, didn't I, Mr. Crawley?" "Lady Jane can play, sir, at the game to which you state that you are so partial," Pitt said haughtily. "But she won't stop for all that. No, no, go back to Mudbury and give Mrs. Rincer a benefit, or drive down to the Rectory and ask Beauty for a dinner. He'll be charmed to see you, you know. He's so much obliged to you for getting the old woman's money. Some of it will do to patch up the hall when I'm gone." "I perceive, sir," said Pitt with a heightened voice, "that your people will cut down the timber." "Yes, yes, very fine weather, and seasonable for the time of year," Sir Pitt answered, who had suddenly grown deaf. "But I'm getting old, Pitt. Now, Lord bless you, you ain't far from 50 yourself. But he wears well, my pretty Lady Jane, don't he? It's all godliness, sobriety, and a moral life. Look at me, I'm not very far from 80. And he laughed and took snuff and leered at her and pinched her hand. Pitt once more brought the conversation back to the timber, but the Baronet was deaf again in an instant. "I'm getting very old, and have been cruel bad this year with the lumbago. I shan't be here now for long, but I'm glad he've come, daughter-in-law. I like your face, Lady Jane. It's got none of the damned high-boned binky look in it, and I'll give 'ee something pretty, my dear, to go to court in." And he shuffled across the room to a cupboard, from which he took a little old case containing jewels of some value. "Take that," said he, "my dear. It belonged to my mother, and afterwards to the first Lady Binkie. Pretty pearls. Never gave 'em the ironmonger's daughter. No, no, take 'em, and put 'em up quick. said he, thrusting the case into his daughter's hand and clapping the door of the cabinet to, as Horrocks entered with a salver and refreshments. "What have you been and given Pitt's wife?" said the individual in ribbons, when Pitt and Lady Jane had taken leave of the old gentleman. It was Miss Horrocks, the butler's daughter, the cause of the scandal throughout the county, the lady who reigned now almost supreme at Queen's Crawley. The rise and progress of those ribbons had been marked with dismay by the county and family. The ribbons opened an account at the Mudbury Branch Savings Bank. The ribbons drove to church, monopolising the pony chaise, which was for the use of the servants at the Hall. The domestics were dismissed at her pleasure. The Scotch gardener, who still lingered on the premises, taking a pride in his walls and hothouses, and indeed making a pretty good livelihood by the garden, which he farmed, and of which he sold the produce at Southampton, found the ribbons eating peaches on a sunshiny morning at the south wall, and had his ears boxed when he remonstrated about this attack on his property. He and his Scotch wife and his Scotch children, the only respectable inhabitants of Queen's Crawley, were forced to migrate with their goods and their chattels, and left the stately comfortable gardens to go to waste, and the flower beds to run to seed. Poor Lady Crawley's rose garden became the dreariest wilderness. Only 2 or 3 domestics shuddered in the bleak old servants' hall. The stables and offices were vacant and shut up, and half ruined. Sir Pitt lived in private, and boozed nightly with Horrocks, his butler, or house steward, as he now began to be called, and the abandoned ribbons. The times were very much changed since the period when she drove to Mudbury in the spring cart and called the small tradesmen Sir. It may have been shame, or it may have been dislike of his neighbours, but the old cynic of Queen's Crawley hardly issued from his park gates at all now. He quarrelled with his agents and screwed his tenants by letter. His days were passed in conducting his own correspondence. The lawyers and farm bailiffs who had to do business with him could not reach him but through the ribbons, who received them at the door of the housekeeper's room, which commanded the back entrance by which they were admitted. And so the Baronet's daily perplexities increased, and his embarrassments multiplied around him. The horror of Pitt Crawley may be imagined as these reports of his father's dotage reached the most exemplary and correct of gentlemen. He trembled daily lest he should hear that the ribbons was proclaimed his second legal mother-in-law. After that first and last visit, his father's name was never mentioned in Pitt's polite and genteel establishment. It was the skeleton in his house, and all the family walked by it in terror and silence. The Countess Southdown kept on dropping per coach at the lodge gate the most exciting tracts which ought to frighten the hair off your head. Mrs. Bute at the parsonage nightly looked out to see if the sky was red over the elms behind which the Hall stood, and the mansion was on fire. Sir G. Wapshot and Sir H. Fuddleston, old friends of the house, wouldn't sit on the bench with Sir Pitt at quarter sessions, and cut him dead in the High Street of Southampton, where the reprobate stood offering his dirty old hands to them. Nothing had any effect upon him. He put his hands into his pockets and burst out laughing as he scrambled into his carriage and four. He used to burst out laughing at Lady Southdown's tracts, and he laughed at his sons, and at the world, and at the ribbons when she was angry, which was not seldom. Miss Horrocks was installed as housekeeper at Queen's Crawley, and ruled all the domestics there with great majesty and rigour. All the servants were instructed to address her as Mum or Madam, and there was one little maid, on her promotion, who persisted in calling her my lady, without any rebuke on the part of the housekeeper. "There has been better ladies, and there has been worser, Hester," was Miss Horrocks' reply to this compliment of her inferior. So she ruled, having supreme power over all except her father, whom, however, she treated with considerable haughtiness, warning him not to be too familiar in his behaviour to one "as was to be a baronet's lady." Indeed, she rehearsed that exalted part in life with great satisfaction to herself, and to the amusement of old Sir Pitt, who chuckled at her airs and graces, and would laugh by the hour together at her assumptions of dignity and imitations of genteel life. He swore it was as good as a play to see her in the character of a fine dame, and he made her put on one of the first Lady Crawley's court dresses, swearing, entirely to Miss Horrocks' own concurrence, that the dress became her prodigiously, and threatening to drive her off that very instant to court in a coach and four. She had the ransacking of the wardrobes of the two defunct ladies, and cut and hacked their posthumous finery so as to suit her own tastes and figure, and she would have liked to take possession of their jewels and trinkets too, but the old Baronet had locked them away in his private cabinet, nor could she coax or wheedle him out of the keys. And it is a fact that some time after she left Queen's Crawley, a copybook belonging to this lady was discovered, which showed that she had taken great pains in private to learn the art of writing in general, and especially of writing her own name as Lady Crawley, Lady Betsy Horrocks, Lady Elizabeth Crawley, etc. Though the good people of the parsonage never went to the Hall and shunned the horrid old dotard, its owner, yet they kept a strict knowledge of all that happened there, and were looking out every day for the catastrophe for which Miss Horrocks was also eager. But fate intervened enviously, and prevented her from receiving the reward due to such immaculate love and virtue. One day the Baronet surprised her ladyship, as he jocularly called her, seated at that old and tuneless piano in the drawing-room, which had scarcely been touched since Becky Sharp played quadrilles upon it. Seated at the piano with the utmost gravity, and squalling, to the best of her power, in imitation of the music which she had sometimes heard. The little kitchen maid, on her promotion, was standing at her mistress's side, quite delighted during the operation, and wagging her head up and down, and crying, "Lord, mum, 'tis beautiful," just like a genteel sycophant in a real drawing-room. This incident made the old Baronet roar with laughter, as usual. He narrated the circumstance a dozen times to Horrocks in the course of the evening, and greatly to the discomfiture of Miss Horrocks. He thrummed on the table as if it had been a musical instrument, and squalled in imitation of her manner of singing. He vowed that such a beautiful voice ought to be cultivated, and declared she ought to have singing masters, in which proposals she saw nothing ridiculous. He was in great spirits that night, and drank with his friend and butler an extraordinary quantity of rum and water. At a very late hour the faithful friend and domestic conducted his master to his bedroom. Half an hour afterwards there was a great hurry and bustle in the house. Lights went about from window to window in the lonely, desolate old hall, whereof but 2 or 3 rooms were ordinarily occupied by its owner. Presently a boy on a pony went galloping off to Mudbury, to the doctor's house there, and in another hour, by which fact we ascertain how carefully the excellent Mrs. Bute Crawley had always kept up an understanding with the great house, the lady in her clogs and calash, the Reverend Bute Crawley, and James Crawley, her son, had walked over from the Rectory through the park and had entered the mansion by the open hall door. They passed through the hall and into the small oak parlour, on the table of which stood the 3 tumblers and the empty rum bottle which had served for Sir Pitt's carouse, and through that apartment into Sir Pitt's study, where they found Miss Horrocks of the guilty ribbons, with a wild air, trying at the presses and escritoires with a bunch of keys. She dropped them with a scream of terror as little Mrs. Bute's eyes flashed out at her from under the black calash. "Look at that, James and Mr. Crawley," cried Mrs. Bute, pointing at the scared figure of the black-eyed guilty wench. "He gave 'em me, he gave 'em me," she cried. "Gave them you abandoned creature," screamed Mrs. Bute. "Bear witness, Mr. Crawley, we found this good-for-nothing woman in the act of stealing your brother's property, and she will be hanged, as I always said she would." Betsy Horrocks, quite daunted, flung herself down on her knees, bursting into tears. But those who know a really good woman are aware that she is not in a hurry to forgive, and that the humiliation of an enemy is a triumph to her soul. "Ring the bell, James," Mrs. Bute said. "Go on ringing it till the people come." The 3 or 4 domestics resident in the deserted old house came presently at that jangling and continued summons. "Put that woman in the strong room," she said. "We caught her in the act of robbing Sir Pitt. Mr. Crawley, you'll make out her committal, and Beddoes, you'll drive her over in the spring cart in the morning to Southampton Gaol." "My dear," imposed the magistrate and rector, "she's only—" "Are there no handcuffs?" Mrs. Bute continued, stamping in her clogs. "There used to be handcuffs. Where's the creature's abominable father?" "He did give 'em me," still cried poor Betsy. "Didn't he, Hester? You saw Sir Pitt, you know you did, gave 'em me ever so long ago, the day after Makepeace Fair. Not that I want 'em. Take 'em, if you think they ain't mine." And here the unhappy wretch pulled out from her pocket a large pair of paste shoe buckles, which had excited her admiration, and which she had just appropriated out of one of the bookcases in the study, where they had lain. "Law, Betsy, how could you go for to tell such a wicked story?" said Hester, the little kitchen maid, late on her promotion. "And to Madam Crawley so good and kind, and his reverence," with a curtsy. "And you may search all my boxes, mum, I'm sure, and here's my keys, as I'm an honest girl, though of poor parents and workhouse bred. And if you find so much as a beggarly bit of lace or silk stocking out of all the gowns as you've had the picking of, may I never go to church again." "Give up your keys, you hardened hussy," hissed out the virtuous little lady in the calash. "And here's a candle, mum, and if you please, mum, I can show you her room, mum, and the press and the housekeeper's room, mum, where she keeps heaps and heaps of things, mum," cried out the eager little Hester with a profusion of curtsies. "Hold your tongue, if you please. I know the room which the creature occupies perfectly well. Mrs. Brown, have the goodness to come with me, and Beddoes, don't you lose sight of that woman," said Mrs. Bute, seizing the candle. "Mr. Crawley, you had better go upstairs and see that they are not murdering your unfortunate brother." And the calash, escorted by Mrs. Brown, walked away to the apartment which, as she said truly, she knew perfectly well. Bute went upstairs and found the doctor from Mudbury with the frightened Horrocks over his master in a chair. They were trying to bleed Sir Pitt Crawley. With the early morning, an express was sent off to Mr. Pitt Crawley by the Rector's lady, who assumed the command of everything, and had watched the old Baronet through the night. He had been brought back to a sort of life. He could not speak, but seemed to recognise people. Mrs. Bute kept resolutely by his bedside. She never seemed to want to sleep, that little woman, and did not close her fiery black eyes once, though the doctor snored in the armchair. Horrocks made some wild efforts to assert his authority and assist his master, but Mrs. Bute called him a tipsy old wretch, and bade him never show his face again in that house, or he should be transported like his abominable daughter. Terrified by her manner, he slunk down to the oak parlour, where Mr. James was, who, having tried the bottle standing there and found no liquor in it, ordered Mr. Horrocks to get another bottle of rum, which he fetched, with clean glasses, and to which the Rector and his son sat down, ordering Horrocks to put down the keys at that instant and never to show his face again. Cowed by this behaviour, Horrocks gave up the keys, and he and his daughter slunk off silently through the night, and gave up possession of the house of Queen's Crawley. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 40, in which Becky is recognised by the family. The heir of Crawley arrived at home in due time after this catastrophe, and henceforth may be said to have reigned in Queen's Crawley. For though the old baronet survived many months, he never recovered the use of his intellect or his speech completely, and the government of the estate devolved upon his elder son. In a strange condition Pitt found it. Sir Pitt was always buying and mortgaging. He had 20 men of business, and quarrels with each, quarrels with all his tenants, and lawsuits with them, lawsuits with the lawyers, lawsuits with the mining and dock companies in which he was proprietor, and with every person with whom he had business. To unravel these difficulties and to set the estate clear was a task worthy of the orderly and persevering diplomatist of Pumpernickel, and he set himself to work with prodigious assiduity. His whole family, of course, was transported to Queen's Crawley, whither Lady Southdown, of course, came too, and she set about converting the parish under the Rector's nose, and brought down her irregular clergy, to the dismay of the angry Mrs. Bute. Sir Pitt had concluded no bargain for the sale of the living of Queen's Crawley. When it should drop, her ladyship proposed to take the patronage into her own hands, and present a young protege to the Rectory, on which subject the diplomatic Pitt said nothing. Mrs. Bute's intentions with regard to Miss Betsy Horrocks were not carried into effect, and she paid no visit to Southampton Gaol. She and her father left the Hall when the latter took possession of the Crawley Arms in the village, of which he had got a lease from Sir Pitt. The ex-butler had obtained a small freehold there likewise, which gave him a vote for the borough. The Rector had another of these votes, and these and 4 others formed the representative body which returned the 2 members for Queen's Crawley. There was a show of courtesy kept up between the Rectory and the Hall ladies, between the younger ones at least, for Mrs. Bute and Lady Southdown never could meet without battles, and gradually ceased seeing each other. Her ladyship kept her room when the ladies from the Rectory visited their cousins at the Hall. Perhaps Mr. Pitt was not very much displeased at these occasional absences of his mamma-in-law. He believed the Binkie family to be the greatest and wisest and most interesting in the world, and her ladyship and his aunt had long held ascendancy over him. But sometimes he felt that she commanded him too much. To be considered young was complimentary, doubtless, but at 46 to be treated as a boy was sometimes mortifying. Lady Jane yielded up everything, however, to her mother. She was only fond of her children in private, and it was lucky for her that Lady Southdown's multifarious businesses, her conferences with ministers, and her correspondence with all the missionaries of Africa, Asia, and Australasia, etc., occupied the venerable Countess a great deal, so that she had but little time to devote to her granddaughter, the little Matilda, and her grandson, Master Pitt Crawley. The latter was a feeble child, and it was only by prodigious quantities of calomel that Lady Southdown was able to keep him in life at all. As for Sir Pitt, he retired into those very apartments where Lady Crawley had been previously extinguished, and here was tended by Miss Hester, the girl upon her promotion, with constant care and assiduity. What love, what fidelity, what constancy is there equal to that of a nurse with good wages? They smooth pillows and make arrowroot. They get up at nights. They bear complaints and querulousness. They see the sun shining out of doors and don't want to go abroad. They sleep on armchairs and eat their meals in solitude. They pass long, long evenings doing nothing, watching the embers and the patient's drink simmering in the jug. They read the weekly paper the whole week through, and Law's Serious Call or The Whole Duty of Man suffices them for literature for the year. And we quarrel with them, because when their relations come to see them once a week, a little gin is smuggled in their linen basket. Ladies, what man's love is there that would stand a year's nursing of the object of his affection, whereas a nurse will stand by you for £10 a quarter, and we think her too highly paid? At least, Mr. Crawley grumbled a good deal about paying half as much to Miss Hester for her constant attendance upon the Baronet, his father. Of sunshiny days, this old gentleman was taken out in a chair on the terrace, the very chair which Miss Crawley had had at Brighton, and which had been transported thence with a number of Lady Southdown's effects to Queen's Crawley. Lady Jane always walked by the old man, and was an evident favourite with him. He used to nod many times to her, and smile when she came in, and utter inarticulate deprecatory moans when she was going away. When the door shut upon her, he would cry and sob, whereupon Hester's face and manner, which was always exceedingly bland and gentle while her lady was present, would change at once, and she would make faces at him, and clench her fist, and scream out, "Hold your tongue, you stupid old fool," and twirl away his chair from the fire, which he loved to look at which he would cry more. For this was all that was left, after more than 70 years of cunning and struggling and drinking and scheming and sin and selfishness. A whimpering old idiot, put in and out of bed, and cleaned and fed like a baby. At last a day came when the nurse's occupation was over. Early one morning, as Pitt Crawley was at his steward's and bailiff's books in the study, a knock came to the door, and Hester presented herself, dropping a curtsy, and said, "If you please, Sir Pitt died this morning, Sir Pitt. I was a making of his toast, Sir Pitt, for his gruel, Sir Pitt, which he took every morning reg'lar at 6, Sir Pitt, and I thought I heard a moan like, Sir Pitt, and she dropped another curtsy. What was it that made Pitt's pale face flush quite red? Was it because he was now Sir Pitt at last, with a seat in Parliament and perhaps future honours in prospect? "I'll clear the estate now with the ready money," he thought, and rapidly calculated its encumbrances and the improvements which he would make. He would not use his aunt's money previously, lest Sir Pitt should recover and his outlay be in vain. All the blinds were pulled down at the Hall and Rectory. The church bell was tolled, and the chancel hung in black. and Bute Crawley didn't go to a coursing meeting, but went and dined quietly at Fuddleston, where they talked about his deceased brother and young Sir Pitt over their port. Miss Betsy, who was by this time married to a saddler at Mudbury, cried a good deal. The family surgeon rode over and paid his respectful compliments and inquiries for the health of their ladyships. The death was talked about at Mudbury and at the Crawley Arms, the landlord whereof had become reconciled with the rector of late, who was occasionally known to step into the parlour and taste Mr. Horrocks's mild beer. "Shall I write to your brother, or will you?" asked Lady Jane of her husband, Sir Pitt. "I will write, of course," Sir Pitt said, "and invite him to the funeral. It will be but becoming." And Mrs. Rawdon?" said Lady Jane timidly. "Jane," said Lady Southdown, "how can you think of such a thing?" "Mrs. Rawdon must of course be asked," said Sir Pitt resolutely. "Not whilst I am in the house," said Lady Southdown. "Your ladyship will be pleased to recollect that I am the head of this family," Sir Pitt replied. "If you please, Lady Jane, you will write a letter to Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, requesting her presence upon this melancholy occasion." "Jane, I forbid you to put pen to paper," cried the Countess. "I believe I am the head of this family," Sir Pitt repeated, "and however much I may regret any circumstance which may lead to your ladyship quitting this house, must, if you please, continue to govern it as I see fit." Lady Southdown rose up as magnificent as Mrs. Siddons in Lady Macbeth, and ordered that horses might be put to her carriage. If her son and daughter turned her out of their house, she would hide her sorrow somewhere in loneliness, and pray for their conversion to better thoughts. "We don't turn you out of the house, Mamma," said the timid Lady Jane imploringly. "You invite such company to it as no Christian lady should meet, and I will have my horses to-morrow morning." "Have the goodness to write, Jane, under my dictation," said Sir Pitt, rising and throwing himself into an attitude of command, like the portrait of a gentleman in the Exhibition, "and begin Queen's Crawley, September the 14th, 1822. My dear brother." Hearing these decisive and terrible words, Lady Macbeth, who had been waiting for a sign of weakness or vacillation on the part of her son-in-law, rose, and with a scared look left the library. Lady Jane looked up to her husband, as if she would fain follow and soothe her mamma, but Pitt forbade his wife to move. "She won't go away," he said. "She has left her house at Brighton, and has spent her last half-year's dividends. A countess living at an inn is a ruined woman. I have been waiting long for an opportunity to take this decisive step, my love. For, as you must perceive, it is impossible that there should be two chiefs in a family. And now, if you please, we will resume the dictation. My dear brother, the melancholy intelligence which it is my duty to convey to my family must have been long anticipated by," etc. In a word, Pitt, having come to his kingdom, and having by good luck, or desert rather, as he considered, assumed almost all the fortune which his other relatives had expected, was determined to treat his family kindly and respectably, and make a house of Queen's Crawley once more. It pleased him to think that he should be its chief. He proposed to use the vast influence that his commanding talents and position must speedily acquire for him in the county, to get his brother placed and his cousins decently provided for, and perhaps had a little sting of repentance, as he thought that he was the proprietor of all they had hoped for. In the course of 3 or 4 days' reign, his bearing was changed, and his plans quite fixed. He determined to rule justly and honestly, to depose Lady Southdown, and to be on the friendliest possible terms with all the relations of his blood. So he dictated a letter to his brother Rawdon, a solemn and elaborate letter containing the profoundest observations, couched in the longest words, and filling with wonder the simple little secretary, who wrote under her husband's order. "What an orator this will be," thought she, "when he enters the House of Commons." On which point, and on the tyranny of Lady Southdown, Pitt had sometimes dropped hints to his wife in bed. "How wise and good, and what a genius my husband is! I fancied him a little cold, but how good, and what a genius!" The fact is, Pitt Crawley had got every word of the letter by heart, and had studied it with diplomatic secrecy deeply and perfectly, long before he thought fit to communicate it to his astonished wife. This letter, with a huge black border and seal, was accordingly dispatched by Sir Pitt Crawley to his brother the Colonel in London. Rawdon Crawley was but half pleased at the receipt of it. "What's the use of going down to that stupid place?" thought he. "I can't stand being alone with Pitt after dinner, and horses there and back will cost us £20." He carried the letter, as he did all difficulties, to Becky upstairs in her bedroom, with her chocolate, which he always made and took to her of a morning. He put the tray with the breakfast and the letter on the dressing table, before which Becky sat combing her yellow hair. She took up the black-edged missive, and having read it, she jumped up from the chair, crying "Hooray!" and waving the note around her head. "Hooray!" said Rawdon, wondering at the little figure capering about in a streaming flannel dressing-gown, with tawny locks dishevelled. "He's not left us anything, Becky. I had my share when I came of age." "You'll never be of age, you silly old man," Becky replied. "Run out now to Madame Brunoy's, for I must have some mourning, and get a crape on your hat and a black waistcoat. I don't think you've got one. Order it to be brought home tomorrow, so that we may be able to start on Thursday." "You don't mean to go?" Rawdon interposed. "Of course I mean to go. I mean that Lady Jane shall present me at court next year. I mean that your brother shall give you a seat in Parliament, you stupid old creature. I mean that Lord Steyne shall have your vote and his, my dear silly old man, and that you shall be an Irish Secretary, or a West Indian Governor, or a Treasurer, or a Consul, or some such thing." "Posting will cost a deuce of a lot of money," grumbled Rawdon. "We might take Southdown's carriage, which ought to be present at the funeral, as he is a relation of the family. But no, I intend that we shall go by the coach. They'll like it better. It seems more humble." "Rawdy goes, of course?" the Colonel asked. "No such thing. Why pay an extra place? He's too big to travel bodkin between you and me. Let him stay here in the nursery, and Briggs can make him a black frock. Go you and do as I bid you. And you had best tell Sparks, your man, that old Sir Pitt is dead, and that you will come in for something considerable when the affairs are arranged. He'll tell this to Raggles, who's been pressing for money, and it will console poor Raggles." And so Becky began sipping her chocolate. When the faithful Lord Steyne arrived in the evening, he found Becky and her companion, who was no other than our friend Briggs, busy cutting, ripping, snipping, and tearing all sorts of black stuffs available for the melancholy occasion. "Miss Briggs and I are plunged in grief and despondency for the death of our papa," Rebecca said. "Sir Pitt Crawley is dead, my lord. We have been tearing our hair all the morning, and now we are tearing up our old clothes." "Oh, Rebecca, how can you?" was all that Briggs could say as she turned up her eyes. "Oh, Rebecca, how can you?" echoed my lord. "So that old scoundrel's dead, is he? He might have been a peer if he'd played his cards better. Mr. Pitt had very nearly made him, but he rattled always at the wrong time. What an old Silenus it was!" "I might have been Silenus's widow," said Rebecca. Don't you remember, Miss Briggs, how you peeped in at the door and saw old Sir Pitt on his knees to me?" Miss Briggs, our old friend, blushed very much at this reminiscence, and was glad when Lord Steyne ordered her to go downstairs and make him a cup of tea. Briggs was the house dog whom Rebecca had provided as guardian of her innocence and reputation. Miss Crawley had left her a little annuity. She would have been content to remain in the Crawley family with Lady Jane, who was good to her and to everybody, but Lady Southdown dismissed poor Briggs as quickly as decency permitted, and Mr. Pitt, who thought himself much injured by the uncalled-for generosity of his deceased relative towards a lady who had only been Miss Crawley's faithful retainer a score of years, made no objection to that exercise of the Dowager's authority. Bowles and Firkin likewise received their legacies and their dismissals, and married and set up a lodging-house according to the custom of their kind. Briggs tried to live with her relations in the country, but found that attempt was vain after the better society to which she had been accustomed. Briggs's friends, small tradesmen in a country town, quarrelled over Miss Briggs's £40 a year as eagerly and more openly than Miss Crawley's kinsfolk had for that lady's inheritance. Briggs's brother, a radical hatter and grocer, called his sister a purse-proud aristocrat because she would not advance a part of her capital to stock his shop, and she would have done so, most likely, but that their sister, a dissenting shoemaker's lady, at variance with the hatter and grocer, who went to another chapel, showed how their brother was on the verge of bankruptcy and took possession of Briggs for a while. The dissenting shoemaker wanted Miss Briggs to send his son to college and make a gentleman of him. Between them, the two families got a great portion of her private savings out of her, and finally she fled to London, followed by the anathemas of both, and determined to seek for servitude again, as infinitely less onerous than liberty, and advertising in the papers that a gentlewoman of agreeable manners and accustomed to the best society was anxious to, etc., she took up her residence with Mr. Bowles in Half Moon Street, and waited the result of the advertisement. So it was that she fell in with Rebecca. Mrs. Rawdon's dashing little carriage and ponies was whirling down the street one day, just as Miss Briggs, fatigued, had reached Mr. Bowles's door after a weary walk to the Times office in the City to insert her advertisement for the 6th time. Rebecca was driving, and at once recognised the gentlewoman with agreeable manners, and being a perfectly good-humoured woman, as we have seen, and having a regard for Briggs, she pulled up the ponies at the doorsteps, gave the rein to the groom, and jumping out, had hold of both Briggs's hands before she of the agreeable manners had recovered from the shock of seeing an old friend. Briggs cried, and Becky laughed a great deal, and kissed the gentlewoman as soon as they got into the passage, and thence into Mrs. Bowles's front parlour, with the red moreen curtains and the round looking-glass, with the chained eagle above, gazing upon the back of the ticket in the window which announced "Apartments to let." Briggs told all her history amidst those perfectly uncalled-for sobs and ejaculations of wonder with which women of her soft nature salute an old acquaintance or regard a rencontre in the street. For though people meet other people every day, yet some there are who insist upon discovering miracles. And women, even though they have disliked each other, begin to cry when they meet, deploring and remembering the time when they last quarrelled. So, in a word, Briggs told all her history, and Becky gave a narrative of her own life with her usual artlessness and candour. Mrs. Bowles, late Firkin, came and listened grimly in the passage to the hysterical sniffling and giggling which went on in the front parlour. Becky had never been a favourite of hers. Since the establishment of the married couple in London, they had frequented their former friends of the house of Raggles, and did not like the latter's account of the Colonel's menage. "I wouldn't trust him, Rag, me boy," Bowles remarked; and his wife, when Mrs. Rawdon issued from the parlour, only saluted the lady with a very sour curtsey, and her fingers were like so many sausages, cold and lifeless, when she held them out in deference to Mrs. Rawdon, who persisted in shaking hands with the retired lady's maid. She whirled away into Piccadilly, nodding with the sweetest of smiles towards Miss Briggs, who hung nodding at the window close under the advertisement card, and at the next moment was in the park, with a half dozen of dandies cantering after her carriage. When she found out how her friend was situated, and how, having a snug legacy from Miss Crawley, salary was no object to our gentlewoman, Becky instantly formed some benevolent little domestic plans concerning her. This was just such a companion as would suit her establishment, and she invited Briggs to come to dinner with her that very evening, when she should see Becky's dear little darling Rawdon. Mrs. Bowles cautioned her lodger against venturing into the lion's den. "Wherein you will rue it, Miss B., mark my words, and as sure as my name is Bowles." And Briggs promised to be very cautious. The upshot of which caution was that she went to live with Mrs. Rawdon the next week, and had lent Rawdon Crawley £600 upon annuity before 6 months were over. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 41, in which Becky revisits the halls of her ancestors. So, the morning being ready, and Sir Pitt Crawley warned of their arrival, Colonel Crawley and his wife took a couple of places in the same old high flyer coach by which Rebecca had travelled in the defunct baronet's company on her first journey into the world some 9 years before. How well she remembered the inn yard, and the ostler to whom she refused money, and the insinuating Cambridge lad who wrapped her in his coat on the journey. Rawdon took his place outside, and would have liked to drive, but his grief forbade him. He sat by the coachman and talked about horses and the road the whole way, and who kept the inns, and who horsed the coach by which he had travelled so many a time when he and Pitt were going to Eton. At Mudbury, a carriage and a pair of horses received them, with a coachman in black. "It's the old drag, Rawdon," Rebecca said as they got in. "The worms have eaten the cloth a good deal. There's the stain which Sir Pitt... Ha! I see Dawson the ironmonger has his shutters up, which Sir Pitt made such a noise about. It was a bottle of cherry brandy he broke when we went to fetch your aunt from Southampton. How time flies, to be sure. That can't be Polly Talboys, the bouncing girl standing by her mother at the cottage there. I remember her a mangy little urchin picking weeds in the garden." "Fine gal," said Rawdon, returning the salute which the cottage gave him by 2 fingers applied to his crape hatband. Becky bowed and saluted, and recognised people here and there graciously. These recognitions were inexpressibly pleasant to her. It seemed as if she was not an impostor any more, and was coming to the home of her ancestors. Rawdon was rather abashed and cast down, on the other hand. What recollections of boyhood and innocence might have been flitting across his brain? What pangs of dim remorse and doubt and shame? "Your sisters must be young women now," Rebecca said, thinking of those girls for the first time, perhaps, since she had left them. "Don't know, I'm sure," replied the Colonel. "Hullo, there's old Mother Lock. How d'ye do, Mrs. Lock? Remember me, don't you? Master Rawdon, eh? Dammy, how these old women last. She was 100 when I was a boy." They were going through the lodge gates kept by old Mrs. Lock, whose hand Rebecca insisted upon shaking, as she flung open the creaking old iron gate, and the carriage passed between the two moss-grown pillars surmounted by the dove and serpent. "The governor's cut into the timber," Rawdon said, looking about, and then he was silent. So was Becky. Both of them were rather agitated and thinking of old times. He about Eton and his mother, whom he remembered, a frigid, demure woman, and a sister who died, of whom he had been passionately fond, and how he used to thrash Pitt, and about little Rawdy at home. And Rebecca thought about her own youth, and the dark secrets of those early tainted days, and of her entrance into life by yonder gates, and of Miss Pinkerton, and Joe, and Amelia. The gravel walk and terrace had been scraped quite clean. A grand painted hatchment was already over the great entrance, and two very solemn and tall personages in black flung open each a leaf of the door as the carriage pulled up at the familiar steps. Rawdon turned red and Becky somewhat pale as they passed through the old hall arm in arm. She pinched her husband's arm as they entered the oak parlour, where Sir Pitt and his wife were ready to receive them. Sir Pitt in black, Lady Jane in black, and my Lady Southdown with a large black headpiece of bugles and feathers, which waved on her ladyship's head like an undertaker's tray. Sir Pitt had judged correctly that she would not quit the premises. She contented herself by preserving a solemn and stony silence when in company of Pitt and his rebellious wife, and by frightening the children in the nursery by the ghastly gloom of her demeanour. Only a very faint bending of the head-dress and plumes welcomed Rawdon and his wife, as those prodigals returned to their family. To say the truth, they were not affected very much one way or the other by this coolness. Her ladyship was a person only of secondary consideration in their minds just then. They were intent upon the reception which the reigning brother and sister would afford them. Pitt, with rather a heightened colour, went up and shook his brother by the hand, and saluted Rebecca with a handshake and a very low bow. But Lady Jane took both the hands of her sister-in-law and kissed her affectionately. The embrace somehow brought tears into the eyes of the little adventuress, which ornaments, as we know, she wore very seldom. The artless mark of kindness and confidence touched and pleased her, and Rawdon, encouraged by this demonstration on his sister's part, twirled up his mustachios and took leave to salute Lady Jane with a kiss, which caused her ladyship to blush exceedingly. "Devilish nice little woman, Lady Jane," was his verdict when he and his wife were together again. "Pitt's got fat too, and is doing the thing handsomely." "He can afford it," said Rebecca, and agreed in her husband's farther opinion that the mother-in-law was a tremendous old guy, and that the sisters were rather well-looking young women. They too had been summoned from school to attend the funeral ceremonies. It seemed Sir Pitt Crawley, for the dignity of the house and family, had thought right to have about the place as many persons in black as could possibly be assembled. All the men and maids of the house, the old women of the almshouse, whom the elder Sir Pitt had cheated out of a great portion of their due, the parish clerk's family, and the special retainers of both hall and rectory were habited in sable. Added to these, the undertaker's men, at least a score, with crapes and hatbands, who made goodly show when the great burying show took place. But these are mute personages in our drama, and having nothing to do or say, need occupy a very little space here. With regard to her sisters-in-law, Rebecca did not attempt to forget her former position of governess towards them, but recalled it frankly and kindly, and asked them about their studies with great gravity, and told them that she had thought of them many and many a day, and longed to know of their welfare. In fact, you would have supposed that ever since she had left them, she had not ceased to keep them uppermost in her thoughts, and to take the tenderest interest in their welfare. So supposed Lady Crawley herself and her young sisters. "She's hardly changed since 8 years," said Miss Rosalind to Miss Violet as they were preparing for dinner. "Those red-haired women look wonderfully well," replied the other. "Hers is much darker than it was. I think she must dye it," Miss Rosalind added. "She's stouter too, and altogether improved," continued Miss Rosalind, who was disposed to be very fat. "At least she gives herself no airs, and remembers that she was our governess once," Miss Violet said, intimating that it befitted all governesses to keep their proper place, and forgetting altogether that she was granddaughter not only of Sir Walpole Crawley, but of Mr. Dawson of Mudbury, and so had a coal scuttle in her scutcheon. There are other very well-meaning people whom one meets every day in Vanity Fair who are surely equally oblivious. "It can't be true what the girls at the Rectory said, that her mother was an opera dancer." "A person can't help their birth," Rosalind replied with great liberality, "and I agree with our brother, that as she is in the family, of course we are bound to notice her. I'm sure Aunt Bute need not talk. She wants to marry Kate to young Hooper, the wine merchant, and absolutely asked him to come to the Rectory for orders. I wonder whether Lady Southdown will go away. She looked very glum upon Mrs. Rawdon," the other said. "I wish she would. I won't read The Washerwoman of Finchley Common," vowed Violet, and so saying, and avoiding a passage at the end of which a certain coffin was placed with a couple of watchers, and lights perpetually burning in the closed room, these young women came down to the family dinner, for which the bell rang as usual. But before this, Lady Jane conducted Rebecca to the apartments prepared for her, which with the rest of the house had assumed a very much improved appearance of order and comfort during Pitt's regency, and here beholding that Mrs. Rawdon's modest little trunks had arrived and were placed in the bedroom and dressing room adjoining, helped her to take off her neat black bonnet and cloak, and asked her sister-in-law in what more she could be useful. "What I should like best," said Rebecca, "would be to go to the nursery and see your dear little children." On which the two ladies looked very kindly at each other and went to that apartment hand in hand. Becky admired little Matilda, who was not quite 4 years old, as the most charming little love in the world, and the boy, a little fellow of 2 years, pale, heavy-eyed, and large-headed, she pronounced to be a perfect prodigy in point of size, intelligence, and beauty. "I wish Mamma would not insist on giving him so much medicine," Lady Jane said with a sigh. "I often think we should all be better without it." And then Lady Jane and her new-found friend had one of those confidential medical conversations about the children, which all mothers, and most women, as I am given to understand, delight in. 50 years ago, and when the present writer, being an interesting little boy, was ordered out of the room with the ladies after dinner, I remember quite well that their talk was chiefly about their ailments, and putting this question directly to 2 or 3 since, I have always got from them the acknowledgment that times are not changed. Let my fair readers remark for themselves this very evening, when they quit the dessert table and assemble to celebrate the drawing-room mysteries. Well, in half an hour Becky and Lady Jane were close and intimate friends, and in the course of the evening her ladyship informed Sir Pitt that she thought her new sister-in-law was a kind, frank, unaffected, and affectionate young woman. And so, having easily won the daughter's goodwill, the indefatigable little woman bent herself to conciliate the august Lady Southdown. As soon as she found her ladyship alone, Rebecca attacked her on the nursery question at once, and said that her own little boy was saved, actually saved by calomel, freely administered, when all the physicians in Paris had given the dear child up. And then she mentioned how often she had heard of Lady Southdown from that excellent man, the Reverend Lawrence Grills, minister of the chapel in Mayfair, which she frequented, and how her views were very much changed by circumstances and misfortunes, and how she hoped that a past life spent in worldliness and error might not incapacitate her from more serious thought for the future. She described how in former days she had been indebted to Mr. Crawley for religious instruction, touched upon the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, which she had read with the greatest profit, and asked about Lady Emily, its gifted author, now Lady Emily Hornblower at Cape Town, where her husband had strong hopes of becoming Bishop of Caffraria. But she crowned all, and confirmed herself in Lady Southdown's favour by feeling very much agitated and unwell after the funeral, and requesting her ladyship's medical advice, which the Dowager not only gave, but, wrapped up in a bedgown and looking more like Lady Macbeth than ever, came privately in the night to Becky's room with a parcel of favourite tracts and a medicine of her own composition, which she insisted that Mrs. Rawdon should take. Becky first accepted the tracts and began to examine them with great interest, engaging the Dowager in a conversation concerning them and the welfare of her soul, by which means she hoped that her body might escape medication. But after the religious topics were exhausted, Lady Macbeth would not quit Becky's chamber until her cup of night drink was emptied too, and poor Mrs. Rawdon was compelled actually to assume a look of gratitude and to swallow the medicine under the unyielding old Dowager's nose, who left her victim finally with a benediction. It did not much comfort Mrs. Rawdon. Her countenance was very queer when Rawdon came in and heard what had happened, and his explosions of laughter were as loud as usual when Becky, with a fun which she could not disguise, even though it was at her own expense, described the occurrence and how she had been victimised by Lady Southdown. Lord Steyne and her son in London had many a laugh over the story when Rawdon and his wife returned to their quarters in Mayfair. Becky acted the whole scene for them. She put on a nightcap and gown. She preached a great sermon in the true serious manner. She lectured on the virtue of the medicine which she pretended to administer, with a gravity of imitation so perfect that you would have thought it was the Countess's own Roman nose through which she snuffled. "Give us Lady Southdown and the black dose," was a constant cry among the folks in Becky's little drawing room in Mayfair. And for the first time in her life the Dowager Countess of Southdown was made amusing. Sir Pitt remembered the testimonies of respect and veneration which Rebecca had paid personally to himself in early days, and was tolerably well disposed towards her. The marriage, ill-advised as it was, had improved Rawdon very much. That was clear from the Colonel's altered habits and demeanour. And had it not been a lucky union as regarded Pitt himself? The cunning diplomatist smiled inwardly as he owned that he owed his fortune to it, and acknowledged that he at least ought not to cry out against it. His satisfaction was not removed by Rebecca's own statements, behaviour, and conversation. She doubled the deference which before had charmed him, calling out his conversational powers in such a manner as quite to surprise Pitt himself, who, always inclined to respect his own talents, admired them the more when Rebecca pointed them out to him. With her sister-in-law, Rebecca was satisfactorily able to prove that it was Mrs. Bute Crawley who brought about the marriage which she afterwards so calumniated, that it was Mrs. Bute's avarice, who hoped to gain all Miss Crawley's fortune and deprive Rawdon of his aunt's favour, which caused and invented all the wicked reports against Rebecca. "She succeeded in making us poor," Rebecca said with an air of angelical patience. "But how can I be angry with a woman who has given me one of the best husbands in the world? And has not her own avarice been sufficiently punished by the ruin of her own hopes and the loss of the property by which she set so much store? Poor!" she cried. "Dear Lady Jane, what care we for poverty? I am used to it from childhood, and I am often thankful that Miss Crawley's money has gone to restore the splendour of the noble old family of which I am so proud to be a member. I am sure Sir Pitt will make a much better use of it than Rawdon would." All these speeches were reported to Sir Pitt by the most faithful of wives, and increased the favourable impression which Rebecca made. So much so that when, on the third day after the funeral, the family party were at dinner, Sir Pitt Crawley, carving fowls at the head of the table, actually said to Mrs. Rawdon, "Rebecca, may I give you a wing?" A speech which made the little woman's eyes sparkle with pleasure. While Rebecca was prosecuting the above schemes and hopes, and Pitt Crawley arranging the funeral ceremonial and other matters connected with his future progress and dignity, and Lady Jane busy with her nursery as far as her mother would let her, and the sun rising and setting, and the clock tower bell of the hall ringing to dinner and to prayers as usual, the body of the late owner of Queen's Crawley lay in the apartment which he had occupied, watched unceasingly by the professional attendants who were engaged for that rite. A woman or two, and 3 or 4 undertakers' men, the best whom Southampton could furnish, dressed in black and of a proper stealthy and tragical demeanour, had charge of the remains, which they watched turn about, having the housekeeper's room for their place of rendezvous when off duty, where they played at cards in privacy and drank their beer. The members of the family and servants of the house kept away from the gloomy spot where the bones of the descendant of an ancient line of knights and gentlemen lay, awaiting their final consignment to the family crypt. No regrets attended them, save those of the poor woman who had hoped to be Sir Pitt's wife and widow, and who had fled in disgrace from the hall over which she had so nearly been a ruler. Beyond her, and a favourite old pointer he had, and between whom and himself an attachment subsisted during the period of his imbecility, the old man had not a single friend to mourn him, having indeed, during the whole course of his life, never taken the least pains to secure one. Could the best and kindest of us who depart from the earth have an opportunity of revisiting it, I suppose he or she, assuming that any Vanity Fair feelings subsist in the sphere whither we are bound, would have a pang of mortification at finding how soon our survivors were consoled. And so Sir Pitt was forgotten, like the kindest and best of us, only a few weeks sooner. Those who will may follow his remains to the grave, whither they were borne on the appointed day in the most becoming manner, the family in black coaches, with their handkerchiefs up to their noses, ready for tears which did not come. The undertaker and his gentlemen in deep tribulation, the select tenantry mourning out of compliment to the new landlord, the neighbouring gentry's carriages at 3 miles an hour, empty and in profound affliction, the parson speaking out the formula about our dear brother departed. As long as we have a man's body, we play our vanities upon it, surrounding it with humbug and ceremonies, laying it in state and packing it up in gilt nails and velvet, and we finish our duty by placing over it a stone written all over with lies. Bute's curate, a smart young fellow from Oxford, and Sir Pitt Crawley composed between them an appropriate Latin epitaph for the late lamented baronet, and the former preached a classical sermon, exhorting the survivors not to give way to grief, and informing them in the most respectful terms that they also would be one day called upon to pass that gloomy and mysterious portal which had just closed upon the remains of their lamented brother. Then the tenantry mounted on horseback again, or stayed and refreshed themselves at the Crawley Arms. Then, after a lunch at the servants' hall at Queen's Crawley, the gentry's carriages wheeled off to their different destinations. Then the undertaker's men, taking the ropes, palls, velvets, ostrich feathers, and other mortuary properties, clambered up on the roof of the hearse and rode off to Southampton. Their faces relapsed into a natural expression as the horses, clearing the lodge gates, got into a brisker trot on the open road. And squads of them might have been seen speckling with black the public house entrances with pewter pots flashing in the sunshine. Sir Pitt's invalid chair was wheeled away into a tool house in the garden. The old pointer used to howl sometimes at first, but these were the only accents of grief which were heard in the hall, of which Sir Pitt Crawley, Baronet, had been master for some 80 years. As the birds were pretty plentiful, and partridge shooting is, as it were, the duty of an English gentleman of statesmanlike propensities, Sir Pitt Crawley, the first shock of grief over, went out a little and partook of that diversion in a white hat with crape around it. The sight of those fields of stubble and turnips, now his own, gave him many secret joys. Sometimes, and with an exquisite humility, he took no gun, but went out with a peaceful bamboo cane. Rawdon, his big brother, and the keepers blazing away at his side. Pitt's money and acres had a great effect upon his brother. The penniless colonel became quite obsequious and respectful to the head of his house, and despised the milksop Pitt no longer. Rawdon listened with sympathy to his senior's prospects of planting and draining, gave his advice about the stables and cattle, rode over to Mudbury to look at a mare which he thought would carry Lady Jane, and offered to break her, etc. The rebellious dragoon was quite humbled and subdued, and became a most creditable younger brother. He had constant bulletins from Miss Briggs in London respecting little Rawdon, who was left behind there, who sent messages of his own. "I am very well," he wrote. "I hope you are very well. I hope Mamma is very well. The pony is very well. Gray takes me to ride in the park. I can canter. I met the little boy who rode before. He cried when he cantered. I do not cry." Rawdon read these letters to his brother and Lady Jane, who was delighted with them. The Baronet promised to take charge of the lad at school, and his kind-hearted wife gave Rebecca a banknote, begging her to buy a present with it for her little nephew. One day followed another, and the ladies of the house passed their life in those calm pursuits and amusements which satisfy country ladies. Bells rang to meals and to prayers. The young ladies took exercise on the pianoforte every morning after breakfast, Rebecca giving them the benefit of her instruction. Then they put on thick shoes and walked in the park or shrubberies, or beyond the palings into the village, descending upon the cottages with Lady Southdown's medicine and tracts for the sick people there. Lady Southdown drove out in a pony chaise, when Rebecca would take her place by the dowager's side and listen to her solemn talk with the utmost interest. She sang Handel and Haydn to the family of evenings, and engaged in a large piece of worsted work, as if she had been born to the business, and as if this kind of life was to continue with her until she should sink to the grave in a polite old age, leaving regrets and a great quantity of consols behind her, as if there were not cares and duns, schemes, shifts, and poverty waiting outside the park gates to pounce upon her when she issued into the world again. It isn't difficult to be a country gentleman's wife, Rebecca thought. I think I could be a good woman if I had 5,000 a year. I could dawdle about in the nursery and count the apricots on the wall. I could water plants in a greenhouse and pick off dead leaves from the geraniums. I could ask old women about their rheumatisms and order half-a-crown's worth of soup for the poor. I shouldn't miss it much out of 5,000 a year. I could even drive out 10 miles to dine at a neighbour's and dress in the fashions of the year before last. I could go to church and keep awake in the great family pew, or go to sleep behind the curtains with my veil down, if I only had practice. I could pay everybody if I had but the money. This is what the conjurers here pride themselves on doing. They look down with pity upon us miserable sinners who have none. They think themselves generous if they give our children a £5 note, and us contemptible if we are without one. And who knows but Rebecca was right in her speculations, and that it was only a question of money and fortune which made the difference between her and an honest woman. If you take temptations into account, who is to say that he is better than his neighbour? A comfortable career of prosperity, if it does not make people honest, at least keeps them so. An alderman coming from a turtle feast will not step out of his carriage to steal a leg of mutton, but put him to starve, and see if he will not purloin a loaf. Becky consoled herself by so balancing the chances and equalizing the distribution of good and evil in the world. The old haunts, the old fields and woods, the copses, ponds, and gardens, the rooms of the old house where she had spent a couple of years 7 years ago, were all carefully revisited by her. She had been young there, or comparatively so, for she forgot the time when she ever was young. But she remembered her thoughts and feelings 7 years back, and contrasted them with those which she had at present, now that she had seen the world and lived with great people and raised herself far beyond her original humble station. I have passed beyond it because I have brains, Becky thought, and almost all the rest of the world are fools. I could not go back and consort with those people now, whom I used to meet in my father's studio. Lords come up to my door with stars and garters, instead of poor artists with screws of tobacco in their pockets. I have a gentleman for my husband, and an earl's daughter for my sister, in the very house where I was little better than a servant a few years ago. But am I much better to do now in the world than I was when I was the poor painter's daughter and wheedled the grocer round the corner for sugar and tea? Suppose I had married Francis, who was so fond of me, I couldn't have been much poorer than I am now. Hey-ho! I wish I could exchange my position in society and all my relations for a snug sum in the 3% consols. For so it was that Becky felt the vanity of human affairs, and it was in those securities that she would have liked to cast anchor. It may perhaps have struck her that to have been honest and humble, to have done her duty, and to have marched straight forward on her way, would have brought her as near happiness as that path by which she was striving to attain it. But just as the children at Queen's Crawley went round the room where the body of their father lay, if ever Becky had these thoughts, she was accustomed to walk round them and not look in. She eluded them and despised them, or at least she was committed to the other path from which retreat was now impossible. And for my part, I believe that remorse is the least active of all man's moral senses, the very easiest to be deadened when wakened, and in some never wakened at all. We grieve at being found out, and at the idea of shame or punishment, but the mere sense of wrong makes very few people unhappy in Vanity Fair. So Rebecca, during her stay at Queen's Crawley, made as many friends of the mammon of unrighteousness as she could possibly bring under control. Lady Jane and her husband bade her farewell with the warmest demonstrations of goodwill. They looked forward with pleasure to the time when, the family house in Gaunt Street being repaired and beautified, they were to meet again in London. Lady Southdown made her up a packet of medicine and sent a letter by her to the Reverend Lawrence Grills, exhorting that gentleman to save the brand who honoured the letter from the burning. Pitt accompanied them with 4 horses in the carriage to Mudbury, having sent on their baggage in a cart previously, accompanied with loads of game. "How happy you will be to see your darling little boy again," Lady Crawley said, taking leave of her kinswoman. "Oh, so happy," said Rebecca, throwing up her green eyes. She was immensely happy to be free of the place, and yet loath to go. Queen's Crawley was abominably stupid, and yet the air there was somehow purer than that which she had been accustomed to breathe. Everybody had been dull, but had been kind in their way. "It is all the influence of a long course of 3 per cents," Becky said to herself, and was right, very likely. However, the London lamps flashed joyfully as the stage rolled into Piccadilly, and Briggs had made a beautiful fire in Curzon Street, and little Rawdon was up to welcome back his papa and mamma. End of chapter 41.